The Translator to the Reader of The Spirit of the Laws. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Benjamin Gittins. The Spirit of the Laws by Charles de Secondat, Baron de Montesquieu. Translated by Thomas Nugent. The following work may with the ftredest juftice be said to have done honour to human nature, as well as to the greateft abilities of the author. The wifeft and moft learned man, and thofe diftinguifhed by birth and the elevation of their ftations, have, in every country in Europe, confidered it as a moft excellent performance. And may we be permitted to add, that a fovereign prince, as juftly celebrated for his probity and good fenfe, as for his political and military fkill, has declared that from M. de Montesquieu he has learnt the art of government. But had the illuftrious author received no fuch diftinguifhed honour, the numerous editions of this work in French, and their fudden fpreading through all Europe, are a fufficient teftimony of the high efteem with which it has been received by the public. But notwithstanding the deferved applaufe which has been fo liberally beftowed on the author, there have been fome who have not only endeavoured to blaft his laurels, but have treated him with all the fcurrility with which bigotry and fuperftition are apt, on every occafion, to throw out againft truth, reafon, and good fenfe. Thefe M. de Montesquieu has himfelf anfwered in a feparate treatife entitled A Defence of the Spirit of Laws, from whence we have thought proper to extract, for the fake of fuch as we have not feen that treatife, the principle of thofe objections, and the fubftance of which has not been given in the reply. Only firft obferving, that this defence is divided into three parts, in the firft of which he anfwers the general reproaches that have been thrown out againft him, in the fecond he replies to particular reproaches, and in the third he gives fome refledtions on the manner in which his work has been criticized. The author firft complains of his being charged both with efpoufing the doctrines of Spinoza, and with being a deist, two opinions diredly contradictory to each other. To the former of thefe he anfwers, by placing in one view the feveral paffages in the Spirit of Laws diredly levelled againft the doctrines of Spinoza, and then he replies to the objections that have been made to thofe paffages upon which this injurious charge is founded. The critic afferts that our author ftumbles at his firft fetting out, and is offended at his faying, that laws in their moft extenfive fignificance are the neceffary relations derived from the nature of things. To this he replies, that the critic had heard it faid that Spinoza had maintained that the world was governed by a blind and neceffary principle, and from hence on feeing the world neceffary, he concludes that this muft be Spinoifm. Though what is moft furprizing, this article is diredly levelled at the dangerous principles maintained by Spinoza, that he had Hobbes' fyftem in his eye, a fyftem which, as it makes all the virtues and vices depend on the eftablifhment of human laws, and as it would prove that men were born in a ftate of war, and that the firft laws of nature is a war of all againft all, overturns, like Spinoza, all religion and all mortality. Hence he laid down this pofition, that there were laws of juftice and equity before the eftablifhment of pofitive laws. Hence alfo he has proved that all beings had laws, that even before their creation they had poffible laws, and that God himfelf had laws, that is, the laws which he himfelf had made. He has shewn that nothing can be more falfe than the affertion that men were born in a ftate of war, and he has made it appear that wars did not commence till after the eftablifhment of society. His principles are here extremely clear, from whence it follows, that as he has attacked Hobbes' errors, he has confequently thofe of Spinoza, and he has been fo little underftood, that they have taken for the opinions of Spinoza thofe very objections which were made againft Spinoifm. Again, the author has faid that the creation, which appears to be an arbitrary aft, fuppofes laws as invariable as the fatality of the atheifts. From thefe words the critic concludes that the author admits the fatality of the atheifts. To this he answers, that he had juft before deftroyed this fatality, by reprefenting it as the greateft abfurdity to fuppofe that a blind fatality was capable of producing intelligent beings. Befides, in the paffage here cenfured, he can only be made to fay what he really does fay. He does not fpeak of caufes, nor does he compare caufes, but he fpeaks of effects, and compares effects. The whole article, what goes before and what follows, make it evident that there is nothing here intended but the laws of motion, which, according to the author, had been eftablifhed by God. Thefe laws are invariable. This he has afferted, and all natural philofophy has afferted the fame thing. They are invariable, becaufe God has pleafed to make them fo, and becaufe he has pleafed to preferve the world. When the author therefore fays that creation, which appears to be an arbitrary aft, fuppofes laws as invariable as the fertility of the atheifts, he cannot be underftood to fay that the creation was a neceffary aft like the fertility of the atheists. Having vindicated himfelf from the charge of Spinoifm, he proceeds to the other accufation, and from a multitude of paffages collected together, proves that he has not only acknowledged the truth of revealed religion, but that he is in love with Chriftianity, and endeavours to make it appear amiable in the eyes of others. He then enquires into what his adverfaries have faid to prove the contrary, obferving that the proofs ought to bear fome proportion to the accufation, that this accufation is not of a frivolous nature, and that the proofs therefore ought not to be frivolous. The firft objection is, that he has praifed the Stoics, who admitted a blind fatality, and that this is the foundation of natural religion. To this he replies, I will for a moment fuppofe that this falfe manner of reafoning has fome weight. Has the author praifed the philofophy and metaphyfics of the Stoics? He has praifed their morals, and has faid that the people reaped great benefit from them. He has faid this, and he has faid no more. I am miftaken, he has faid more. He has at the beginning of his book attacked this fatality. He does not then praife it, when he praifed the Stoics. The fecond objection is, that he has praifed Baal, in calling him a great man. To this he anfwers, it is true that the author has called Baal a great man, but he has cenfured his opinions. If he has cenfured them, he has not efpoufed them, and fince he has cenfured his opinions, he does not call him a great man becaufe of his opinions. Everybody knows that Baal had a great genius, which he abufed. But this genius which he abufed, he had. The author has attacked his fophifms, and pities him on account of his errors. I don't love the men who fubvert the laws of their country, but I fhould find great difficulty in believing that Caefar and Cromwell had little minds. I am not in love with conquerors, but it would be very difficult to perfuade me to believe that Alexander and Genghis Khan were men of only a common genius. Befides, I have remarked that the declamations of angry men make but little impreffion on any except thofe who are angry. The greateft part of the readers are men of moderation, and feldom take up a book but when they are in a cool blood. For rational and fenfible men love reafon. Had the author loaded Baal with 1,000 injurious reproaches, it would have not followed from thence that Baal had reafoned well or ill. All that his readers would have been able to conclude from it would have been, that the author knew how to be abufive. The third objection is, that he has not in his firft chapter fpoken of original fin. To which he replies, I ask every fenfible man, if this chapter is a treatife of divinity? If the author had fpoken of original fin, they might have imputed it to him as a crime, that he had not fpoken of redemption. The next objection takes notice, that the author has faid that in England felf-murder is the effect of a diftemper, and that it cannot be punifhed without punifhing the effects of madnefs. The confequence the critic draws from thence is, that a follower of natural religion can never forget that England is the cradle of his fect, and that he rubs a fpunge over all the crimes he found there. He replies, the author does not know that England is the cradle of natural religion, but he knows that England was not his cradle. He is not of the fame religious sentiments as an Englishman, any more than an Englishman, who fpeaks of the phyfical effects he found in France, is not of the fame religion as the French. He is not a follower of natural religion, but he wifhes that his critic was a follower of natural logic. Thefe are the principal objections levelled against our author. On this head, from which our readers will fufficiently fee on what trifling, what puerile arguments this charge of deism is founded. He concludes however this article with a defence of the religion of nature, and fuch a defence as every rational Chriftian muft undoubtedly approve. Before I conclude this part, I am tempted to make one objection against him who has made fo many. But he has fo ftunned my ears with the words follower of natural religion, that I fcarcely dare pronounce them. I fhall endeavour however to take courage. Do not the critic's two pieces ftand in greater need of explication than that which I defend? Does he do well, while fpeaking of natural religion and revelation, to fall perpetually upon one fide of the fubjeft, and to lofe all traces of the other? Does he do well never to diftinguifh thofe who acknowledge only the religion of nature, from thofe who acknowledge both natural and revealed religion? Does he do well to turn frantic whenever the author confiders man in the ftate of natural religion, and whenever he explains any thing on the principles of natural religion? Does he do well to confound natural religion with atheism? Have I not heard that we have all natural religion? Have I not heard that Chriftianity is the perfection of natural religion? Have I not heard that natural religion is employed to prove the truths of the revelation against the deifts? And the fame natural religion is employed to prove the existence of a God against the atheists. He has faid that the Stoics were the followers of natural religion, and I fay that they were atheists, fince they believe that a blind fatality governed the univerfe, and it is by the religion of nature that we ought to attack that of the Stoics. He fays that the fcheme of natural religion is connected with that of Spinoza, and I fay that they are contradictory to each other, and it is by natural religion that we ought to deftroy Spinoza's fcheme. I fay that to confound natural religion with atheifm is to confound the proof with the thing to be proved, and the objections against error with error itfelf, and that this is to take away the moft powerful arms we have againft this error. The author now proceeds to the fecond part of his defence, in which he has the following remarks. What has the critic done to give an ample fcope to his declamations, and to open the wideft door to invectives? He has confidered the author as if he had intended to follow the example of M. Abadai, and had been writing a treatise on the Chriftian religion. He has attacked him as if his 2 books on religion were 2 treatises on divinity. He has caviled against him, as if while he had been talking of any religion whatfoever, which was not Chriftian, he fhould have examined it according to the principles and doctrines of Chriftianity. He has judged him as if his 2 books relating to religion, he ought to have preached to Mahometans and idolaters the doctrines of Chriftianity. Whenever he has fpoken of religion in general, whenever he has made ufe of the word religion, the critic fays, that is the Chriftian religion. When he has compared the religious rites of different nations, and has faid that they are more conformable to the political government of thefe countries than fome other rites, the critic again fays, you approve them then, and abandon the Chriftian faith. When he has fpoken of a people who have never embraced Chriftianity, or have lived before Chrift, again fays the critic, you don't then acknowledge the morals of Chriftianity. When he has canvaffed any cuftom whatfoever, which he has found in a political writer, the critic afks him, is this a doctrine of Chriftianity? He might as well add, you fay you are a civilian, and I will make you a divine in fpite of yourfelf. You have given us elfwhere fome very excellent things on the Chriftian religion, but this was only to conceal your real sentiments, for I know your heart, and penetrate into your thoughts. It is true I do not understand your book, nor it is material that I should difcover the good or bad defign with which it has been written. But I know the bottom of all your thoughts. I don't know a word of what you have faid, but I underftand perfectly well what you have not faid. But to proceed. The author has maintained that polygamy is neceffarily and in its own nature bad. He has wrote a chapter expressly against it, and afterwards has examined in a philofophical manner in what countries, in what climates, or in what circumftances it is leaft pernicious. He has compared climates with climates, and countries with countries, and has found that there are countries where its effects are lefs pernicious than in others, becaufe according to the accounts that have been given of them, the number of men and women not being every where equal, it is evident that if there are places where there are more women than men, polygamy, bad as it is in itself, is there lefs pernicious than in others. But as the title of this chapter contains thefe words, that the law of polygamy is an affair of calculation, they had feized this title as an excellent fubjeft for declamation. Having repeated the chapter itfelf, againft which no objection is made, he proceeds to juftify the title, and adds, polygamy is an affair of calculation, when we would know if it is more or lefs pernicious in certain climates, in certain countries, in certain circumftances, than in others. It is not an affair of calculation, when we would decide whether it be a good or bad in itfelf. It is not an affair of calculation, when we reafon on its nature. It may be an affair of calculation when we combine its effects. In short, it is never an affair of calculation when we enquire into the end of marriage, and it is even lefs fo when we enquire into marriage as a law eftablifhed and confirmed by Jesus Chrift. Again, the author having faid that polygamy is more conformable to nature in fome countries than in others, the critic has feized the words more conformable to nature to make him fay that he approved polygamy. To which he anfwers, if I fay that I fhould like better to have a fever than the fcurvy, does this fignify that I fhould like to have a fever, or only that the fcurvy is more difagreeable to me than a fever? Having finifhed his reply to what has been objected to on the fubjeft of polygamy, he vindicates that excellent part of his work which treats of the climates. When fpeaking of the influence thefe have upon religion, he fays, I am very fenfible that religion is in its own nature independent of all phyfical caufes whatfoever, that the religion which is good in one country is good in another, and that it cannot be pernicious in one country without being fo in all. But yet I fay that as it is praftifed by men, and has a relation to thofe who do not praftice it, any religion whatfoever will find a greater facility in being praftifed, either in the whole or in part, in certain circumftances than in others; and that whoever fays the contrary muft renounce all pretenfions to fenfe and underftanding. But the critic has been greatly offended by our author's faying, that when a ftate is at liberty to receive or to reject a new religion, it ought to be rejected; when it is received, it ought to be tolerated. From hence he objefts, that the author has advifed idolatrous princes not to admit the Chriftian religion into their dominions. To this he anfwers, firft by referring to a paffage in which he fays, that the beft civil and political laws are next to Chriftianity, the greateft bleffings that man can give or receive; and adds, if then Chriftianity is the firft and greateft bleffing, and the political and civil laws the fecond, there are no political or civil laws in any ftate that can or ought to hinder the entrance of the Chriftian religion. His fecond anfwer is, that the religion of heaven is not eftablifhed by the fame methods as the religions of the earth. Read the hiftory of the church, and you will fee the wonders performed by the Chriftian religion. Was fhe to enter a country, fhe knew how to open its gates. Every inftrument was able to effeft it. At one time God makes ufe of a few fifhermen ; at another he fets an emperor on the throne, and makes him bow down his head under the yoke of the gofpel. Does Chriftianity hide herfelf in fubterranean caverns? Stay a moment, and you will fee an advocate fpeaking from the imperial throne on her behalf. She traverfes wherever fhe pleafes, feas, rivers, and mountains. No obftacles here below can ftop her progrefs. Implant averfion in the mind, fhe will conquer this averfion. Eftablifh cuftoms, form habits, publifh edicts, enable laws. She will triumph over the climate, over the laws which refult from it, and over the legiflators who have made them. God, acting according to decrees which are unknown to us, extends or contracts the limits of his religion. By Thomas Nugent. End of the Translator to the Reader. Preface of the Spirit of the Laws. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Benjamin Gittins. The Spirit of the Laws by Charles de Secondat, Baron de Montesquieu. Translated by Thomas Nugent. Preface. If amidst the infinite number of subjects contained in this book, there is anything which, contrary to my expectation, may possibly offend, I can at leaft assure the public that it was not inferted with an ill intention ; for I am not naturally of a capacious temper. Plato thanked the gods that he was born in the fame age with Socrates ; and for my part, I give thanks to the Supreme that I was born a fubjeft of that government under which I live, and that it is his pleafure I fhould obey thofe whom he has made me love. I beg one favour of my readers, which I fear will not be granted me ; this is, that they will not judge by a few hours reading of the labour of 20 years, that they will approve or condemn the book entire, and not a few particular phrases. If they fhould fearch into the defign of the author, they can do it in no other way fo completely as by fearching into the defign of the work. I have firft of all confidered mankind, and the refult of my thoughts has been, that amidft fuch an infinite diverfity of laws and manners, they were not folely conducted by the caprice of fancy. I have laid down the firft principles, and have found that the particular cafes follow naturally from them, that the hiftories of all nations are only confequences of them, and that every particular law is connected with another law, or depends on fome other of a more general extent. When I have been obliged to look back into antiquity, I have endeavoured to affume the fpirit of the ancients, left I fhould confider thofe things as alike which are really different, and left I fhould mifs the differences of thofe which appear to be alike. I have not drawn my principles from my prejudices, but from the nature of things. Here a great many truths will not appear till we have feen the chain which connects them with others. The more we enter into particulars, the more we fhall perceive the certainty of the principles on which they are founded. I have not even given all thefe particulars, for who could mention them all without a moft infupportable fatigue? The reader will not here meet with any of thofe bold flights which feem to characterize the works of the prefent age. When things are examined with never fo fmall a degree of extent, the fallies of imagination muft vanifh. Thefe generally arife from the mind's collecting all its powers to view only one fide of the fubjeft, while it leaves the other unobferved. I write not to cenfure any thing eftablifhed in any country whatfoever. Every nation will here find the reafons on which its maxims are founded, and this will be the natural inference. That to propofe alterations belongs only to thofe who are fo happy as to be born with a genius capable of penetrating the entire conftitution of a ftate. It is not a matter of indifference that the minds of the people be enlightened. The prejudices of magiftrates have arifen from national prejudice. In a time of ignorance they have committed even the greateft evils without the leaft fcruple ; but in an enlightened age they even tremble while conferring the greateft bleffings. They perceive the ancient abufes, they fee how they muft be reformed, but they are fenfible alfo of the abufes of a reformation. They let the evil continue, if they fear a worfe. They are content with a leffer good, if they doubt a greater. They examine into the parts, to judge of them in connexion, and they examine all the caufes, to difcover their different effedts. Could I but fucceed fo as to afford new reafons to every man to love his prince, his country, his laws ; new reafons to render him more fenfible in every nation and every government of the bleffing he enjoys, I fhould think myfelf the moft happy of mortals. Could I but fucceed fo as to perfuade thofe who command to increafe their knowledge in what they ought to prefcribe, and thofe who obey to find a new pleafure refulting from obedience, the moft happy of mortals fhould I think myfelf, could I contribute to make mankind recover from their prejudices. By prejudices I here mean, not that which renders men ignorant of fome particular things, but whatever renders them ignorant of themfelves. It is in endeavouring to inftruft mankind, that we are beft able to praftife that general virtue which comprehends the love of all. Man, that flexible being, conforming in fociety to the thoughts and impreffions of others, is equally capable of knowing his own nature, whenever it is laid open to his view, and of lofing the very fenfe of it, when this idea is banifhed from his mind. Often have I begun, and as often have I laid afide this undertaking. Often I have begun, and as often I have laid afide this undertaking. I have 1,000 times given the leaves I have written to the winds. I every day felt my paternal hands fall. I have followed my object without any fixed plan. I have known neither rules nor exceptions. I have found the truth only to lofe it again. But when I once difcovered my firft principles, every thing I fought for appeared, and in the courfe of 20 years I have feen my work begun, growing up, advanced to maturity, and finifhed. If this work meets with fuccefs, I fhall owe it chiefly to the grandeur and majefty of the fubjeft. However, I do not think that I have been totally deficient in point of genius. When I have feen what fo many great men both in France, England, and Germany have faid before me, I have been loft in admiration. But I have not loft my courage. I have faid with Correggio, and I alfo am a painter. End of Preface. Advertifement of the Spirit of the Laws. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Benjamin Gittins. The Spirit of the Laws by Charles de Secondat, Baron de Montesquieu, translated by Thomas Nugent. Advertifement. 1. For the better underftanding of the firft 4 books of this work, it is to be obferved, that what I diftinguifh by the nature of virtue in a republic, is the love of one's country, that is, the love of equality. It is not a moral nor a Chriftian, but a political virtue, and it is the fpring which fets the republican government in motion, as honor is the fpring which gives motion to monarchy. Hence it is that I have diftinguifhed the love of one's country and of equality by the appellation of political virtue. My ideas are new, and therefore I have been obliged to find new words, or to give new acceptations to old terms, in order to convey my meaning. They, who unacquainted with this particular, have made me fay fome moft ftrangeft absurdities, fuch as would be fhocking in any part of the world, becaufe in all countries and governments morality is a requifite. 2. The reader is alfo to notice, that there is a vaft difference between faying, that a certain quality, modification of the mind, or virtue, is not the fpring by which government is actuated, and affirming that it is not to be found in that government. Were I to fay fuch a will or fuch opinion is not the fpring which fets the watch going, can you infer thence that they are not to be found in the watch? So far is it from being true, that the moral and Chriftian virtues are excluded from monarchy, that even political virtue is not excluded. In a word, honor is found in a republic, though its fpring be political virtue; and political virtue is found in a monarchical government, though it be actuated by honor. To conclude, the honeft man, whom we treat in the 3rd book, chap. 5, is not the Chriftian, but the political honeft man, who is poffeffed of the political virtue there mentioned. He is the man who loves the laws of his countries, and who is actuated by the love of thofe laws. I have fet thefe matters in a clearer light in the prefent edition, by giving a more precife meaning to my expreffion. And in moft places where I have made ufe of the word virtue, I have taken care to add the term political. End of advertifement. Book I. Of the Spirit of the Laws. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Benjamin Giddens. The Spirit of the Laws by Charles de Secondat, Baron de Montesquieu. Translated by Thomas Nugent. Book I. Of Laws in general. Chapter I. Of the relation of laws to different beings. Laws, in their most general signification, are the necessary relations arifing from the nature of things. In this sense, all beings have their laws, the Deity his laws, the material world its laws, the intelligences superior to man their laws, the beast their laws, and man his laws. They who affert that a blind fatality produced the various effects we behold in this world, talk very absurdly. For can any thing be more unreafonable than to pretend that a blind fatality could be productive of intelligent beings? There is then a prime reafon, and laws of the relations fubfifting between it and different beings, and the relation of thofe to one another. God is related to the univerfe, as creator and preferver. The laws by which he created all things are thofe by which he preferves them. He acts according to thefe rules, becaufe he knows them. He knows them becaufe he made them, and he made them becaufe they are in relation to his wifdom and power. Since we obferve that the world, though formed by the motion of matter, and void of underftanding, fubfifts fo long a fucceffion of ages, its motions muft certainly be directed by invariable laws. And could we imagine another world, it muft alfo have conftant rules, or it would inevitably perifh. Thus the creation, which feems an arbitrary aft, fuppofes laws as invariable as thofe of the fatality of the atheifts. It would be abfurd to fay that the Creator might govern the world without thofe rules, fince without them it could not fubfift. Thefe rules are a fixed and invariable relation. In bodies moved, the motion is received, increafed, diminifhed, or loft, according to the relations of the quantity of matter and velocity. Each diversity is uniformity, each change is constancy. Particular intelligent beings may have laws of their own making, but they had fome likewife which they never made. Before there were intelligent beings, they were poffible. They had therefore poffible relations, and confequently poffible laws. Before laws were made, there were relations of poffible juftice. To fay that there is nothing juft or unjuft but what is commanded or forbidden by pofitive laws, is the fame as faying that before the defcribing of a circle, all the radii were not equal. We muft therefore acknowledge relations of juftice antecedent to the pofitive law by which they are eftablifhed. As for inftance, if human focieties exifted, it would be right to conform to their laws. If there were intelligent beings that had received a benefit of another being, they ought to Ihew their gratitude. If one intelligent being had created another intelligent being, the latter ought to continue in its original ftate of dependence. If one intelligent being injures another, it deferves a retaliation, and fo on. But the intelligent world is far from being fo well governed as the phyfical. For though the former has alfo its laws, which are of their own nature and are invariable, it does not conform to them fo exactly as the phyfical world. This is becaufe, on the one hand, particular intelligent beings are of a finite nature, and confequently liable to error, and on the other hand, their nature requires them to be free agents. Hence they do not fteadily conform to their primitive laws, and even thofe of their own inftituting they frequently infringe. Whether brutes be governed by the general laws of motion, or by a particular movement, we cannot determine. Be that as it may, they have not a more intimate relation to God than the reft of the material world, and fenfation is of no other ufe to them in the relation they have either to other particular beings or to themfelves. By the allurement of pleafure they preferve the individual, and by the fame allurement they preferve their fpecies. They have natural laws, becaufe they are united by fenfation. Pofitive laws they have none, becaufe they are not connected by knowledge. And yet they do not invariably conform to their natural laws. Thefe are better obferved by vegetables that have neither underftanding nor fenfe. Brutes are deprived of the high advantages which we have, but they have fome which we have not. They have not our hopes, but they are without our fears. They are fubjeft like us to death, but without knowing it. Even moft of them are more attentive than we to felf*prefervation, and do not make fo bad a ufe of their paflions. Man, as a phyfical being, is like other bodies governed by invariable laws. As an intelligent being, he inceffantly transgreffes the laws eftablifhed by God, and changes thofe of his own inftituting. He is left to his private diredtion. Though a limited being, and fubjeft, like all finite intelligences, to ignorance and error, even his imperfect knowledge he lofes, and as a fenfible creature he is hurried away by 1,000 impetuous paflions. Such a being might every inftant forget his Creator. God has therefore reminded him of his duty by the laws of religion. Such a being is liable every moment to forget himfelf. Philofophy has provided againft this by the laws of morality. Formed to live in fociety, he might forget his fellow creatures. Legiflators have therefore by political and civil laws confined him to his duty. CHAP. II. Of the Laws of Nature. Antecedent to the above mentioned laws are thofe of nature, fo called becaufe they derive their force entirely from our frame and exiftence. In order to have a perfect knowledge of thefe laws, we muft confider man before the eftablifhment of fociety. The laws received in fuch a ftate would be thofe of nature. The law which, impreffing on our mind the idea of a creator, inclines us towards him, is the firft in importance, though not in order, of natural laws. Man in a ftate of nature would have the faculty of knowing, before he had acquired any knowledge. Plain it is, that his firft ideas would not be of a fpeculative nature. He would think of the prefervation of his being, before he would inveftigate its origin. Such a man would feel nothing in himfelf at firft but impotency and weaknefs. His fears and apprehensions would be exceffive, as appears from inftances, were there any neceffity of proving it, of favages found in forefts, trembling at the motion of a leaf, and flying from every fhadow. In this ftate, every man, inftead of being fenfible of his equality, would fancy himfelf inferior. There would therefore be no danger of their attacking one another. Peace would be the firft law of nature. The natural impulfe or defire which Hobbes attributes to mankind as fubduing one another, is far from being well founded. The idea of empire and dominion is fo complex, and depends on fo many other notions, that it could never be the firft which occurred to the human underftanding. Hobbes enquires, for what reafon go men armed, and have locks and keys to faften their doors, if they be not naturally in a ftate of war? But is it not obvious that he attributes to mankind before the eftablifhment of fociety, what can happen but in confequence of this eftablifhment, which furnifhes them with motives for hoftile attacks and felf*defence? Next, to a fenfe of his weaknefs, man would foon find that of his wants. Hence another law of nature would prompt him to feek for nourifhment. Fear, I have obferved, would induce men to fhun one another ; but the marks of this fear being reciprocal, would foon engage them to affociate. Befides, this affociation would quickly follow from the pleafure one animal feels at the approach of another of the fame fpecies. Again, the attraction arifing from the difference of fexes would enhance this pleafure, and the natural inclination they have for each other would form a third law. Befides the fenfe or inftinft which man poffefles in common with brutes, he has the advantage of acquired knowledge, and thence arifes a fecond tie which brutes have not. Mankind have therefore a new motive of uniting, and a fourth law of nature refults from the defire of living in fociety. CHAP. III. Of Pofitive Laws. As foon as man enters into a ftate of fociety, he lofes the fenfe of his weaknefs. Equality ceafes, and then commences the ftate of war. Each particular fociety begins to feel its ftrength, whence arifes a ftate of war between different nations. The individual likewife of each fociety becomes fenfible of their force ; hence the principal advantages of this fociety they endeavour to convert to their own emolument, which conftitutes a ftate of war between individuals. Thefe two different kinds of ftates give rife to human laws. Confidered as inhabitants of fo great a planet, which neceffarily contains a variety of nations, they have laws relating to their mutual intercourfe, which is what we call the law of nations. As members of a fociety that muft be properly fupported, they have laws relating to the governors and the governed ; and this we diftinguifh by the name of politic law. They have alfo another fort of law, as they ftand in relation to each other, by which is underftood the civil law. The law of nations is naturally founded on this principle, that different nations ought in time of peace to do one another all the good they can, and in time of war as little injury as poffible, without prejudicing their real interefts. The object of war is victory, that of victory is conqueft, and that of conqueft prefervation. From this and the preceding principle, all thofe rules are derived which conftitute the law of nations. All countries have a law of nations, not excepting the Irakis themfelves, though they devour their prifoners ; for they fend and receive ambafladors, and underftand the rights of war and peace. The mifchief is that their law of nations is not founded on true principles. Befides the law of nations relating to all focieties, there is a polity or civil conftitution for each particularly concerned. No fociety can fubfift without a form of government. The united ftrength of individuals, as Gravina well obferves, conftitutes what we call the body politic. The general ftrength may be in the hands of a fingle perfon or of many. Some think that nature having eftablifhed paternal authority, the moft natural government was that of a fingle perfon. But the example of paternal authority proves nothing. For if the power of a father relates to a fingle government, that of brothers after the death of a father, and that of coufins, german after the deceafe of brothers, refer to a government of many, the political power neceffarily comprehends the union of feveral families. Better is it to fay, that the government moft conformable to nature is that which beft agrees with the humour and difpofition of the people in whofe favour it is eftablifhed. The ftrength of individuals cannot be united without a conjunction of all their wills. The conjunction of thofe wills, as Gravina again very juftly obferves, is what we call the civil ftate. Law in general is human reafon, inafmuch as it governs all the inhabitants of the earth. The political and civil laws of each nation ought to be only the particular cafes in which human reafon is applied. They fhould be adapted in fuch a manner to the people for whom they are framed, that it fhould be a great chance if thofe of one nation fuit another. They fhould be in relation to the nature and principle of each government, whether they form it, as may be faid of politic laws, or whether they fupport it, as in the cafe of civil inftitutions. They fhould be in relation to the climate of each country, to the quality of its foils, to its fituation and extent, to the principal occupation of the natives, whether hufbandmen, huntsmen, or fhepherds. They fhould have relation to the degree of liberty which the conftitution will bear, to the religion of the inhabitants, to their inclinations, riches, numbers, commerce, manners, and cuftoms. In fine, they have relations to each other, as alfo to their origin, to the intent of the legiflator, and to the order of things on which they are eftablifhed ; in all of which different lights they ought to be confidered. This is what I have undertaken to perform in the following work. Thefe relations I fhall examine, fince all thefe together conftitute what I call the spirit of laws. I have not feparated the political from the civil inftitutions, as I do not pretend to treat of laws, but of their fpirit ; and as this fpirit confifts in the various relation which the laws may bear to different objects, it is not fo much my bufinefs to follow the natural order of laws, as that of thefe relations and objects. I fhall firft examine the relations which laws bear to the nature and principle of each government, and as this principle has a ftrong influence on laws, I fhall make it my ftudy to underftand it thoroughly ; and if I can but once eftablifh it, the laws will foon appear to flow thence as from their fources. I fhall proceed afterwards to other and more particular relations. End of Chapter 3 and end of Book 1 of the Spirit of Laws. Book 2 of the Spirit of the Laws. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Benjamin Giddens. The Spirit of the Laws by Charles de Secondat, Baron de Montesquieu. Translated by Thomas Nugent. Book 2 of Laws directly derived from the nature of government. Chapter 1. Of the nature of the 3 different governments. There are 3 fpecies of government: republican, monarchical, and defpotic. In order to difcover their nature, it is fufficient to recollect the common notion, which fuppofes 3 definitions, or rather 3 facts. That a republican government is that in which the body, or only a part of the people, is poffeffed of the fupreme power. Monarchy, that in which a fingle perfon governs by a fixed and eftablifhed laws. A defpotic government, that in which a fingle perfon diredts every thing by his own will and caprice. That is what I call the nature of each government. We muft now enquire into thefe laws, which diredly conform to this nature, and confequently are the fundamental inftitutions. CHAPTER II. Of the Republican Government, and the Laws in relation to Democracy. When the body of the people is poffeffed of the fupreme power, it is called a democracy. When the fupreme power is lodged in the hands of a part of the people, it is then an ariftocracy. In a democracy, the people are in fome refpedts the fovereign, and in others the fubjeft. There can be no exercife of fovereignty but by the fuffrages, which are their own will. Now the fovereign's will is the fovereign himfelf. The law therefore which eftablifhes the right of fuffrage are fundamental to this government. And indeed it is as important to regulate in a republic, in what manner, by whom, to whom, and concerning what, fuffrages are to be given, as it is in a monarchy to know who is the prince, and after what manner he ought to govern. Libanius fays that at Athens a ftranger who intermeddled in the affemblies of the people was punifhed with death. This is becaufe fuch a man ufurped the rights of fovereignty. It is an effential point to fix the number of citizens who are to form the public affemblies. Otherwife it would be uncertain whether the whole, or only a part of the people had given their votes. At Sparta the number was fixed at 10,000. But Rome, defigned by Providence to rife from the weakeft beginnings to the higheft pitch of grandeur, Rome, doomed to experience all the viciflitudes of fortune. Rome, who had fometimes all her inhabitants without her walls, and fometimes all Italy, and a considerable part of the world within them, Rome, I fay, never fixed the number, and this was one of the principal caufes of her ruin. The people, in whom the fupreme power refides, ought to have the management of every thing within their reach. That which exceeds their abilities muft be conducted by their minifters. But they cannot properly be faid to have their minifters without the power of nominating them. It is therefore a fundamental maxim in this government, that the people fhould chufe their minifters, that is, their magiftrates. They have occafion, as well as monarchs, and even more fo, to be direded by a council or fenate. But to have a proper confidence in thefe, they fhould have the chufing of the members, whether the election be made by themfelves, as at Athens, or by fome magiftrate deputed for that purpofe, as on certain occafions was cuftomary at Rome. The people are extremely well qualified for chufing thofe whom they are to entruft with part of their authority. They have only to be determined by things to which they cannot be ftrangers, and by facts that are obvious to fenfe. They can tell when a perfon has fought many battles, and been crowned with fuccefs. They are therefore capable of eledling a general. They can tell when a judge is affiduous in office, gives general fatisfadion, and has never been charged with bribery. This is fufficient for chufing a praetor. They are ftruck with the magnificence or riches of a fellow citizen. No more is requifite for eledling an aedile. Thefe are facts of which they can have better information in a public forum than a monarch in his palace. But are they capable of conducting an intricate affair, of feizing and improving the opportunity and critical moment of action? No, this furpaffes their ability. Should we doubt the people's natural capacity in refpeft to the difcernment of merit, we need only caft an eye on the feries of furprizing eledlions made by the Athenians and Romans, which no one furely will attribute to hazard. We know that though the people of Rome affumed the right of raifing plebeians to public offices, yet they never would exert this power. And though at Athens the magiftrates were allowed, by the law of Aristides, to be eledled from all the different clafles of inhabitants, there never was a cafe, fays Xenophon, when the common people petitioned for employments, which could endanger either their fecurity or their glory. As moft citizens have fufficient ability to chufe, though unqualified to be chofen, fo the people, though capable of calling others to an account for their adminiftration, are incapable of conducting the adminiftration themfelves. The public bufinefs muft be carried on with a certain motion, neither too quick nor too flow. But the motion of the people is always either too remifs or too violent. Sometimes with 100,000 arms they overturn all before them, and fometimes with 100,000 feet they creep like infedts. In a populous ftate, the inhabitants are divided into certain clafles. It is in the manner of making this divifion that great legiflators have fignalized themfelves, and it is on this the duration and profperity of democracy have ever depended. Servius Tullius followed the spirit of ariftocracy in the diftribution of his clafles. We find in Livy and in Dionyfius Halicarnassus in what manner he lodged the right of fuffrage in the hands of the principal citizens. He had divided the people of Rome into 193 centuries, which formed 6 clafles, and ranking the rich, who were in fmall numbers in the firft centuries, and thofe in the middling circumftances, who were more numerous in the next, he flung the indigent multitude into the laft. And as each century had but one vote, it was property rather than numbers that decided the election. Solon divided the people of Athens into 4 clafles. In this he was direded by the spirit of democracy, his intention not being to fix thofe who were to chufe, but fuch as were eligible. Therefore, leaving to every citizen the right of election, he made the judges eligible from each of thofe 4 clafles, but the magiftrates he ordered to be chofen only out of the firft 3, confifting of perfons of eafy fortunes. As the divifion of thofe who have a right of fuffrage is a fundamental law in republics, fo the manner of giving this fuffrage is another fundamental. The fuffrage by lot is natural to democracy, as that by choice is to ariftocracy. The fuffrage by lot is a method of eleding that offends no one, but animates each citizen with the pleafing hope of ferving his country. Yet as this method is in itfelf defeftive, it has been the endeavour of the moft eminent legiflators to regulate and amend it. Solon made a law at Athens, that military employments fhould be conferred by choice, but that fenators and judges fhould be eleded by lot. The fame legiflator ordained that civil magiftracies, attended with great expence, fhould be given by choice, and the others by lot. In order, however, to amend the fuffrage by lot, he made a rule that none but thofe who prefented themfelves fhould be eleded, and that the perfon eleded fhould be examined by judges, and that every one fhould have a right to accufe him if he were unworthy of the office. This participated at the fame time of the fuffrage by lot, and that of by choice. When the time of their magiftracy had expired, they were obliged to fubmit to another judgment in regard to their conduct. Perfons utterly unqualified muft have been extremely backward in giving their names to be drawn by lot. The law which determines the manner of giving fuffrage is likewife fundamental in a democracy. It is a queftion of fome importance whether the fuffrages ought to be public or fecret. Cicero obferves that the laws which rendered them fecret towards the clofe of the republic were the caufe of its decline. But as this is differently praftifed in different republics, I fhall offer here my thoughts concerning this fubjeft. The people's fuffrages ought doubtlefs to be public, and this fhould be confidered as a fundamental law of democracy. The lower clafs ought to be direded by thofe of a higher rank, and reftrained within bounds by the gravity of eminent personages. Hence, by rendering the fuffrages fecret in the Roman republic, all was loft. It was no longer poffible to direct a populace that fought its own deftrudion. But when the body of the nobles are to vote in ariftocracy, or in a democracy the fenate, as the bufinefs is then only to prevent intrigues, the fuffrage cannot be too fecret. Intriguing in a fenate is dangerous. It is dangerous alfo in a body of nobles, but not fo among the people, whofe nature is to aft through paffion. In countries where they have no fhare in the government, we often fee them as much inflamed on account of an aftor, as ever they could be for the welfare of the ftate. The misfortune of a republic is when intrigues are at an end, which happens when the people are gained by bribery and corruption. In this cafe they grow indifferent to public affairs, and avarice becomes their predominant paffion. Unconcerned about the government and every thing belonging to it, they quietly wait for their hire. It is likewife a fundamental law in democracies, that the people should have the fole power to enaft laws ; and yet there are 1,000 occafions on which it is neceffary the fenate should have the power of decreeing, nay, it is frequently proper to make fome trial of a law before it is eftablifhed. The conftitutions of Rome and Athens were excellent. The decrees of the fenate had the force of laws for the fpace of a year, but did not become perpetual till they were ratified by the confent of the people. CHAP. 3. Of the Laws in relation to the Nature of Ariftocracy. In an ariftocracy, the fupreme power is lodged in the hands of a certain number of perfons. Thefe are invefted both with the legiflative and executive authority, and the reft of the people are, in refpeft to them, the fame as the fubjects of a monarchy in regard to the fovereign. They do not vote here by lot, for this would be produftive of inconveniencies only. And indeed, in a government where the moft mortifying diftinctions are already eftablifhed, though they were to be chofen by lot, ftill they would not ceafe to be odious. It is the nobleman they envy, and not the magiftrate. When the nobility are numerous, there muft be a fenate to regulate the affairs which the body of the nobles are incapable of deciding, and to prepare others for their decifion. In this cafe it may be faid, that the ariftocracy is in fome meafure in the fenate, the democracy in the body of the nobles, and the people are a cypher. It would be a very happy thing in an ariftocracy, if the people, in fome meafure, could be raifed from this ftate of annihilation. Thus at Genoa, the Bank of St. George being adminiftered by the people, gives them a certain influence in the government, whence their whole profperity is derived. The fenators ought by no means to have the right of naming their own members, for this would be the only way to perpetuate abufes. At Rome, which in its early years was a kind of ariftocracy, the fenate did not fill up the vacant places in their own body. The new members were nominated by the censors. In a republic, the fudden rife of a private citizen to the exorbitant power produces monarchy, or fomething more than monarchy. In the latter the laws have been provided for, or in fome meafure adapted themfelves to, the conftitution, and the principle of government checks the monarch. But in a republic, where a private citizen has obtained an exorbitant power, the abufe of this power is much greater, becaufe the laws forfaw it not, and confequently made no provifion againft it. There is an exception to this rule, when the conftitution is fuch as to have immediate need of a magiftrate invefted with extraordinary power. Such was Rome with her diftators, fuch is Venice with her ftate inquifitors. Thefe are formidable magiftrates, who reftore, as it were by violence, the ftate to its liberty. But how come is it that thefe magiftracies are fo very different in thefe two republics? It is becaufe Rome fupported the remains of her ariftocracy againft the people, whereas Venice employs her ftate inquifitors to maintain her ariftocracy againft the nobles. The confequence was that at Rome the dictatorship could be only of fhort duration, as the people acted through paffion, and not with defign. It was neceffary that a magiftracy of this kind fhould be exercifed with luftre and pomp, the bufinefs being to intimidate and not to punifh the multitude. It was alfo proper that the dictator fhould be created only for fome particular affair, and for this only fhould have an unlimited authority, as he was always created upon fome fudden emergency. On the contrary, at Venice they have occafion for a permanent magiftracy, for here it is that fchemes may be fet on foot, continue, fufpended, and refumed ; that the ambition of a fingle perfon becomes that of a family, and the ambition of one family that of many. They have occafion for a fecret magiftracy, the crimes they punifh being hatched in fecrecy and filence. This magiftracy muft have a general inquifition, for their bufinefs is not to remedy known diforders, but to prevent the unknown. In a word, the latter is defigned to punifh fufpeded crimes, where the former ufed rather menaces than punifhment even for crimes that were openly avowed. In all magiftracies the greatnefs of the power muft be compenfated by the brevity of the duration. This moft legiflators have fixed to a year. A longer fpace would be dangerous, and a fhorter would be contrary to the nature of government. For who is it that in the management even of his domeftic affairs would be thus confined? At Ragufa the chief magiftrate of the republic is changed every month, the other officers every week, and the governor of the caftle every day. But this can take place only in a fmall republic environed by formidable powers, who might eafily corrupt fuch petty and infignificant magiftrates. The beft ariftocracy is that in which thofe who have no fhare in the legiflature are fo few and inconfiderable, that the governing party have no intereft in oppreffing them. Thus when Antipater made a law at Athens, that whofoever was not worth 2000 drachmas fhould have no power to vote, he formed by this method the beft ariftocracy poffible, becaufe this was fo fmall a fum as to exclude very few, and not one of any rank or confideration in the city. Ariftocratic families ought therefore, as much as poffible, to level themfelves in appearance with the people. The more an ariftocracy borders on democracy, the nearer it approaches perfection ; and in proportion as it draws towards monarchy, the more it is imperfect. But the moft imperfect of all is that in which the part of the people that obeys is in a ftate of civil fervitude to thofe who command, as the ariftocracy of Poland, where the peafants are flaves to the nobility. CHAP. IV. Of the Relation of Laws to the Nature of Monarchical Government. The intermediate, fubordinate, and dependent powers conftitute the nature of monarchical government. I mean of that in which a fingle perfon governs by fundamental laws. I faid the intermediate, fubordinate, and dependent powers. And indeed in monarchies the prince is the fource of all power, political and civil. Thefe fundamental laws neceffarily fuppofe the intermediate channels through which the power flows. For if there be only the momentary and capricious will of a fingle perfon to govern the ftate, nothing can be fixed, and of courfe there is no fundamental law. The moft natural, intermediate, and fubordinate power is that of the nobility. This in fome meafure feems to be effential to a monarchy, whofe fundamental maxim is, no monarch, no nobility, no nobility, no monarch. But there may be a defpotic prince. There are men who have endeavoured in fome countries in Europe to fupprefs the jurifdidtion of the nobility, not perceiving that they were driving at the very thing that was done by the Parliament of England. Abolifh the privileges of the lords, the clergy, and cities in a monarchy, and you will foon have a popular ftate, or elfe a defpotic government. The courts of a confiderable kingdom in Europe have, for many ages been ftriking at the patrimonial jurifdidtion of the lords and clergy. We do not pretend to cenfure thefe fage magiftrates, but we leave it to the public to judge how far this may alter the conftitution. Far am I from being prejudiced in the favour of the privileges of the clergy. However, I fhould be glad if their jurifdidtion were once fixed. The queftion is not whether their jurifdidtion was juftly eftablifhed, but whether it be really eftablifhed ; whether it conftitutes a part of the laws of the country, and is in every refpeft in relation to thofe laws ; whether between two powers acknowledged independent, the conditions ought not to be reciprocal ; and whether it be not equally the duty of a good fubjeft to defend the prerogative of the prince, and to maintain the limits which from time immemorial have been prefcribed to his authority. Though the ecclefiaftic power be fo dangerous in a republic, yet it is extremely popular in a monarchy, efpecially of the abfolute kind. What would become of Spain and Portugal, fince the fubverfion of their laws, were it not for this only barrier againft the incurfions of arbitrary power? A barrier ever ufeful when there is no other. For fince a defpotic government is productive of the moft dreadful calamities to human nature, the very evil that reftrains it is beneficial to the fubjeft. In the fame manner as the ocean, threatening to overflow the whole earth, is flopped by weeds and pebbles that lie fcattered along the fhore ; fo monarchs, whofe power feems unbounded, are reftrained by the fmalleft obftacles, and fuffer their natural pride to be fubdued by fupplication and prayer. The Englifh, to favour their liberty, have abolifhed all the intermediate powers of which their monarchy was compofed. They have a great deal of reafon to be jealous of this liberty. Were they ever to be fo unhappy as to lofe it, they would be one of the moft fervile nations upon earth. Mr. Law, through ignorance both of a republican and monarchical conftitution, was one of the greateft promoters of abfolute power ever known in Europe. Befides the violent and extraordinary changes owing to his diredtion, he would fain fupprefs all the intermediate ranks, and abolifh the political communities. He was diflolving the monarchy by his chimerical reimburfements, and feemed as if he even wanted to redeem the conftitution. It is not enough to have intermediate powers in a monarchy, there muft be alfo a depoftary of the laws. This depoftary can only be the judges of the fupreme courts of juftice, who promulgate the new laws and revive the obfolete. The natural ignorance of the nobility, their indolence and contempt of civil government, require that there fhould be a body invefted with the power of reviving and executing the laws, which would be otherwife buried in oblivion. The prince's council are not a proper depoftary. They are naturally the depoftary of the momentary will of the prince, and not of the fundamental laws. Befides, the prince's council is continually changing. It is neither permanent nor numerous, neither has it fufficient fhare of the confidence of the people. Confequently it is capable of fetting them right in difficult conjunftures, or of reducing them to proper obedience. Defpotic governments, where there are no fundamental laws, have no fuch kind of depoftary. Hence it is that religion has generally fo much influence in thefe countries, becaufe it forms a kind of permanent depoftary. And if this cannot be faid of religion, it may of the cuftoms that are refpeded inftead of laws. CHAP. V. Of the Laws in relation to the Nature of a defpotic Government. From the nature of defpotic power, it follows that the fingle perfon, invefted with this power, commits the execution of it alfo to a fingle perfon. A man whom his fenfes continually inform that he himfelf is every thing, and that his fubjedts are nothing, is naturally lazy, voluptuous, and ignorant. In confequence of this, he negledts the management of public affairs. But were he to commit the adminiftration to many, there would be continual difputes among them, each would form intrigues to be his firft flave, and he would be obliged to take the reins into his own hands. It is therefore more natural for him to refign it to a vizir, and to inveft him with the fame power as himfelf. For creation of a vizir is a fundamental law of this government. It is related of a pope, that he had ftarted an infinite number of difficulties againft his election, from a thorough conviction of his incapacity. At length he was prevailed on to accept of the pontificate, and refigned the adminiftration entirely to his nephew. He was foon ftruck with furprize, and faid, I fhould never have thought that thefe things were fo eafy. The fame may be faid of the princes of the Eaft, who being educated in a prifon where eunuchs corrupt their hearts and debafe their underftandings, and where they are frequently kept ignorant even of their high rank, when drawn forth in order to be placed on the throne, are at firft confounded, but as foon as they have chofen a vizir, and abandoned themfelves in the seraglio to the moft brutal paflions, purfuing in the midft of a proftituted courfe every capricious extravagance, they would never have dreamed that they could find matters fo eafy. The more extenfive the empire, the larger the feraglio, and confequently the more voluptuous the prince. Hence the more nations fuch a fovereign has to rule, the lefs he attends to the cares of government; the more important his affairs, the lefs he makes them the fubjeft of his deliberations. End of Chapter 4. End of Book 2 of Spirit of Laws. Book 3 of the Spirit of the Laws. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Benjamin Gittins. The Spirit of the Laws by Charles de Secondat, Baron de Montesquieu, translated by Thomas Nugent. Book 3 of the Principles of the three kinds of Government. Chapter 1. Difference between the Nature and Principle of Government. Having examined the laws in relation to the nature of each government, we muft inveftigate thofe which relate to its principle. There is this difference between the nature and principle of government, that the former is that by which it is conftituted, the latter that by which it is made to aft. One is its particular ftructure, and the other the human paflions which fet it in motion. Now laws ought no lefs to relate to the principle than to the nature of each government. We muft therefore inquire into this principle, which fhall be the fubjeft of this third book. CHAPTER II. Of the Principle of different Governments. I have already obferved that it is the nature of a republican government, that either the collective body of the people, or particular families, should be poffeffed of the fupreme power; of a monarchy, that the prince should have this power, but in the execution of it should be directed by eftablifhed laws; of a defpotic government, that a fingle perfon should rule according to his own will and caprice. This enables me to difcover their three principles, which are thence naturally derived. I fhall begin with a republican government, and in particular with that of democracy. CHAPTER III. Of the Principle of Democracy. There is no great fhare of probity neceffary to fupport a monarchical or defpotic government. The force of laws in one, and the prince's arm in the other, are fufficient to direft and maintain the whole. But in a popular ftate, one fpring more is neceffary, namely virtue. What I have here advanced is confirmed by the unanimous teftimony of hiftorians, and is extremely agreeable to the nature of things. For it is clear that in a monarchy, where he who commands the execution of the laws generally thinks himfelf above them, there is lefs need of virtue than in a popular government, where the perfon entrufted with the execution of the laws is fenfible of his being fubjeft to their diredtion. Clear is it alfo that a monarch, who through bad advice or indolence ceafes to enforce the execution of the laws, may eafily repair the evil. He has only to follow other advice, or to fhake off this indolence. But when in a popular government there is a fufpenfion of the laws, as this can proceed only from the corruption of the republic, the ftate is certainly undone. A very droll spectacle it was in the last century to behold the impotent efforts of the English towards the establishment of a democracy, as they who had a fhare in the direction of public affairs were void of virtue, as their ambition was inflamed by the fuccefs of the moft daring of their members, as the prevailing parties were fuccefsfully animated by the fpirit of faction, the government was continually changing. The people, amazed at fo many revolutions, in vain attempted to erect a commonwealth. At length, when the country had undergone the moft violent fhocks, they were obliged to have recourfe to the very government which they had fo wantonly profcribed. When Cilia thought of reftoring Rome to her liberty, this unhappy city was incapable of receiving that bleffing. She had only the feeble remains of virtue, which were continually diminifhing. Inftead of being roufed from her lethargy by Caefar, Tiberius, Caius Claudius, Nero, and Domitian, fhe riveted every day her chains. If fhe ftruck fome blows, her aim was at the tyrant, not at the tyranny. The politic Greeks, who lived under a popular government, knew no other fupport than virtue. The modern inhabitants of that country are entirely taken up with manufacture, commerce, finances, opulence, and luxury. When virtue is banifhed, ambition invades the minds of thofe who are difpofed to receive it, and avarice poffefles the whole community. The objeds of their defires are changed. What they were fond of before has become indifferent. They were free while under the reftraint of laws, but they would fain now be free to aft againft law. And as each citizen is like a flave who has run away from his mafter, that which was a maxim of equity he calls rigour, that which was a rule of action he ftyles constraint, and to precaution he gives the name of fear. Frugality, and not the thirft of gain, now pafles for avarice. Formerly the wealth of individuals conftituted the public treafure, but now this has become the patrimony of private perfons. The members of the commonwealth riot on the public fpoils, and its ftrength is only the power of a few, and the licence of many. Athens was poffeffed of the fame number of forces when fhe triumphed fo glorioufly, as when with fuch infamy fhe was enflaved. She had 20,000 citizens when fhe defended the Greeks againft the Perfians, when fhe contended for empire with Sparta, and invaded Sicily. She had 20,000 when Demetrius Valerius numbered them as flaves, are told by the head in the market place. When Philip attempted to lord it over Greece, and appeared at the gates of Athens, fhe had even then loft nothing but time. We may fee in Demofthenes how difficult it was to awaken her. She dreaded Philip, not as the enemy of her liberty, but of her pleafures. This famous city, which had withftood fo many defeats, and having been fo often deftroyed, had as often rifen out of her afhes, was overthrown at Chaeronea, and at one blow deprived of all hopes of refource. What did it avail her that Philip fends back her prifoners, if he does not return her men? It was ever after as eafy to triumph over the forces of Athens, as it had been difficult to fubdue her virtue. How was it poffible for Carthage to maintain her ground, when Hannibal, upon his being made praetor, endeavoured to hinder the magiftrates from plundering the republic? Did not they complain of him to the Romans? Wretches, who would fain be citizens without a city, and be beholden for their riches to their very deftroyers. Rome foon infifted upon having 300 of their principal citizens as hoftages. She obliged them next to furrender their arms and fhips, and then fhe declared war. From the defperate efforts of this defencelefs city, one may judge of what fhe might have performed in her full vigour, and affifted by virtue. CHAP. 4. Of the Principle of Ariftocracy. As virtue is neceffary in a popular government, it is a requifite alfo in an ariftocracy. True, it is that in the latter it is not fo abfolute requifite. The people, who in refpeft to the nobility are the fame as the fubjeds with regard to a monarch, are reftrained by their laws. They have therefore lefs occafion for virtue than the people in a democracy. But how are the nobility to be reftrained? They who are to execute the laws against their colleagues will immediately perceive that they are acting against themselves. Virtue is therefore necessary in this body from the very nature of the conftitution. An ariftocratic government has an inherent vigour unknown to democracy. The nobles form a body, who by their prerogative and for their own particular intereft reftrain the people. It is fufficient that there are laws in being to fee them executed. But eafy as it may be for the body of the nobles to reftrain the people, it is difficult to reftrain themfelves. Such is the nature of this conftitution, that it feems to fubject the very fame perfons to the power of the laws, and at the fame time to exempt them. Now fuch a body as this can reftrain itfelf only in two ways, either by a very eminent virtue, which puts the nobility in fome meafure on a level with the people, and may be the means of forming a great republic ; or by an inferior virtue, which puts them at leaft upon a level with one another, and upon this their prefervation depends. Moderation is therefore the very foul of this government, a moderation I mean founded on virtue, not that which proceeds from indolence and pusillanimity. CHAP. 5. That Virtue is not the Principle of a Monarchical Government. In monarchies, policy effeds great things with as little virtue as poffible. Thus in the niceft machines, art has reduced the number of movements, fprings, and wheels. The ftate fubfifts independently of the love of our country, of the thirft of true glory, of felf*denial, of the facrifice of our deareft interefts, and of all thofe heroic virtues which we admire in the ancients, and to us are known only by tradition. The laws fupply here the place of thofe virtues. They are by no means wanted, and the ftate difpenfes with them. An action performed here in fecret is in fome meafure of no confequence. Though all crimes be in their own nature public, yet there is a diftinction between crimes really public, and thofe that are private, which are fo called becaufe they are more injurious to individuals than to the community. Now in republics, private crimes are more public, that is, they attack the conftitution more than they do individuals ; and in monarchies, public crimes are more private, that is, they are more prejudicial to private people than to the conftitution. I beg that no one will be offended with what I have been faying. My obfervations are founded on the unanimous teftimony of hiftorians. I am not ignorant that virtuous princes are fo very rare ; but I venture to affirm that in a monarchy it is extremely difficult for the people to be virtuous. Let us compare what the hiftorians of all ages have afferted concerning the courts of monarchs. Let us recolleft the converfations and fentiments of people of all countries, in refpeft to the wretched characters of courtiers, and we fhall find thefe are not airy fpeculations, but truths confirmed by a fad and melancholy experience. Ambition in idlenefs, meannefs mixt with pride, a defire of riches without induftry, averfion to truth, flattery, perfidy, violation of engagements, contempt of civil duties, fear of the prince's virtue, hope from his weaknefs, but above all, a perpetual ridicule caft upon virtue, are, I think, the characteriftics by which moft courtiers in all ages and countries have been conftantly diftinguifhed. Now it is exceedingly difficult for the leading men of nations to be knaves, and the inferior fort to be honeft ; for the former to be cheats, and the latter to reft fatisfied with being only dupes. But if there fhould chance to be fome unlucky honeft man among the people, Cardinal Richelieu in his political teflament feems to hint that a prince fhould take care not to employ him. So true is it that virtue is not the fpring of this government. It is not indeed excluded, but it is not the fpring of this government. CHAP. 6. In what manner Virtue is fupplied in a monarchical government. But it is high time for me to have done with this fubjeft, left I fhould be fufpedted of writing a fatire againft monarchical government. Far be it from me, if monarchy wants one fpring, it is provided with another. Honor, that is, the prejudice of every perfon and rank, supplies the place of the political virtue of which I have been speaking, and is everywhere her reprefentative. Here it is capable of infpiring the moft glorious actions, and joined with the force of laws, may lead us to the end of government as well as virtue itfelf. Hence, in well regulated monarchies, they are almoft all good fubjects, and very few good men. For to be a good man, a good intention is neceffary, and we should love our country, not fo much on our own account, as out of regard to the community. CHAP. 7. Of the Principle of Monarchy. A monarchical government fuppofes, as we have already obferved, preeminences and ranks, as likewife a noble defcent. Now fince it is the nature of honor to afpire to preferments and titles, it is properly placed in this government. Ambition is pernicious in a republic, but in a monarchy it has fome good effects. It gives life to the government, and is attended with this advantage, that it is in no way dangerous, becaufe it may be continually checked. It is with this kind of government as with the fyftem of the univerfe, in which there is a power that conftantly repels all bodies from the center, and a power of gravitation that attracts them to it. Honor fets all the parts of the body politic in motion, and by its very action connects them. Thus each individual advances the public good, while he only thinks of promoting his own intereft. True it is that, philofophically fpeaking, it is a falfe honor which moves all the parts of the government. But even this falfe honor is as ufeful to the public, as true honor could poffibly be to private perfons. Is it not very exacting to oblige men to perform the moft difficult actions, fuch as require an extraordinary exertion of fortitude and refolution, without other recompence than that of glory and applaufe? CHAP. 8. That honor is not the principle of defpotic government. Honor is far from being the principle of defpotic government. Mankind being here all upon a level, no one perfon can prefer himfelf to another. And as on the other hand they are all flaves, they can give themfelves no fort of preference. Befides, as honor has its laws and rules, as it knows not how to fubmit, as it depends in a great meafure on a man's own caprice, and not of that of another perfon, it can be found only in countries in which the conftitution is fixed, and where they are governed by fettled laws. How can defpotism abide with honor? The one glories in the contempt of life, and the other is founded on the power of taking it away. How can honor, on the other hand, bear with defpotism? The former has its fixed rules and peculiar caprices, but the latter is direded by no rule, and its own caprices are fubverfive of all others. Honor, therefore a thing unknown in arbitrary governments, fome of which have not even a proper word to exprefs it, is the prevailing principle in monarchies. Here it gives life to the whole body politic, to the laws, and even to the virtues themfelves. CHAP. 9. Of the Principle of Defpotic Government. As virtue is neceffary in a republic, and in a monarchy honor, so fear is neceffary in a defpotic government. With regard to virtue, there is no occafion for it, and honor would be extremely dangerous. Here the immenfe power of the prince devolves entirely upon thofe whom he is pleafed to entruft with the adminiftration. Perfons capable of fetting a value upon themfelves would be likely to create difturbances. Fear muft therefore deprefs their fpirits, and extinguifh even the leaft fenfe of ambition. A moderate government may, whenever it pleafes, and without the leaft danger, relax its fprings. It fupports itfelf by the laws, and by its own internal ftrength. But when a defpotic prince ceafes for one fingle moment to uplift his arm, when he cannot inftantly demolifh thofe whom he has entrufted with the firft employments, all is over. For as fear, the fpring of this government, no longer fubfifts, the people are left without a protector. It is probably in this fenfe the Cadists maintain that the Grand Seigneur was not obliged to keep his word or oath, when he limited thereby his authority. It is neceffary that the people fhould be judged by laws, and the great men by the caprice of the prince, that the lives of the loweft fubjeds fhould be fafe, and the Pasha's head ever in danger. We cannot mention thefe monftrous governments without horror. The Sophie of Persia, dethroned in our days by Mahomet, the fon of Miraves, faw the conftitution fubverted before this refolution, becaufe he had been too fparing of blood. Hiftory informs us that the horrid cruelties of Domitian ftruck fuch a terror into the governors, that the people recovered themfelves a little during his reign. Thus a torrent overflows one fide of a country, and on the other leaves fields untouched, where the eye is refrefhed by the profpect of fine meadows. CHAP. 10. Difference of obedience in moderate and defpotic governments. In defpotic ftates, the nature of government requires the moft paffive obedience, and when once the prince's will is made known, it ought infallibly to produce its effect. Here they have no limitations or reftriftions, no mediums, terms, equivalents, or remonftrances, no change to propofe. Man is a creature that blindly fubmits to the abfolute will of the fovereign. In a country like this, they are no more allowed to reprefent their apprehenfions of a future danger, than to impute their miscarriages to the capricioufnefs of fortune. Man's portion here, like that of the beafts, is inftinct, compliance, and punifhment. Little does it then avail to plead the fentiments of nature, filial refpeft, conjugal or parental tendernefs, the laws of honor, or want of health. The order is given, and that is fufficient. In Persia, when the king has condemned a perfon, it is no longer lawful to mention his name, or to intercede in his favour. Even if the prince were intoxicated or non compos, the decree muft be executed. Otherwife he would contradict himfelf, and the law admits of no contradiction. This has been the way of thinking in that country in all ages. As the order which Ahasuerus gave to exterminate the Jews could not be revoked, they were allowed the liberty of defending themfelves. One thing, however, may be fometimes oppofed to the prince's will, namely religion. They will abandon, nay they will flay a parent, if the prince fo commands, but he cannot oblige them to drink wine. The laws of religion are of a fuperior nature, becaufe they bind the fovereign as well as the fubjeft. But with refpeft to the law of nature, it is otherwife. The prince is no longer fuppofed to be a man. In monarchical and moderate ftates, the power is limited by its very fpring, I mean by honor, which, like a monarch, reigns over the prince and his people. They will not allege to their fovereign the laws of religion. A courtier would be apprehenfive of rendering himfelf ridiculous. But the laws of honor will be appealed to on all occafions. Hence arife the reftriftions neceffary to obedience. Honor is naturally fubjeft to whims, by which the fubjedt's fubmiffion will be ever directed. Though the manner of obeying be different in thefe two kinds of government, the power is the fame. On which fide foever the monarch turns, he inclines the fcale and is obeyed. The whole difference is, that in a monarchy the prince receives inftrudions, at the fame time that his minifters have greater abilities, and are more verfed in public affairs, than the minifters of a defpotic government. CHAP. 11. Reflections on the preceding Chapters. Such are the principles of the three forts of government, which does not imply that in a particular republic they actually are, but they ought to be virtuous. Nor does it prove that in a particular monarchy that they are actuated by honor, or in a particular defpotic government by fear, but that they ought to be directed by thefe principles, otherwife the government is imperfect. End of Chapter 11. End of Book 3 of Spirit of the Laws. Book 4 of the Spirit of the Laws. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Benjamin Gittins. The Spirit of the Laws by Charles de Secondat, Baron de Montesquieu, translated by Thomas Nugent. Book 4. That the laws of education ought to be in relation to the principles of government. Chapter 1. Of the laws of education. The laws of education are the firft impreffions we receive, and as they prepare us for civil life, every private family ought to be governed by the plan of that great houfhold which comprehends them all. If the people in general have a principle, the conftituent parts, that is, the feveral families, will have one alfo. The laws of education will be therefore different in each fpecies of government. In monarchies they will have honor for their object, in republics virtue, in defpotic governments fear. CHAP. 2. Of Education in Monarchies. In monarchies, the principal branch of education is not taught in colleges or academies. It commences, in fome meafure, at our fetting out in the world ; for this is the fchool of what we call honor, that univerfal preceptor which ought every where to be our guide. Here it is that we conftantly hear three rules or maxims, viz. That we fhould have a certain noblenefs in our virtues, a kind of franknefs in our morals, and a particular politenefs in our behaviour. The virtues we are here taught are lefs what we owe to others than to ourfelves. They are not fo much what draws us towards fociety, as what diftinguifhes us from our fellow citizens. Here the actions of men are judged, not as virtuous, but as fhining ; not as juft, but as great ; not as reafonable, but as extraordinary. When honor here meets with any thing noble in our actions, it is either a judge that approves them, or fophifts by whom they are excufed. It allows of gallantry when united with the idea of fenfible affection, or with that of conqueft. This is the reafon why we never meet with fo ftrid a purity of morals in monarchies as in republican governments. It allows of cunning and craft, when joined with the notion of greatnefs of foul or importance of affairs, as for inftance in politics, with finefles of which it is far from being offended. It does not forbid adulation, fave when feparated from the idea of a large fortune, and connected only with the fenfe of our mean condition. With regard to morals, I have obferved that the education of monarchies ought to admit of a certain franknefs and open carriage. Truth, therefore, in converfation here is a neceffary point. But is it for the fake of truth? By no means. Truth is a requifite only becaufe a perfon habituated to veracity has an air of boldnefs and freedom ; and indeed a man of this ftamp feems to lay a ftrefs only on the things themfelves, not on the manner in which they are received. Hence it is that in proportion as this kind of franknefs is commended, that of the common people is defpifed, which has nothing but truth and fimplicity for its object. In fine, the education of monarchies requires a certain politenefs of behaviour. Man, a focial animal, is formed to pleafe in fociety, and a perfon that would break through the rules of decency, fo as to fhock thofe he converfed with, would lofe the public efteem, and become incapable of doing any good. But politenefs, generally fpeaking, does not derive its origin from fo pure a fource. It arifes from a defire of diftinguifhing ourfelves. It is pride that renders us polite. We are flattered with being taken notice of for behaviour that fhews we are not of mean condition, and that we have not been bred with thofe who in all ages are confidered the fcum of the people. Politenefs in monarchies is naturalized at court. One man exceffively great renders every body elfe little. Hence that regard which is paid to our fellow fubjeds ; hence that politenefs, equally pleafing to thofe by whom, as to thofe towards whom it is praftifed, becaufe it gives people to underftand that a perfon actually belongs, or at leaft deferves to belong to the court. A courtly air confifts in quitting a real for a borrowed greatnefs. The latter pleafes the courtier more than the former. It infpires him with a certain difdainful modefty, which fhews itfelf externally, but whofe pride infenfibly diminifhes in proportion to its diftance from the fource of this greatnefs. At court we find a delicacy of tafte in every thing, a delicacy arifing from the conftant ufe of the fuperfluities of life, from the variety and efpecially the fatiety of pleafures, from the multiplicity and even confufion of fancies, which if they are but agreeable, are fure of being well received. Thefe are the things which properly fall within the province of education, in order to form what we call a man of honor, a man poffeffed of all the qualities and virtues requifite in this kind of government. Here it is that honor interferes with every thing, mixing even with the people's manner of thinking, and direding their very principles. To this whimfical honor it is owing that the virtues are only juft what it pleafes. It adds rules of its own invention to every thing prefcribed to us. It extends or limits our duties according to its own fancy, whether they proceed from religion, politics, or morality. There is nothing fo ftrongly inculcated in monarchies by the laws, by religion and honor, as fubmiffion to the prince's will. But this very honor tells us that the prince never ought to command a difhonourable aftion, becaufe this would render us incapable of ferving him. Crillon refufed to affaffinate the Duke of Guife, but offered to fight him. After the maffacre of St. Bartholomew, Charles IV, having fent orders to the governors in the feveral provinces for the Huguenots to be murdered, Viscount Dort, who commanded at Bayonne, wrote thus to the king: Sire, among the inhabitants of this town and your Majesty's troops, I could not find fo much as one executioner. They are honeft citizens and brave foldiers. We jointly, therefore, befeech your Majefty to command our arms and lives in things that are practicable. This great and generous foul looked upon a bafe action as a thing impoffible. There is nothing that honor more ftrongly recommends to the nobility than to ferve their prince in a military capacity. And indeed this is their favourite profeffion, becaufe its dangers, its fuccefs, and even its miscarriages are the road to grandeur. Yet this very law of its own making, honor chufes to explain, and in cafe of any affront, it requires or permits us to retire. It infifts alfo that we fhould be at liberty either to feek or to reject employments, a liberty which it prefers even to ample fortune. Honor therefore has its fupreme laws, to which education is obliged to conform. The chief of thefe are, that we are permitted to fet a value upon our fortune, but are abfolutely forbidden to fet any upon our lives. The fecond is, that when we are raifed to a poft or preferment, we fhould never do or permit any thing which may feem to imply that we look upon ourfelves as inferior to the rank we hold. The third is, thofe things which honor forbids are more rigoroufly forbidden when the laws do not concur in the prohibition, and thofe it commands are more ftrongly infifted upon when they happen not to be commanded by law. CHAP. III. Of Education in a defpotic Government. As education in monarchies tends to raife and ennoble the mind, in defpotic governments its only aim is to debafe it. Here it muft neceffarily be fervile. Even in power, fuch an education will be an advantage, becaufe every tyrant is at the fame time a flave. Exceffive obedience fuppofes ignorance in the perfon that obeys. The fame it fuppofes in him that commands ; for he has no occafion to deliberate, to doubt, to reafon ; he has only to will. In defpotic ftates each houfe is a feparate government. As education therefore confifts chiefly in focial converfe, it muft be here very much limited. All it does is to ftrike the heart with fear, and to imprint on the underftanding a very fimple notion of a few principles of religion. Learning here proves dangerous, emulation fatal. And as to virtue, Aristotle cannot think that there is any one virtue belonging to flaves. If fo, education in defpotic countries is confined within a very narrow compafs. Here therefore education is in fome meafure needlefs. To give fomething, one muft take away every thing, and begin with making a bad fubjeft in order to make a good flave. For why fhould education take pains in forming a good citizen, only to make him fhare in the public mifery? If he loves his country, he will ftrive to relax the fprings of government. If he miscarries, he will be undone. If he fucceeds, he muft expofe himfelf, the prince, and his country to ruin. Chapter 4. Difference between the effects of ancient and modern education. Most of the ancients lived under governments that had virtue for their principle ; and when this was in full vigour, they performed actions unusual in our times, and at which our narrow minds are aftonifhed. Another advantage their education poffeffed over ours was, that it never could be effaced by contrary impreffions. Epaminondas, the laft year of his life, faid, heard, beheld, and performed the very fame things as at an age in which he received the firft principles of his education. In our days we receive 3 different or contrary educations, namely, of our parents, of our matters, and of the world. What we learn in the latter effaces all the ideas of the former. This, in fome meafure, arifes from the contraft we experience between our religious and worldly engagements, a thing unknown to the ancients. CHAPTER V. Of Education in a Republican Government. It is in a republican government that the whole power of education is required. The fear of defpotic governments naturally arifes of itfelf amidft threats and punifhments. The honour of monarchies is favoured by the paffions, and favours them in its turn. But virtue is a felf*renunciation, which is ever arduous and painful. This virtue may be defined as the love of the laws and of our country. As fuch, love requires a conftant preference of public to private intereft. It is the fource of all private virtues, for they are nothing more than this very preference itfelf. This love is peculiar to democracies. In thefe alone the government is entrufted to private citizens. Now a government is like every thing elfe ; to preferve it, we muft love it. Has it ever been known that kings were not fond of a monarchy, or that defpotic princes hated arbitrary power? Every thing therefore depends on eftablifhing this love in a republic, and to infpire it ought to be the principal bufinefs of education. But the fureft way of inftilling it into children is for parents to fet them an example. People have it generally in their power to communicate their ideas to their children, but they are ftill better able to transfufe their paffions. If it happens otherwife, it is becaufe the impreffions made at home are effaced by thofe they have received abroad. It is not the young people that degenerate. They are not fpoiled till thofe of mature age are already funk into corruption. CHAPTER VI. Of fome Inftitutions among the Greeks. The ancient Greeks, convinced of the neceffity that people who live under a popular government fhould be trained up to virtue, made very fingular inftitutions in order to infpire it. Upon feeing in the life of Lycurgus the laws that legiflator gave to the Lacedaemonians, I imagine I am reading the hiftory of the Severams. The law of Crete were the model of thofe of Sparta, and thofe of Plato reformed them. Let us reflect here a little on the extenfive genius with which thofe legiflators muft have been endowed, to perceive that by ftriking at received cuftoms, and by confounding all manner of virtues, they fhould difplay their wifdom to the univerfe. Lycurgus, by blending theft with the spirit of juftice, the hardeft fervitude with excefs of liberty, the moft rigid fentiments with the greateft moderation, gave ftability to his city. He feemed to deprive her of all refources, fuch as arts, commerce, money, and walls. Ambition prevailed among the citizens without hopes of improving their fortune. They had natural fentiments without the tie of a fon, hufband, or father, and chaftity was ftripped even of modefty and fhame. This was the road that led Sparta to grandeur and glory. And fo infallible were thefe inftitutions, that it signified nothing to gain a victory over that republic, without fubverting her polity. By thefe laws Crete and Laconia were governed. Sparta was the laft that fell a prey to the Macedonians, and Crete to the Romans. The Samnites had the fame inftitutions, which furnifhed thofe very Romans with the fubjeft of 24 triumphs. A character fo extraordinary in the inftitutions of Greece has fhewn itfelf lately in the dregs and corruptions of modern times. A very honeft legiflator has formed a people to whom probity feems as natural as bravery to the Spartans. Mr. Penn is a real Lycurgus, And though the former made peace his principal aim, as the latter did war, yet they refemble one another in the fingular way of living to which they reduced their people, in the afcendant they had over free men, in the prejudices they overcame, and in the paffions which they fubdued. Another example we have from Paraguay. This has been the fubjeft of an invidious charge againft a fociety that confiders the pleafure of commanding as the only happinefs in life ; but it will be ever a glorious undertaking to render a government fubfervient to human happinefs. It is glorious indeed for this fociety to have been the firft in pointing out to thofe countries the idea of religion joined with that of humanity. By repairing the devastations of the Spaniards, fhe has begun to heal one of the moft dangerous wounds that the human fpecies ever received. An exquifite fenfibility to whatever fhe diftinguifhes by the name of honor, joined to her zeal for a religion which is far more humbling in refpeft to thofe who receive than to thofe who preach its doctrines, has fet her upon vaft undertakings, which fhe has accomplifhed with fuccefs. She has drawn wild people from their woods, fecured them a maintenance, and clothed their nakedness. And had fhe only by this ftep improved the induftry of mankind, it would have been fufficient to eternize her fame. They who fhall attempt hereafter to introduce like inftitutions, muft eftablifh the community of goods as prefcribed in Plato's Republic. That high refpeft he required for the gods, that feparation from ftrangers for the prefervation of morals, and an extenfive commerce carried on by the community, and not by private citizens. They muft give our arts without our luxury, and our wants without our defires. They muft prefcribe money, the effects of which are to fwell people's fortunes beyond the bounds prefcribed by nature, to learn to preferve for no purpofe what has been idly hoarded up, to multiply without end our defires, and to fupply the fterility of nature, from whom we have received very fcanty means of inflaming our paffions, and of corrupting each other. The Epidamnians, perceiving their morals depraved by converfing with barbarians, chofe a magiftrate for making all contrafts and fales in the name and behalf of the city. Commerce then does not corrupt the conftitution, and the conftitution does not deprive fociety of the advantages of commerce. CHAP. 7. In what Cafes thefe fingular Inftitutions may be of Service. Inftitutions of this kind may be proper in republics, becaufe they have virtue for their principle. But to excite men to honor in monarchies, or to infpire fear in defpotic governments, lefs trouble is neceffary. Befides, they can take place but in a fmall ftate, in which there is poffibility of general education, and of training up the body of the people like a fingle family. The laws of Minos, of Lycurgus, and of Plato, fuppofe a particular attention and care, which the citizens ought to have over one another's conduct. But an attention of this kind cannot be expeded in the confufion and multitude of affairs in which a large nation is entangled. In inftitutions of this kind, money, as we have obferved, muft be banifhed. But in great focieties, the multiplicity, variety, embarraffment, and importance of affairs, as well as the facility of purchafing and the flownefs of exchange, require a common meafure. In order to fupport or extend our power, we muft be poffeffed of the means to which, by the unanimous confent of mankind, this power is annexed. CHAP. 8. Explanation of a Paradox of the Ancients in refpeft to Manners. That judicious writer, Polybius, informs us that mufic was neceffary to foften the manners of the Arcadians, who lived in a cold gloomy country ; that the inhabitants of Sinai, who flighted mufic, were the cruelleft of all the Greeks, and that no other town was fo immerfed in luxury and debauchery. Plato is not afraid to affirm that there is no poffibility of making a change in mufic without altering the frame of government. Ariftotile, who feems to have written his Politics only in order to contradict Plato, agrees with him, notwithstanding, in regard to the power and influence of mufic over the manners of the people. This was alfo the opinion of Theophraftus of Plutarch, and of all the ancients, an opinion grounded on mature reflection, being one of the principles of their polity. Thus it was they enacted laws, and thus they required that cities fhould be governed. This, I fancy, must be explained in the following manner. It is obfervable, that in the cities of Greece, efpecially thofe whofe principal object was war, all lucrative arts and profeffions were confidered unworthy of a free man. Moft arts, fays Xenophon, corrupt and enervate the bodies of thofe that exercife them. They oblige them to fit in the fhade or near the fire. They confine no leifure either for their friends or for the republic. It was only by the corruption of fome democracies that artizans became free men. This we learn from Aristotle, who maintains that a well-regulated republic will never give them the right and freedom of the city. Agriculture was likewife a fervile profeffion, and generally praftifed by the inhabitants of conquered countries, fuch as the Helots among the Lacedaemonians, the Parisins among the Cretans, Penastus among the Thessalians, and other conquered people in other republics. In fine, every kind of low commerce was infamous among the Greeks, as it obliged a citizen to ferve and wait on a flave, on a lodger or a ftranger. This was a notion that clashed with the very spirit of Greek liberty. Hence Plato in his laws ordered a citizen to be punifhed if he attempts to concern himfelf with trade. Thus in the Greek republics the magiftrates were extremely embarraffed. They would not have the citizens apply themfelves to trade, to agriculture, or to the arts, and yet they would not have them idle. They found therefore employment for them in gymnic and military exercifes, and none elfe were allowed by their inftitution. Hence the Greeks muft be confidered as a fociety of wreftlers and boxers. Now thefe exercifes having a natural tendency to render people hardy and fierce, there was a neceffity for tempering them with others that might foften their manners. For this purpofe mufic, which influences the mind by means of the corporeal organs, was extremely proper. It is a kind of medium between manly exercifes, which harden the body, and fpeculative fciences, which are apt to render us unfociable and four. It cannot be faid that mufic infpired virtue, for this would be inconceivable, but it prevented the effects of a favage inftitution, and enabled the foul to have fuch a fhare in the education as it could never have had without the affiftance of harmony. Let us fuppofe among ourfelves a fociety of men fo paflionately fond of hunting as to make it their fole employment. They would doubtlefs contraft thereby a kind of rufticity and fiercenefs. But if they happened to imbibe a tafte for mufic, we fhould quickly perceive a fenfible difference in their cuftoms and manners. In fhort, the exercifes ufed by the Greeks could raife but one kind of paflions, viz. Fiercenefs, indignation, and cruelty. But mufic excites all thefe, and is likewife able to infpire the foul with a fenfe of pity, lenity, tendernefs, and love. Our moral writers, who declaim fo vehemently againft the ftage, fufficiently demonftrate the power of mufic over the mind. If the fociety above mentioned were to have no other mufic than that of drums and the found of the trumpet, would it not be more difficult to accomplifh this end than by more melting tones of a fofter harmony? The ancients were therefore in the right when, under particular circumftances, they preferred one mode to another in regard to manners. But fome will ask, why fhould mufic be pitched upon as the preferable to any other entertainment? It is becaufe of all fenfible pleafures there is none that lefs corrupts the foul. We blufh to read in Plutarch, that the Thebans, in order to foften the manners of their youth, authorized by law a paffion which ought to be profcribed by all nations. End of Chapter 8. End of Book 4 of the Spirit of the Laws. Book 5 of the Spirit of the Laws. Chapters 1 to 13. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Benjamin Gittins. The Spirit of the Laws by Charles de Secondat, Baron de Montesquieu, translated by Thomas Nugent. Book V. That the laws given by the legislator ought to be in relation to the principle of government. CHAP. I. Idea of this Book. That the laws of education should relate to the principle of each government has been fhewn in the preceding book. Now the fame may be faid of thofe which the legiflator gives to the whole fociety. The relation of laws to this principle ftrengthens the feveral fprings of government, and this principle derives thence, in its turn, a new degree of vigour. And thus it is in mechanics that action is always followed by reaction. Our defign is to examine this relation in each government, beginning with the republican ftate, the principle of which is virtue. CHAP. II. What is meant by virtue in a political ftate. Virtue in a republic is a moft fimple thing. It is a love of the republic. It is a fenfation, and not a confequence of acquired knowledge. A fenfation that may be felt by the meaneft as well as by the higheft perfon in the ftate. When the common people adopt good maxims, they adhere to them more fteadily than thofe whom we call gentlemen. It is very rarely that corruption commences with the former. Nay, they frequently derive from their imperfect light a ftronger attachment to the eftablifhed laws and cuftoms. The love of our country is conducive to a purity of morals, and the latter is again conducive to the former. The lefs we are able to fatisfy our private paffions, the more we abandon ourfelves to thofe of a general nature. How comes it that monks are fo fond of their order? It is owing to the very caufe that renders the order infupportable. Their rule debars them from all thofe things by which the ordinary paffions are fed. There remains therefore only this paffion for the very rule that torments them. The more auftere it is, that is, the more it curbs their inclinations, the more force it gives to the only paffion left them. CHAP. III. What is meant by a love of the republic in a democracy. A love of the republic in a democracy is a love of the democracy, as the latter is that of equality. A love of the democracy is likewife that of frugality, fince every individual ought here to enjoy the fame happinefs and the fame advantages, they fhould confequently tafte the fame pleafures, and form the fame hopes, which cannot be expected but from a general frugality. The love of equality in a democracy limits ambition to the fole defire, to the fole happinefs of doing greater fervices to our country than the reft of our fellow citizens. They cannot all render her equal fervices, but they all ought to ferve her with equal alacrity. At our coming into the world, we contraft an immenfe debt to our country, which we can never difcharge. Hence diftinftions here arife from the principle of equality, even when it feems to be removed by fignal fervices or fuperior abilities. The love of frugality limits the defire of having to the ftudy of procuring neceffaries to our family, and fuperfluities to our country. Riches give a power which a citizen cannot ufe for himfelf, for then he would be no longer equal. They likewife procure pleafures which he ought not to enjoy, becaufe thefe would alfo be repugnant to the equality. Thus well regulated democracies, by eftablifhing domeftic frugality, made way at the fame time for public expences, as was the cafe at Rome and Athens, where magnificence and profufion arofe from the very fund of frugality. And as religion commands us to have pure and unspotted hands when we make our offerings to the gods, the laws required a frugality of life to enable them to be liberal to our country. The good fenfe and happinefs of individuals depends greatly upon the mediocrity of their abilities and fortunes. Therefore, as a republic, where the laws have placed many in a middling ftation, is compofed of wife men, it will be wifely governed. As it is compofed of happy men, it will be extremely happy. CHAPTER IV. In what manner the love of equality and frugality is inspired. The love of equality and of a frugal economy is greatly excited by equality and frugality themfelves in societies where both thefe virtues are eftablifhed by law. In monarchies and defpotic governments, nobody aims at equality. This does not fo much as enter their thoughts. They all afpire to fuperiority. People of the very loweft condition defire to emerge from their obfcurity, only to lord it over their fellow fubjeds. It is the fame with refpect to frugality. To love it, we muft practife and enjoy it. It is not thofe who are enervated by pleafures that are fonder of a frugal life. Were this natural and common, Alcibiades would never have been the admiration of the univerfe. Neither is it thofe who envy or admire the luxury of the great. People that have prefent to their view none but rich men, or men miferable like themfelves, deteft their wretched condition, without loving or knowing the real term or point of mifery. A true maxim it is, therefore, that in order to love equality and frugality in a republic, thefe virtues muft have been previoufly eftablifhed by law. CHAPTER V. In what manner the laws eftablifh equality in a democracy. Some ancient legiflators, as Lycurgus and Romulus, made an equal divifion of lands. A fettlement of this kind can never take place except upon the foundation of a new republic, or when the old one is fo corrupt, and the minds of the people are fo difpofed, that the poor think themfelves obliged to demand, and the rich obliged to confent to a remedy of this nature. If the legiflator, in making a divifion of this kind, does not enaft laws at the fame time to fupport it, he forms only a temporary conftitution. Inequality will break in where the laws have not precluded it, and the republic will be utterly undone. Hence, for the prefervation of this equality, it is abfolutely neceffary there fhould be fome regulation in refpeft to women's dowries, donations, fucceffions, teftamentary fettlements, and all other forms of contrafting. For were we once allowed to difpofe of our property to whom and how we pleafed, the will of each individual would difturb the order of the fundamental law. Solon, by permitting the Athenians, upon failure of iflue, to leave their eftates to whom they pleafed, acted contrary to the ancient laws, by which the eftates were ordered to continue in the family of the teftator, and even contrary to his own laws, for by abolifhing debts he had aimed at equality. The law which prohibited people having two inheritances was extremely well adapted for a democracy. It derived its origin from the equal diftribution of lands and portions made to each citizen. The law would not permit a fingle man to poffefs more than a fingle portion. From the fame fource arofe thofe laws by which the next relative was ordered to marry the heirefs. This law was given to the Jews after the like diftribution. Plato, who grounds his laws on this divifion, made the fame regulation which had been received as a law by the Athenians. At Athens there was a law, whofe fpirit, in my opinion, has not been hitherto rightly underftood. It was lawful to marry a fifter only by the father's fide, but it was not permitted to efpoufe a fifter by the fame venter. This cuftom was originally owing to republics, whofe fpirit would not permit that two portions of land, and confequently two inheritances, should devolve on the fame perfon. A man who married his fifter only by the father's fide could inherit but one eftate, namely that of his father. But by efpoufing his fifter by the fame venter, it might happen that this fifter's father, having no male iffue, might leave her his eftate, and confequently the brother who married her might be poffeffed of two. Little will it avail to objed to what Philo fays, that although the Athenians were allowed to marry a fifter by the father's fide, and not by the mothers, yet the contrary practice prevailed among the Lacedaemonians, who were permitted to efpouse a fifter by the mother's fide, and not by the father's. For I find in Strabo that at Sparta, whenever a woman was married to her brother, fhe had half his portion for her dowry. Plain is it that this fecond law was made in order to prevent the bad confequences of the former, that the eftate belonging to the fifter's family might not devolve on the brothers, they gave half the brother's eftate to the fifter for her dowry. Seneca, fpeaking of Silanus, who had married his fifter, fays that the permiffion was limited at Athens, but general at Alexandria. In a monarchical government there was very little concern about any fuch thing as a divifion of eftates. Excellent was that law, which, in order to maintain this divifion of lands in a democracy, ordained that a father who had feveral children fhould pitch upon one of them to inherit his portion, and leave the others to be adopted, to the end that the numbers of citizens might always be kept upon an equality with that of the divifions. Phaleas of Chalcedon contrived a very extraordinary method of rendering all fortunes equal, in a republic where there was the greateft inequality. This was, that the rich fhould give fortunes with their daughters to the poor, but receive none themfelves ; and that the poor fhould receive money for their daughters, inftead of giving them fortunes. But I do not remember that a regulation of this kind ever took place in any republic. It lays the citizens under fuch hard and oppreffive conditions, as would make them deteft the very equality which they defign to eftablifh. It is proper fometimes that the laws fhould not feem to tend fo diredly to the end they propofe. Though real equality be the very foul of a democracy, it is fo difficult to eftablifh, that an extreme exactnefs in this refpeft would not be always convenient. Sufficient is it to eftablifh a cenfus, which fhall render or fix the differences to a certain point. It is afterwards the bufinefs of particular laws to level, as it were, the inequalities by the duties laid upon the rich, and by the eafe afforded to the poor. It is moderate riches alone that can give or fuffer this fort of compcnfation ; for as to men of overgrown eftates, every thing which does not contribute to advance their power and honor is confidered by them as an injury. All inequality in democracies ought to be derived from the nature of the government, and even from the principle of equality. For example, it may be apprehended that people who are obliged to live by their labour would be too much impoverifhed by a public employment, or neglect the duties attending it, that artizans would grow infolent, and that too great a number of freemen would overpower the ancient citizens. In this cafe the equality in a democracy may be fuppreffed for the good of the ftate ; but this is only an apparent equality, for a man ruined by a public employment would be in a worfe condition than his fellow citizens, and this fame man, being obliged to neglect his duty, would reduce the reft to a worfe condition than himfelf, and fo on. CHAP. VI. In what manner the Laws ought to maintain Frugality in a Democracy. It is not fufficient in a well regulated democracy that the divifions of lands be equal ; they ought alfo to be fmall, as was cuftomary among the Romans. God forbid, faid Curius to his foldiers, that a citizen fhould look upon that as a fmall piece of land which is fufficient to maintain him. As equality of fortunes fupports frugality, fo the latter maintains the former. Thefe things, though in themfelves different, are of fuch a nature as to be unable to fubfift feparately. They reciprocally aft upon each other. If one withdraws itfelf from a democracy, the other furely follows it. True is it, that when a democracy is founded on commerce, private people may acquire vaft riches without a corruption of morals. This is becaufe the spirit of commerce is naturally attended with that of frugality, economy, moderation, labour, prudence, tranquillity, order, and rule. So long as this spirit subsifts, the riches it produces have no bad effect. The mischief is, when exceffive wealth deftroys the spirit of commerce, then it is that the inconveniences of inequality begin to be felt. In order to fupport this spirit, commerce should be carried on by the principal citizens. This should be their fole aim and ftudy, this the chief object of the laws, and thefe very laws, by dividing the eftates of individuals in proportion to the increafe of commerce, should fet every poor citizen fo far at his eafe as to be able to work like the reft, and every wealthy citizen in fuch a mediocrity as to be obliged to take fome pains either in preferving or acquiring a fortune. It is an excellent law in a trading republic to make an equal divifion of the paternal eftate among the children. The confequence of this is, that how great foever a fortune the father has made, his children being not fo rich as he, are induced to avoid luxury, and to work as he has done. I fpeak here only of trading republics ; as to thofe that have no commerce, the legiflator muft purfue quite different meafures. In Greece there were two forts of republics, the one military, like Sparta, the other commercial, as Athens. In the former, the citizens were obliged to be idle ; in the latter, endeavours were ufed to infpire them with the love of induftry and labour. Solon made idlenefs a crime, and infifted that each citizen fhould give an account of his manner of getting a livelihood. And indeed, in a well regulated democracy, where people's expences fhould extend only to what is neceffary, every one ought to have it, for how fhould their wants be otherwife fupplied ? CHAP. VII. Other Methods of favouring the Principle of Democracy. An equal divifion of lands cannot be eftablifhed in all democracies. There are fome circumftances in which a regulation of this nature would be impracticable, dangerous, and even fubverfive of the conftitution. We are not always obliged to proceed to extremes. If it appears that this divifion of lands, which was defigned to preferve the people's morals, does not fuit the democracy, recourfe muft be had to other methods. If a permanent body be eftablifhed to ferve as a rule and pattern of manners, a fenate, to which years, virtue, gravity, and eminent fervices procure admittance, the fenators, by being expofed to public view like the ftatues of the gods, muft naturally infpire every family with fentiments of virtue. Above all, this fenate muft fteadily adhere to the ancient inftitutions, and mind that the people and the magiftrates never fwerve from them. The prefervation of the ancient cuftoms is a very confiderable point in refpeft to manners. Since a corrupt people feldom perform any memorable actions, feldom eftablifh focieties, build cities, or enaft laws ; on the contrary, fince moft inftitutions are derived from people whofe manners are plain and fimple, to keep up the ancient cuftoms is the way to preferve the original purity of morals. Befides, if by fome revolution the ftate has happened to affume a new form, this feldom can be effeded without infinite pains and labour, and hardly ever by idle and debauched perfons. Even thofe who had been the inftruments of the revolution were defirous it fhould be relifhed, which is difficult to compafs without good laws. Hence it is that ancient inftitutions generally tend to reform the people's manners, and thofe of modern date to corrupt them. In the courfe of a long adminiftration, the defcent to vice is infenfible, but there is no reafcending to virtue without making the moft generous efforts. It has been queftioned whether the members of the fenate we are fpeaking of ought to be for life, or only chofen for a time. Doubtlefs they ought to be for life, as was the cuftom at Rome, at Sparta, and even at Athens. For we muft not confound the fenate at Athens, which was a body that changed every 3 months, with the Areopagus, whofe members as standing patterns were established for life. Let this be therefore a general maxim, that in a senate designed to be a rule, and the depositary, as it were, of manners, the members ought to be chofen for life. In a senate intended for the administration of affairs, the members may be changed. The spirit, fays Aristotle, waxes old as well as the body. This reflection holds good only in regard to a fingle magiftrate, but cannot be applied to a fenatorial affembly. At Athens, befides the Areopagus, there were guardians of the public morals, as well as of the laws. At Sparta, all the old men were censors. At Rome, the censorship was committed to two particular magiftrates. As the senate watched over the people, the censors were to have an eye over the people and the senate. Their office was to reform the corruptions of the republic, to ftigmatize indolence, to censure neglects, and to correct mistakes. As to flagrant crimes, thefe were left to the punifhment of the laws. That Roman law, which required the accufations in cafe of adultery to be public, was admirably well calculated for preferving the purity of morals. It intimidated married women, as well as thofe who were to watch over their conduct. Nothing contributes more to the prefervation of morals than an extreme fubordination of the young to the old. Thus they are both reftrained, the former by their refpeft for thofe of advanced age, and the latter by their regard for themfelves. Nothing gives a greater force to the law than a perfeft fubordination between the citizens and the magiftrate. The great difference which Lycurgus eftablifhed between Sparta and the other cities, fays Xenophon, confifts chiefly in the obedience of the citizens Ihew to their laws. They run when the magiftrate calls them. But at Athens, a rich man would be highly difpleafed to be thought dependent on the magiftrate. Paternal authority is likewife of great ufe towards the prefervation of morals. We have already obferved, that in a republic there is not fo coercive a force as in other governments. The laws muft therefore endeavour to fupply this defeft by fome means or other, and this is done by paternal authority. Fathers at Rome had the power of life and death over their children. At Sparta, every father had a right to correct another man's child. Paternal authority ended at Rome together with the republic. In monarchies, where fuch a purity of morals is not required, they are controlled by no other authority than that of the magiftrates. The Roman laws, which accuftom young people to dependence, eftablifhed a long minority. Perhaps we are miftaken in conforming to this cuftom. There is no neceffity for fo much constraint in monarchies. This very fubordination in a republic might make it neceffary for the father to continue in the poffeffion of his children's fortune during life, as was the cuftom at Rome ; but this is not agreeable to the spirit of monarchy. CHAP. 8. In what manner the Laws fhould relate to the Principle of Government in an Ariftocracy. If the people are virtuous in an ariftocracy, they enjoy very nearly the fame happinefs as in a popular government, and the ftate grows powerful. But as a great fhare of virtue is very rare where men's fortunes are fo unequal, the laws muft tend as much as poffible to infufe a spirit of moderation, and endeavour to re^ftablifh that equality which was neceffarily removed by the conftitution. The spirit of moderation is what we call virtue in an ariftocracy. It fupplies the place of spirit of equality in a popular ftate. As the pomp and fplendor with which kings are furrounded form a part of their power, fo modefty and fimplicity of manners conftitute the ftrength of an ariftocratic nobility. When they affeft no diftinction, when they mix with the people, drefs like them, and with them fhare all their pleafures, the people are apt to forget their fubjedtion and weaknefs. Every government has its nature and principle. An ariftocracy muft not therefore affume the nature and principle of monarchy, which would be the cafe were the nobles to be invefted with personal privileges diftinft from thofe of their body. Privileges ought to be for the senate, and fimple refpeft for the fenators. In ariftocratic governments there are two principal fources of diforder: exceffive inequality between the governors and the governed, and the fame inequality between the different members of the body that govern. From thefe two inequalities hatreds and jealoufies arife, which the laws ought ever to prevent or reprefs. The firft inequality is chiefly when the privileges of the nobility are honourable only as they are ignominious to the people. Such was the law at Rome, by which the patricians were forbidden to marry plebeians; a law that had no other effect than to render the patricians on the one fide more haughty, and on the other more odious. The reader may fee what advantages the tribunes derived thence in their harangue. This inequality occurs likewife when the condition of the citizens differs with regard to taxes, which may happen in 4 different ways: when the nobles affume the privilege of paying none; when they commit frauds to exempt themfelves; when they engrofs the public money under pretence of rewards or appointments for their refpeftive employments; in fine, when they render the common people tributary, and divide among their own body the profits arifing from the feveral fubfidies. This laft cafe is very rare. An ariftocracy fo inftituted would be the moft intolerable of all governments. While Rome inclined towards ariftocracy, fhe avoided all thefe inconveniencies. The magiftrates never received any emoluments from their office. The chief men of the republic were taxed like the reft, nay more heavily, and fometimes the taxes fell upon them alone. In fine, far from fharing among themfelves the revenues of the ftate, all they could draw from the public treafure, and all the wealth that fortune flung into their laps, they beftowed freely on the people, to be excufed from accepting public honours. It is a fundamental maxim, that largesses are pernicious to the people in a democracy, but falutary in ariftocratic government. The former make them forget they are citizens, the latter bring them to a fenfe of it. If the revenues of the ftate are not diftributed among the people, they muft be convinced at leaft of their being well adminiftered. To feaft their eyes with the public treafure is with them the fame thing almoft as enjoying it. The golden chain difplayed at Venice, the riches exhibited at Rome in public triumphs, the treafures preferved in the temple of Saturn, were in reality the wealth of the people. It is a very effential point in an ariftocracy, that the nobles themfelves fhould not levy the taxes. The firft order of the ftate in Rome never concerned themfelves with it. The levying of the taxes was committed to the fecond, and even this in procefs of time was attended with great inconveniencies. In an ariftocracy of this kind, where the nobles levied the taxes, the private people would be all at the difcretion of perfons in public employments, and there would be no fuch thing as a fuperior tribunal to check their power. The members appointed to remove the abufes would rather enjoy them. The nobles would be like the princes of defpotic governments, who confifcate whatever eftate they pleafe. Soon would the profits hence arifing be confidered as a patrimony, which avarice would enlarge at pleafure. The farms would be lowered, and the public revenue reduced to nothing. This is the reafon that fome governments, without having ever received any remarkable fhock, have dwindled away to fuch a degree, as not only their neighbours, but even their own fubjeds have been furprifed at it. The laws fhould likewife forbid the nobles all kind of commerce. Merchants of fuch unbounded credit would monopolize all to themfelves. Commerce is a profeffion of people who are upon an equality. Hence among defpotic ftates The moft miferable are thofe in which the prince applies himfelf to trade. The laws of Venice debar the nobles from commerce, by which they might even innocently acquire exorbitant wealth. The laws ought to employ the moft effectual means for making the nobles do juftice to the people. If they have not eftablifhed a tribune, they ought to be a tribune themfelves. Every fort of afylum in oppofition to the execution of the laws deftroys ariftocracy, and is foon fucceeded by tyranny. They ought always to mortify the luft of dominion. There fhould be either a temporary or perpetual magiftrate to keep the nobles in awe, as the Ephori at Sparta, and the ftate inquifitors at Venice, magiftrates fubjeft to no formalities. This fort of government ftands in need of the ftrongeft fprings. Thus a mouth of ftone is opened to every informer at Venice, a mouth to which one would be apt to give the appellation of tyranny. Thefe arbitrary magiftrates in an ariftocracy bear fome analogy to the censorship in democracies, which of its own nature is equally independent. And indeed the censors ought to be fubjeft to no enquiry in relation to their conduct during their office. They fhould meet with a thorough confidence, and never be difcouraged. In this refpeft the practice of the Romans deferves admiration. Magiftrates of all denominations were accountable for their adminiftration, except the censors. There are two very pernicious things in an ariftocracy: excefs either of poverty or of wealth in the nobility. To prevent their poverty, it is neceffary above all things to oblige them to pay their debts in time. To moderate the excefs of wealth, prudent and gradual regulations fhould be made, but no confifcations, no agrarian laws, no expunging of debts. Thefe are produftive of infinite mifchief. The laws ought to abolifh the right of primogeniture among the nobles, to the end that by a continual divifion of the inheritances, their fortunes may be always upon a level. There fhould be no fubftitutions, no power of redemption, no rights of majoresco or adoption. The contrivances for perpetuating the grandeur of families in monarchical governments ought never to be employed in ariftocracies. When the laws have compafled the equality of families, the next thing is to preferve a proper harmony and union among them. The quarrels of the nobility ought to be quickly decided, otherwife the contefts of individuals become thofe of families. Arbiters may terminate or even prevent the rife of difputes. In fine, the laws muft not favour the diftinftions raifed by vanity among families, under pretence that they are more noble or ancient than others. Pretences of this nature ought to be ranked among the weaknefles of private perfons. We have only to caft an eye upon Sparta. There we may fee how the Ephori contrived to check the foibles of the kings, as well as thofe of the nobility and common people. CHAP. 9. In what manner the Laws are in relation to their Principle in Monarchies. As honor is the principle of a monarchical government, the laws ought to be in relation to this principle. They fhould endeavour to fupport the nobility, in refpeft to whom honor may be, in fome meafure, deemed both child and parent. They fhould render the nobility hereditary, not as a boundary between the power of the prince and the weaknefs of the people, but as the link which connects them both. In this government, fubftitutions which preferve the eftates of families undivided are extremely ufeful, though in others not fo proper. Here the power of redemption is of fervice, as it reftores to noble family the lands that had been alienated by the prodigality of a parent. The land of the nobility ought to have privileges as well as their perfons. The monarch's dignity is inseparable from that of his kingdom, and the dignity of the nobleman from that of his fief. All thefe privileges muft be peculiar to the nobility, and incommunicable to the people, unlefs we intend to aft contrary to the principle of government, and to diminifh the power of the nobles together with that of the people. Subftitutions are a reftraint to commerce. The power of redemption produces an infinite number of procefles. Every eftate in land that is fold throughout the kingdom is in fome meafure without an owner for the fpace of a year. Privileges annexed to fiefs give a power very burthenfome to thofe governments which tolerate them. Thefe are the inconveniences of nobility; inconveniences, however, that vanifh when confronted with its general utility. But when thefe privileges are communicated to the people, every principle of government is wantonly violated. In monarchies a perfon may leave the bulk of his eftate to one of his children, a permiffion improper in any other government. The laws ought to favour all kinds of commerce confiftent with the conftitution, to the end that the fubjeds may, without ruining themfelves, be able to fatisfy the continual cravings of the prince and his court. They fhould eftablifh fome regulation, that the manner of collecting the taxes may not be more burthenfome than the taxes themfelves. The weight of duties produces labour, labour weariness, and weariness the spirit of indolence. CHAP. X. Of the Expedition peculiar to the Executive Power in Monarchies. Great is the advantage which a monarchical government has over a republic. As the ftate is conducted by a fingle perfon, the executive power is thereby enabled to aft with greater expedition. But as this expedition may degenerate into rapidity, the laws fhould ufe fome contrivance to flacken it. They ought not only to favour the nature of each conftitution, but likewife to remedy the abufes that might refult from this very nature. Cardinal Richelieu advifes monarchs to permit no fuch things as focieties or communities that raife difficulties upon every trifle. If this man's heart had not been bewitched with the love of defpotic power, ftill thefe arbitrary notions would have filled his head. The bodies entrufted with the depofition of the laws are never more obedient than when they proceed flowly, and ufe that reflection in the prince's affairs, which can fcarcely be expected from the ignorance of a court, or from the precipitation of its councils. What would have become of the fineft monarchy in the world, if the magiftrates, by their delays, their complaints, and entreaties, had not checked the rapidity even of their princes' virtues, when thefe monarchs, confulting only the generous impulfe of their minds, would fain have given a boundlefs reward to fervices performed with an unlimited courage and fidelity. CHAP. XI. Of the Excellence of a Monarchical Government. Monarchy has a great advantage over a defpotic government, as it naturally requires there fhould be feveral orders or ranks of fubjeds. The ftate is more permanent, the conftitution more fteady, and the perfon of him who governs more fecure. Cicero is of opinion, that the eftablifhing of the tribunes preferved the republic. And indeed, fays he, the violence of a headlefs people is more terrible. A chief or head is fenfible that the affair depends upon himfelf, and therefore he thinks. But the people in their impetuosity are ignorant of the danger into which they hurry themfelves. This reflection may be applied to a defpotic government, which is a people without tribunes, and to a monarchy where the people have fome fort of tribunes. Accordingly it is obfervable, that in the commotions of a defpotic government, the people, hurried away by their paflions, are apt to push things as far as they can go. The disorders they commit are all extreme, whereas in monarchies matters are seldom carried to excess. The chiefs are apprehensive on their own account, they are afraid of being abandoned, and the intermediate dependent powers do not chufe that the populace should have too much the upper hand. It rarely happens that the ftates of the kingdom are entirely corrupted. The prince adheres to thefe, and the seditious, who have neither will nor hopes to fubvert the government, have neither power nor will to dethrone the prince. In thefe circumftances men of prudence and authority interfere. Moderate meafures are firft propofed, then complied with, and things at length are redreffed. The laws refume their vigour, and command fubmiffion. Thus all our hiftories are full of civil wars without revolutions, while the hiftories of defpotic governments abound with revolutions without civil wars. The writers of the hiftory of the civil wars of fome countries, even thofe who fomented them, fufficiently demonftrate the little foundation princes have to fufpeft the authority with which they inveft particular bodies of men ; fince, even under the unhappy circumftance of their errors, they fide only after the laws and their duty, and reftrained more than they were capable of inflaming the impetuosity of the revolted. Cardinal Richelieu, refleding perhaps that he had too much reduced the ftates of the kingdom, has recourfe to the virtues of the prince and of his minifters for the fupport of government. But he requires fo many things, that indeed there is none but an angel capable of fuch attention, fuch refolution and knowledge ; and fcarcely can we flatter ourfelves that we fhall ever fee fuch a prince and minifters while monarchy fubfifts. As people who live under a good government are happier than thofe who without rule or leaders wander about the forefts, fo monarchs who live under the fundamental laws of their country are far happier than defpotic princes, who have nothing to regulate neither their own paflions nor thofe of their fubjeds. CHAP. 12. The fame Subject continued. Let us not look for magnanimity in defpotic governments. The prince cannot impart a greatnefs which he has not himfelf. With him there is no fuch thing as glory. It is in monarchies that we behold the fubjeds encircling the throne, and cheered by the irradiancy of the fovereign. There it is that each perfon filling, as it were, a larger fpace, is capable of exercifing thofe virtues which adorn the foul, not with independence, but with true dignity and greatnefs. CHAP. 13. An Idea of defpotic Power. When the favages of Louifiana are defirous of fruit, they cut the tree to the root, and gather the fruit. This is an emblem of defpotic government. End of Chapters 1 to 13 of Book 5 of the Spirit of the Laws. Book 5 of the Spirit of the Laws, Chapters 14 to 19. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Benjamin Gittins. The Spirit of the Laws by Charles de Secondat, Baron de Montesquieu, translated by Thomas Nugent. Book 5. That the laws given by the legislator ought to be in relation to the principle of government. CHAP. 14. In what manner the laws are in relation to the principles of defpotic government. The principle of defpotic government is fear. But a timid, ignorant, and faint fpirit people have no occafion for a great number of laws. Every thing ought to depend here on 2 or 3 ideas. Hence there is no necessity that any new notions should be added. When we want to break a horse, we take care not to let him change his master, his lesson, or his pace. Thus an impression is made on his brain by 2 or 3 motions, and no more. If a prince is shut up in Seraglio, he cannot leave his voluptuous abode without alarming thofe who keep him confined. They will not bear that his perfon and power should pafs into other hands. He feldom therefore wages war in perfon, and hardly ventures to entruft the command to his generals. A prince of this ftamp, unaccuftomed to refiftance in his palace, is enraged to fee his will oppofed by armed force. Hence he is generally governed by wrath or vengeance. Befides, he can have no notion of true glory. War therefore is carried on under fuch a government in its full natural fury, and lefs extent is given to the law of nations than in other ftates. Such a prince has fo many imperfedtions, that they are afraid to expofe his natural ftupidity to public view. He is concealed in his palace, and the people are ignorant of his fituation. It is lucky for him that the inhabitants of thofe countries need only the name of a prince to govern them. When Charles VII. Was at Bender, he met with fome oppofition from the Senate of Sweden ; upon which he wrote word home that he would fend one of his boots to command them. This boot would have governed like a defpotic prince. If the prince is a prifoner, he is fuppofed to be dead, and another mounts the throne. The treaties made by the prifoner are void, his fucceflor will not ratify them ; and indeed, as he is the law, the ftate, and the prince, when he is no longer a prince, he is nothing. Were he not therefore deemed to be deceafed, the ftate would be fubverted. One thing which chiefly determined the Turks to conclude a feparate peace with Peter I. was the Mufcovites telling the Vizir, that in Sweden another prince had been placed upon the throne. The prefervation of the ftate is only the prefervation of the prince, or rather of the palace where he is confined. Whatever does not diredtly menace this palace, or the capital, makes no impreffion on ignorant, proud, and prejudiced minds. And as for the concatenation of events, they are unable to trace, to forefee, or even to conceive it. Politics, with its feveral fprings and laws, muft here be very much limited. The political government is as fimple as the civil. The whole is reduced to reconciling the political and civil adminiftration to the domeftic government, the offices of ftate to thofe of the Seraglio. Such a ftate is happieft when it can look upon itfelf as the only one in the world, when it is environed with defarts, and feparated from thofe people whom they call barbarians. Since it cannot depend on the militia, it is proper it fhould deftroy a part of itfelf. As fear is the principle of defpotic government, its end is tranquillity ; but this tranquillity cannot be called a peace. No, it is only the filence of thofe towns which the enemy is ready to invade. Since the ftrength does not lie in the ftate, but in the army that founded it, in order to defend the ftate, the army muft be preferved, how formidable foever to the prince. How then can we reconcile the fecurity of the government to that of the prince's perfon? Obferve how induftriously the Ruffian government endeavours to temper its arbitrary power, which it finds more burthenfome than the people themfelves. They have broken their numerous guards, mitigated criminal punifhments, eredled tribunals, entered into a knowledge of the laws, and inftructed the people. But there are particular caufes that will probably once more involve them in the very mifery which they now endeavour to avoid. In thofe ftates religion has more influence than any where elfe. It is fear added to fear. In Mahometan countries, it is partly from their religion that the people derive the furprizing veneration they have for their prince. It is religion that amends in fome meafure the Turkifh conftitution. The fubjeds, who have no attachment of honor to the glory and grandeur of the ftate, are connected with it by the force and principle of religion. Of all defpotic governments, there is none that labours more under its own weight than that wherein the prince declares himfelf proprietor of all the lands, and heir to all his fubjeds. Hence the neglect of agriculture arifes, and if the prince intermeddles likewife in trade, all manner of induftry is ruined. Under this fort of government nothing is repaired or improved. Houfes are built only for the neceffity of habitation. There is no digging of ditches or planting of trees. Every thing is drawn from, but nothing reftored to the earth. The ground lies untilled, and the whole country becomes a defert. Is it to be imagined that the laws which abolifh the property of land, and the fucceffion of eftates, will diminifh the avarice and cupidity of the great? By no means. They will rather ftimulate this cupidity and avarice. The great men will be prompted to ufe 1,000 oppreffive methods, imagining they have no other property than the gold and filver which they are able to feize upon by violence or to conceal. To prevent therefore the utter ruin of the ftate, the avidity of the prince ought to be moderated by fome eftablifhed cuftom. Thus in Turky the fovereign is fatisfied with the right of 3% of the value of inheritances. But as he gives the greateft part of the lands to his soldiery, and difpofes of them as he pleafes, as he feizes on all the inheritances of the officers of the empire at their deceafe, as he has the property of the poffeffions of thofe who die without iflue, and the daughters have only the usufruft, it thence follows that the greateft part of the eftates of the country are held in a precarious manner. By the laws of Bantam, the king feizes on the whole inheritance, even wife, children, and habitation. In order to elude the cruelleft part of this law, they are obliged to marry their children at 8, 9, or 10 years of age, and fometimes younger, to the end that they may not be a wretched part of the father's fucceffion. In countries where there are no fundamental laws, the fucceffion to the empire cannot be fixed. The crown is then eledtive, and the right of eledling is in the prince, who names a fucceflor either of his own or of fome other family. In vain would it be to eftablifh here the fucceffion of the eldeft fon, the prince might always chufe another. The fucceflor is declared by the prince himfelf, or by a civil war. Hence a defpotic ftate is, upon another account, more liable than a monarchical government to diflblution. As every prince of the royal family is held equally capable of being chofen, hence it follows that the prince who afcends the throne immediately ftranglcs his brothers, as in Turky, or puts out their eyes, as in Perfia, or bereaves them of their underftanding, as in the Moguls country. Or if thefe precautions are not ufed, as in Morocco, the vacancy of the throne is always attended with the horrors of a civil war. By the conftitution of Ruflia, the Caefar may chufe whom he has a mind for his fucceflor, whether of his own or of a ftrange family. Such a fettlement produces 1,000 revolutions, and renders the throne as tottering as the fucceffion is arbitrary. The right of fucceffion being one of thofe things which are of moft importance to the people to know, the beft is that which moft fenfibly ftrikes them, fuch as certain order of birth. A fettlement of this kind puts a ftop to intrigues, and ftifles ambition. The mind of a weak prince is no longer enflaved, nor is he made to fpeak his will as he is juft expiring. When the fucceffion is eftablifhed by a fundamental law, only one prince is the fucceflor, and his brothers have neither a real nor apparent right to difpute the crown with him. They can neither pretend to nor take any advantage of the will of a father. There is then no more occafion to confine or kill the king's brother than any other fubjeft. But in defpotic governments, where the prince's brothers are equally his flaves and his rivals, prudence requires that their perfons be fecured, efpecially in Mahometan countries, where religion confiders vidtory or fuccefs as a divine decifion in their favour, fo that they fhould have no fuch thing as a monarch de jure, but only de facto. There is a far greater incentive to ambition in countries where the princes of the blood are fenfible, that if they do not afcend the throne, they muft be either imprifoned or put to death, than among us, where they are placed in fuch a ftation as may fatisfy, if not their ambition, at leaft their moderate defires. The princes of defpotic governments have ever perverted the ufe of marriage. They generally take a great many wives, efpecially in that part of the world where abfolute power is in fome meafure naturalized, namely Afia. Hence they come to have fuch a multitude of children, that they can hardly have any great affedion for them, nor the children for one another. The reigning family refembles the ftate. It is too weak itfelf, and its head too powerful. It feems very numerous and extenfive, and yet is fuddenly extinft. Artaxerxes put all his children to death for confpiring againft him. It is not at all probable that 50 children would confpire againft their father, and much lefs that this confpiracy would be owing to his having refufed to refign his concubine to his eldeft fon. It is more natural to believe that the whole was an intrigue of thofe oriental Serigalios, where fraud, treachery, and deceit reign in filence and darknefs, and where an old prince, grown every day more infirm, is the firft prifoner of the palace. After what has been faid, one would imagine that human nature fhould perpetually rife up againft defpotifm. But notwithftanding the love of liberty, fo natural to mankind, notwithftanding their innate deteftation of force and violence, moft nations are fubjeft to this very government. This is eafily accounted for. To form a moderate government, it is neceffary to combine the feveral powers, to regulate, temper, and fet them in motion, to give, as it were, ballaft to one, in order to enable it to counterpoife the other. This is a mafter piece of legiflation, rarely produced by hazard, and feldom attained by prudence. On the contrary, a defpotic government offers itfelf, as it were, at firft fight. It is uniform throughout, and as paflions are only requifite to eftablifh it, this is what every capacity may reach. CHAP. 15. The fame Subjeft continued. In warm climates, where defpotic power generally prevails, the paflions difclofe themfelves earlier, and are foon extinguifhed. The underftanding is foon ripened. They are lefs in danger of fquandering their fortunes. There is lefs facility of diftinguifhing themfelves in the world, lefs communication between young people who are confined at home. They marry much earlier, and confequently may be fooner of age than in our European climates. In Turky they are of age at 15. They have no fuch thing as a ceffion of goods. In a government where there is no fixed property, people depend rather on the perfon than on his eftate. The ceffion of goods is naturally admitted in moderate governments, but efpecially in republics, becaufe of the greater confidence ufually placed in the probity of the citizens, and the lenity and moderation arifing from a form of government, which every fubjeft feems to nave preferred to all others. Had the legiflators of the Roman republic eftablifhed the ceffion of goods, they never would have been expofed to fo many feditions and civil difcords. Neither would they have experienced the danger of the evils, nor the inconvenience of the remedies. Poverty and the precarioufnefs of property in a defpotic ftate render ufury natural, each perfon raifing the value of his money in proportion to the danger he fees in lending it. Mifery therefore pours from all parts into thofe unhappy countries. They are bereft of every thing, even of the refource of borrowing. Hence it is that a merchant under this government is unable to carry on an extenfive commerce. He lives from hand to mouth ; and were he to encumber himfelf with a large quantity of merchandize, he would lofe more by the exorbitant intereft he muft give for the money, than he could poffibly get by the goods. Hence they have no laws here relating to commerce. They are all reduced to what is called the bare police. A government cannot be unjuft without having hands to exercife its injuftice. Now it is impoffible but that thefe hands will be grafping for themfelves. The embezzling of the public money is therefore natural in defpotic ftates. As this is a common crime under fuch a government, confifcations are very ufeful. By thefe the people are eafed, the money drawn by this method being a confiderable tribute, which could hardly be raifed on the exhaufted fubjeft. Neither is there in thofe countries any one family which the prince would be glad to preferve. In moderate governments it is quite a different thing. Confifcations would render property uncertain, would ftrip innocent children, would deftroy a whole family, inftead of punifhing a fingle criminal. In republics they would be attended with the mifchief of fubverting equality, which is the very foul of this government, by depriving a citizen of his neceffary fubfiftence. There is a Roman law againft confifcations, except in the cafe of crimen majeftatis, or high treafon of the moft heinous nature. It would be a prudent thing to follow the fpirit of this law, and to limit confifcations to particular crimes. In countries where a local cuftom has rendered real eftate alienable, Bodin very juftly obferves, that confifcations fhould extend only to fuch as are purchafed or acquired. CHAP. XVI. Of the Communication of Power. In a defpotic government the power is communicated entire to the perfon entrufted with it. The vizir himfelf is the defpotic prince, and each particular officer is the vizir. In monarchies the power is lefs immediately applied, being tempered by the monarch as he gives it. He makes fuch a diftribution of his authority as never to communicate a part of it without referving a greater fhare to himfelf. Hence in monarchies the governors of towns are not fo dependent on the governor of the province, as not to be ftill more fo on the prince ; and the private officers or military bodies are not fo far fubjeft to their general, as not to owe ftill a greater fubjeftion to their fovereign. In moft monarchies it has been wifely regulated, that thofe who have an extenfive command fhould not belong to any military corps ; fo that as they have no authority but through the prince's pleafure, and as they may be employed or not, they are in fome meafure in the fervice, and in fome meafure out of it. This is incompatible with a defpotic government. For if thofe who are not actually employed were ftill invefted with privileges and titles, the confequence muft be, that there would be men in the ftate who might be faid to be great of themfelves, a thing diredly oppofite to the nature of this government. Were the governor of a town independent of the Pafha, expedients would be daily neceffary to make them agree, which is highly abfurd in a defpotic ftate. Befides, if a particular governor fhould refufe to obey, how could the other anfwer for his province with his head? In this kind of government authority muft ever be wavering, nor is that of the loweft magiftrate more fteady than that of the defpotic prince. Under moderate governments the law is prudent in all its parts, and perfedtly well known, fo that even the pettieft magiftrates are capable of following it. But in a defpotic ftate, where the prince's will is the law, though the prince were wife, yet how could the magiftrate follow a will he does not know? He muft certainly follow his own. Again, as the law is only the prince's will, and as the prince can only will what he knows, the confequence is that there are an infinite number of people who muft will for him, and make their wills keep pace with his. In fine, as the law is the momentary will of the prince, it is neceffary that thofe who will for him fhould follow his fudden manner of willing. CHAP. 17. Of Prefents. It is a received cuftom in defpotic countries never to addrefs any fuperior whomfoever, not excepting their kings, without making them a prefent. The Mogul never receives the petitions of his fubjeds, if they come with empty hands. Thefe princes fpoil even their own favours. But this it muft ever be in a government where no man is a citizen, where they have all a notion that a fuperior is under no obligation to an inferior, where men imagine themfelves bound by no other tie than the chaftifements inflicted by one party upon another, where, in fine, there is very little to do, and where the people have feldom an occafion of prefenting themfelves before the great, of offering their petitions, and much lefs their complaints. In a republic, prefents are odious, becaufe virtue ftands in no need of them. In monarchies, honor is a much ftronger incentive than prefents. But in a defpotic government, where there is neither honor nor virtue, people cannot be determined to aft but through hope of the conveniencies of life. It is in conformity with republican ideas that Plato ordered thofe who received prefents for doing their duty to be punifhed with death. They muft not take prefents, fays he, neither for good nor for evil actions. A very bad law was that among the Romans, which gave the magiftrates leave to accept fmall prefents, provided they did not exceed 100 crowns in the whole year. They who receive nothing, expect nothing. They who receive a little, foon covet more, till at length their defires fwell to an exorbitant height. Befides, it is much eafier to convift a man who knows himfelf obliged to accept no prefent at all, and yet will accept fomething, than a perfon who takes more when he ought to take lefs, and who always finds pretexts, excufes, and plaufible reafons in juftification of his conduct. CHAP. 18. Of Rewards conferred by the Sovereign. In defpotic governments, where, as we have already obferved, the principal motive of action is the hope of the conveniencies of life, the prince who confers rewards has nothing to beftow but money. In monarchies, where honor alone predominates, the prince's rewards would confift only of marks of diftinction. If the diftinctions eftablifhed by honor were not attended with luxury, which neceffarily brings on its own wants, the prince therefore is obliged to confer fuch honors as lead to wealth. But in a republic where virtue reigns, a motive felf*fufficient, and which excludes all others, the recompenfes of the ftate confift only of public atteftations of this virtue. It is a general rule, that great rewards in monarchies and republics are a fign of their decline, becaufe they are a proof of their principles being corrupted, and that the idea of honor has no longer the fame force in a monarchy, nor the title of citizen the fame weight in a republic. The very worft Roman emperors were thofe who were the moft profufe in their largefles. For example, Caligula, Claudius, Nero, Otho, Vitellius, Commodus, Heliogabalus, and Caracalla. The beft, as Augustus, Vespasian, Antoninus Pius, Marcus Aurelius, and Pertinax were economifts. Under good emperors, the ftate refumed its principles. All other treafures were fupplied by that of honor. CHAP. 19. New Confequences of the Principles of the three Governments. I cannot conclude this book without making some applications of my three principles. First question. It is a question whether the laws ought to oblige a subject to accept a public employment. My opinion is, that they ought in a republic, but not in a monarchical government. In the former, public employments are attestations of virtue, depositions with which a citizen is entrusted by his country, for whofe fake alone he ought to live, to act, and to think, confequently lie cannot refufe them. In the latter, public offices are teftimonials of honor. Now fuch is the capricioufnefs of honor, that it chufes to accept none of thefe teftimonies but when and in what manner it pleafes. The late king of Sardinia inflided punifhments on his fubjects who refufed the dignities and public offices of the ftate. In this he unknowingly followed republican ideas, but his method of governing in other refpedts fufficiently proves that this was not his intention. Second question. Secondly, it is queftioned whether a fubjeft fhould be obliged to accept a poft in the army inferior to that which he held before. Among the Romans it was ufual to fee a captain ferve the next year under his lieutenant. This is becaufe virtue in republics requires a continual facrifice of our perfons and of our repugnances for the good of the ftate. But in monarchies, honor, true or falfe, will never bear with what it calls degrading itfelf. In defpotic governments, where honor, pofts, and ranks are equally abufed, they indifcriminately make a prince a fcullion, and a fcullion a prince. Third question. Thirdly, it may be enquired, whether civil and military employments should be conferred on the fame perfon. In republics I think they should be joined, but in monarchies feparated. In the former, it would be extremely dangerous to make the profeffion of arms a particular ftate diftinft from that of civil functions ; and in the latter, no lefs dangerous would it be to confer thefe two employments on the fame perfon. In republics, a perfon takes up arms only with a view to defend his country and its laws. It is becaufe he is a citizen he makes himfelf for a while a foldier. Were thefe two diftinft ftates, the perfon who under arms thinks himfelf a citizen, would foon be made fenfible he is only a foldier. In monarchies, they whofe condition engages them in the profeffion of arms, have nothing but glory, or at leaft honor or fortune in view. To men therefore like thefe, the prince fhould never give any civil employments ; on the contrary, they ought to be checked by the civil magiftrate, that the fame perfons may not have at the fame time the confidence of the people, and the power to abufe it. We have only to caft an eye on a nation that may be juftly called a republic, difguifed under the form of monarchy, and we fhall fee how jealous they are of making a feparate order of the profeffion of arms, and how the military ftate is conftantly allied with that of the citizen, and even fometimes of the magiftrate, to the end that thefe qualities may be a pledge for their country, which fhould never be forgotten. The divifion of civil and military employments, made by the Romans after the extinction of the republic, was not an arbitrary thing. It was a confequence of the change which happened in the conftitution of Rome. It was natural to a monarchical government, and what was only commenced under Auguftus, fucceeding emperors were obliged to finifh, in order to temper the military government. Procopius, therefore, the competitor of Valens the emperor, was very much to blame, when, conferring the proconfular dignity upon Hormisdas, a prince of blood royal of Persia, he reftored to this magiftry the military command of which it had been formerly poffeffed, unlefs indeed he had very particular reafons for doing fo. A perfon that afpires to the fovereignty concerns himself less about what is ferviceable to the ftate, than what is likely to promote his own intereft. Fourth Question. Fourthly, it is a queftion whether public employments fhould be fold. They ought not, I think, in defpotic governments, where the fubjeds muft be inftantaneoufly placed or difplaced by the prince. But in monarchies this cuftom is not at all improper, by reafon it is an inducement to engage in that as a family employment which would not be undertaken through a motive of virtue. It fixes likewife every one in his duty, and renders the feveral orders of the kingdom more permanent. Suidas very juftly obferves, that Anaftatius had changed the empire into a kind of ariftocracy by felling all public employments. Plato cannot bear with this proftitution. This is exactly, fays he, as if a perfon were to be made a mariner or pilot of a fhip for his money. Is it poffible that this rule fhould be bad in every other employment of life, and hold good only in the adminiftration of a republic? But Plato fpeaks of a republic founded on virtue, and we of a monarchy. Now in monarchies were, though there were no fuch thing as a regular fale of public offices, ftill the indigence and avidity of the courtier would equally prompt him to expofe them to fale. Chance will furnifh better fubjeds than the prince's choice. In fhort, the method of attaining to honours through riches infpires and cherifhes induftry, a thing extremely wanting in this kind of government. Fifth Question. The fifth queftion is, in what kind of government cenfors are neceffary? My anfwer is, that they are neceffary in a republic, where the principle of government is virtue. We muft not imagine that criminal actions are only deftructive of virtue. It is deftroyed alfo by omiffions, by negledts, by a certain coolnefs in the love of our country, by bad examples, and by the feeds of corruption. We muft not imagine that criminal actions only are deftructive of virtue. Whatever does not openly violate but elude the laws, does not fubvert but weaken them, ought to fall under the enquiry and corredtion of the censors. We are furprized at the punifhment of the Areopagite for killing a fparrow, which, to efcape the purfuit of a hawk, had taken fhelter in his bofom. Surprized we are alfo that an Areopagite fhould put his fon to death for putting out the eyes of a little bird. But let us refleft that the queftion here does not relate to a criminal fentence, but to a judgment concerning manners in a republic founded on manners. In monarchies there fhould be no censors. The former are founded on honor, and the nature of honor is to have the whole world for its censor. Every man who fails in this article is fubjeft to the reproaches even of thofe who are void of honor. Here the censors would be fpoiled by the very people whom they ought to correct. They could not prevail againft the corruption of a monarchy; the corruption rather would be too ftrong againft them. Hence it is obvious that there ought to be no censors in defpotic governments. The example of China feems to derogate from this rule, but we fhall fee in the courfe of this work the particular reafons of that inftitution. End of Chapter 19. End of Book 5 of the Spirit of the Laws. Book 6, Chapters 1 to 26 of the Spirit of the Laws. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Benjamin Gittins. The Spirit of the Laws by Charles de Secondat, Baron de Montesquieu. Translated by Thomas Nugent. Book 6. Confequences of the Principles of different Governments with refpeft to the Simplicity of civil and criminal laws, the form of judgments, and the infliding of punishments. CHAP. I. Of the Simplicity of civil Laws in different Governments. Monarchies do not permit of fo great a fimplicity of laws as defpotic governments. For in monarchies there muft be courts of judicature. Thefe muft give their decifions. The decifions muft be preferved and learned, that we may judge in the fame manner to day as yefterday, and that the lives and property of the citizens may be as certain and fixed as the very conftitution of the ftate. In monarchies, the adminiftration of juftice, which decides not only in whatever belongs to life and property, but likewife to honor, demands very fcrupulous enquiries. The delicacy of the judge increafes in proportion to the increafe of his truft, and of the importance of the interefts on which he determines. We muft not therefore be furprifed to find fo many rules, reftriftions, and extenfions in the laws of thofe countries ; rules that multiply the particular cafes, and feem to make of reafon itfelf an art. The difference of rank, birth, and condition eftablifhed in monarchical governments, is frequently attended with diftinftions in the nature of property ; and the laws relating to the conftitution of this government may augment the number of thefe diftinftions. Hence among us goods are divided into real eftates, purchafes, dowries, paraphernalia, paternal and maternal inheritances, movables of different kinds, eftates held in fee fimple or entail, acquired by defcent or conveyance, allodial or held by focage, ground rents or annuities. Each fort of goods is fubjeft to particular rules, which muft be compiled within the difpofal of them. Thefe things muft need diminifh the fimplicity of the laws. In our governments the fiefs have become hereditary. It was neceffary that the nobility fhould have a fixed property, that is, the fief fhould have a certain confiftency, to the end that the proprietor might be always in a capacity of ferving the prince. This muft have been produftive of great varieties. For inftance, there are countries where fiefs could not be divided among the brothers ; in others, the younger brothers may be allowed a more generous fubfiftence. The monarch who knows each of his provinces may eftablifh different laws, or tolerate different cuftoms ; but as the defpotic prince knows nothing, and can attend to nothing, he muft take general meafures, and govern by a rigid and inflexible will, which throughout his whole dominions produces the fame effeft. In fhort, every thing bends under his feet. In proportion as the decifions of the courts of judicature are multiplied in monarchies, the law is loaded with decrees that fometimes contradift one another, either becaufe fucceeding judges are of different way of thinking, or becaufe the fame caufes are fometimes well, and at other times ill defended, or in fine, by reafon of an infinite number of abufes to which all human regulations are liable. This is a neceffary evil, which the legiflator redreffes from time to time, as contrary even to the fpirit of moderate governments. For when people are obliged to have recourfe to courts of judicature, this fhould come from the nature of the conftitution, and not from the contradiftion or uncertainty of the law. In governments where there are neceffary diftinftions of perfons, there muft likewife be privileges. This alfo diminifhes the fimplicity, and creates 1,000 exceptions. One of the privileges leaft burdenfome to fociety, and efpecially to him who confers it, is that of pleading in one court in preference to another. Here new difficulties arife, when it becomes a queftion before which court we fhall plead. Far different is the cafe of the people under defpotic governments. In thofe countries I can fee nothing that the legiflator is able to decree, or the magiftrate to judge. As the land belongs to the prince, it follows that there are fcarcely any civil laws in regard to landed property. From the right the fovereign has to fucceffions, it follows likewife that there are none relating to inheritances. The monopolies eftablished by the prince for himfelf in fome countries render all forts of commercial laws quite ufelefs. The marriages which they ufually contract with female flaves are the caufe that there are fcarcely any civil laws relating to dowries, or to the particular advantage of married women. From the prodigious multitude of flaves it follows likewife, that there are very few who have any fuch thing as a will of their own, and of courfe are anfwerable for their conduft before a judge. Moft moral aftions that are only in confequence of a father's, a husband's, or a mafter's will, are regulated by them, and not by the magiftrates. I forgot to obferve, that as what we call honor is a thing hardly known in thefe countries, the feveral difficulties relating to this article, though of fuch importance with us, are with them quite out of the queftion. Defpotic power is felf*fufficient. Round it there is an abfolute vacuum. Hence it is that when travellers favour us with the defcription of countries where arbitrary fway prevails, they feldom make mention of civil laws. All occafions therefore of wrangling and law fuits are here removed ; and to this in part is it owing that litigious people in thofe countries are fo roughly handled. As the injuftice of their demand is neither fcreened, palliated, nor proteded by an infinite number of laws, of courfe it is immediately difcovered. CHAP. II. Of the Simplicity of Criminal Laws in different Governments. We hear it generally faid, that juftice ought to be adminiftered with us as in Turky. Is it poffible then, that the moft ignorant of all nations fhould be the moft clear fighted on a point which it moft behoves mankind to know? If we examine the fet forms of juftice with refpeft to the trouble the fubjeft undergoes in recovering his property, or in obtaining fatisfadion for an injury or affront, we fhall find them doubtlefs too numerous. But if we confider them in the relation they bear to the liberty and fecurity of every individual, we fhall often find them too few, and be convinced that the trouble, expence, delays, and even the very dangers of our judiciary proceedings, are the price that each fubjeft pays for his liberty. In Turky, where little regard is fhewn to the honor, life, or eftate of the fubjeft, all caufes are fpeedily decided. The method of determining them is a matter of indifference, provided they be determined. The Pafha, after a quick hearing, orders which party he pleafes to be baftinaded, and then fends them about their bufinefs. Here it would be dangerous to be of a litigious difpofition. This fuppofes a ftrong defire of obtaining juftice, a fettled averfion, an active mind, and a fteadinefs in purfuing one's point. All this fhould be avoided in a government where fear ought to be the only prevailing fentiment, and in which popular difturbances are frequently attended with fudden and unforefeen revolutions. Here every man ought to know that the magiftrate muft not hear his name mentioned, and that his fecurity depends entirely on his being reduced to a kind of annihilation. But in moderate governments, where the life of the meaneft fubjeft is deemed precious, no man is ftripped of his honor or property until after a long enquiry, and no man is bereft of life till his very country has attacked him ; an attack that is never made without leaving him all poffible means of making his defence. Hence it is that when a perfon renders himfelf abfolute, he immediately thinks of reducing the number of laws. In a government thus conftituted, they are more affeded with particular inconveniencies than with the liberty of the fubjeft, which is very little minded. In republics it is plain that as many formalities at leaft are neceffary as in monarchies. In both governments they increafe in proportion to the value which is fet on the honor, fortune, liberty, and life of the fubjeft. In republican governments men are all equal. Equal they are alfo in defpotic governments. in the former becaufe they are every thing, and in the latter becaufe they are nothing. CHAP. III. In what Governments, and in what Cafes the Judges ought to determine according to the exprefs Letter of the Law. The nearer a government approaches towards a republic, the more the manner of judging becomes fettled and fixed. Hence it was a fault in the republic of Sparta for the Ephori to pafs fuch arbitrary judgments without having any laws to direft them. The firft confuls at Rome pronounced fentence in the fame manner as the Ephori ; but the inconvenience of this proceeding was foon felt, and they were obliged to have recourfe to exprefs and determinate laws. In defpotic governments there are no laws. The judge himfelf is his own rule. There are laws in monarchies, and where thefe are explicit, the judge conforms to them ; where they are otherwife, he endeavours to inveftigate their fpirit. In republics, the very nature of the conftitution requires the judges to follow the letter of the law ; otherwife the law might be explained to the prejudice of every citizen, in cafe where their honor, property, or life is concerned. At Rome the judges had no more to do than to declare that the perfons accufed were guilty of a particular crime, and then the punifhment was found in the laws, as may be feen in divers laws ftill extant. In England the jury give their verdict whether the faft brought under their cognizance be proved or not. If it be proved, the judge pronounces the punifhment inflided by the law, and for this he needs only to open his eyes. CHAP. IV. Of the manner of paffing Judgment. Hence arife the different modes of paffing judgment. In monarchies the judges chufe the method of arbitration ; they deliberate together ; they communicate their fentiments for the fake of unanimity ; they moderate their opinions, in order to render them conformable to thofe of others, and the leffer number are obliged to give way to the majority. But this is not agreeable to the nature of a republic. At Rome, and in the cities of Greece, the judges never entered into a consultation. Each gave his opinion in one of thefe three ways: I absolve, I condemn, it does not appear clear to me. This was becaufe the people judged, or were fuppofed to judge ; but the people are far from being civilians. All thefe reftriftions and methods of arbitration are above their reach. They muft have only one object, and one fingle faft fet before them ; and then they have only to fee whether they ought to condemn, to acquit, or to fufpend their judgment. The Romans introduced fet forms of actions after the example of the Greeks, and eftablifhed a rule that each caufe fhould be direded by its proper action. This was neceffary in their manner of judging. It was neceffary to fix the ftate of the queftion, that the people might have it always before their eyes. Otherwife, in a long procefs, this ftate of the queftion would continually change, and be no longer diftinguifhed. Hence it followed that the Roman judges granted only the fimple demand, without making any addition, deduction, or limitation. But the praetors devifed other forms of actions, which were called ex bona fide, in which the method of pronouncing fentence was left to the difpofition of the judge. This was more agreeable to the fpirit of monarchy. Hence it is a faying among the French lawyers, that in France all actions are ex bona fide. CHAP. V. In what Governments the Sovereign may be Judge. Machiavel attributes the lofs of the liberty of Florence to the people's not judging in a body in cafes of high treafon againft themfelves, as was cuftomary at Rome. For this purpofe they had 8 judges. But the few, fays Machiavel, are corrupted by a few. I fhould willingly adopt the maxim of this great man. But as in thofe cafes the political intereft prevails in fome meafure over the civil, for it is always an inconvenience that the people fhould be judges in their own caufe, in order to remedy this evil, the laws muft provide as much as poffible for the fecurity of individuals. With this view the Roman legiflators did two things. They gave the perfons accufed permiffion to banifh themfelves before fentence was pronounced ; and they ordained that the goods of thofe who were condemned fhould be facred, to prevent their being confifcated to the people. We fhall fee in Book XI. the other limitations that were fet to the judicatory power refiding in the people. Solon knew how to prevent the abufe which the people might make of their power in criminal judgments. He ordained that the court of Areopagus fhould re*examine the affair ; that if they believed the party accufed was unjuftly acquitted, they fhould impeach him again before the people ; that if they believed him unjuftly condemned, they fhould prevent the execution of the fentence, and make them rejudge the proceeding. An admirable law, that fubjefted the people to the cenfure of the magiftracy which they moft revered, and even to their own. In affairs of this kind it is always proper to throw in fome delays, efpecially when the party accufed is under confinement, to the end that the people may grow calm, and give their judgment coolly. In defpotic governments the prince himfelf may be judge, but in monarchies this cannot be. The conftitution by fuch means would be fubverted, and the dependent intermediate powers annihilated. All fet forms of judgment would ceafe. Fear would take poffeffion of the people's minds, and palenefs fpread itfelf over every countenance. The more confidence, honor, affedion, and fecurity in the fubjeft, the more extended is the power of the monarch. We fhall give here a few more refledions on this point. In monarchies, the prince is the party that profecutes the perfon accufed, and caufes him to be punifhed or acquitted. Now were he himfelf to fit upon the trial, he would be both judge and party. In this government the prince has frequently the benefit of confifcation, fo that here again, by determining criminal caufes, he would be both judge and party. Further, by this method he would deprive himfelf of the moft glorious attribute of fovereignty, namely, that of granting pardon ; for it would be quite ridiculous of him to make and unmake his decifions. Surely he would not chufe to contradift himfelf. Befides, this would be confounding all ideas. It would be impoffible to tell whether a man was acquitted or received his pardon. Louis XIII. Being defirous to fit in judgment upon the trial of the Duke de la Valette, fent for fome members of the parliament and of the privy council to debate the matter. Upon their being ordered by their king to give their opinion concerning the warrant for his arreft, the president de Bellievre faid, that he found it very ftrange that a prince fhould pafs fentence upon a fubjeft ; that kings had referved to themfelves the power of pardoning, and left that of condemning to their officers ; that his Majefty wanted to fee before him at the bar a perfon who, by his decifion, was to be hurried away into the other world ; that the prince's countenance fhould infpire with hopes, and not confound with fears ; that his prefence alone removed ecclefiaftic cenfures ; and that fubjefts ought not to go away diffatisfied from the fovereign. When fentence was paffed, the fame magiftrate declared, This is an unprecedented judgment to fee, contrary to the example of paft ages, a king of France, in the quality of a judge, condemning a gentleman to death. Again, fentences paffed by the prince would be an inexhauftible fource of injuftice and abufe. The courtiers, by their importunity, would always be able to extort his decifions. Some Roman emperors were fo mad as to fit as judges themfelves. The confequence was, that no reigns ever fo furprifed the world with oppreffion and injuftice. Claudius, fays Tacitus, having appropriated to himfelf the determination of law fuits, and the function of magiftrates, gave occafion to all manner of rapine. But Nero, upon coming to the empire after Claudius, endeavoured to conciliate the minds of the people by declaring, that he would take care not to be judge himfelf in private caufes, that the parties might not be expofed within the walls of a palace to the iniquitous influence of a few freedmen. Under the reign of Arcadius, fays Zosimus, a fwarm of calumniators fpread themfelves on every fide, and infefted the court. Upon a person's deceafe, it was immediately fuppofed that he had left no children, and in confequence of this, his property was given away by refcript. For as the prince was furprizingly ftupid, and their emprefs exceffively enterprizing, fhe was a flave to the infatiable avarice of her domeftics and confidants, infomuch that to an honeft man nothing could be more defirable than death. Formerly, fays Procopius, there ufed to be very few people at court ; but in Juftinian's reign, as the judges had no longer the liberty of adminiftring juftice, their tribunals were deferted, while the prince's palace refounded with the litigious clamours of the feveral parties. Every body knows what a proftitution there was of public judgments, and even of the very laws themfelves, at that emperor's court. The laws are the eye of the prince. By them he fees what would otherwife efcape his obfervation. Should he attempt the function of a judge, he would not then labour for himfelf, but for impoftors, whofe aim is to deceive him. CHAP. VI. That in Monarchies Minifters ought not to fit as Judges. It is likewife a very great inconvenience in monarchies for the minifters of the prince to fit as judges. We have ftill inftances of ftates where there are a great number of judges to decide exchequer caufes, and where the minifters nethelefs, a thing moft incredible, would fain determine them. Many are the refledtions that here arife, but this fingle one will fuffice for my purpofe. There is in the very nature of things a kind of contraft between a prince's council and his courts of judicature. The king's council ought to be compofed of a few perfons, and the courts of judicature of a great many. The reafon is, in the former, things fhould be undertaken and conducted with a kind of warmth and paffion, which can hardly be expeded but from 4 or 5 men who make it their fole bufinefs. On the contrary, in courts of judicature a certain coolnefs is requifite, and an indifference in fome meafure to all manner of affairs. CHAP. VII. Of a fingle Magiftrate. A magiftracy of this kind cannot take place but in a defpotic government. We have an inftance in the Roman hiftory, how far a fingle magiftrate may abufe his power. Might it not be very well expeded that Appius on his tribunal fhould contemn all laws, after having violated that of his own enacting ? Livy has given us the iniquitous diftinction of the decemvir. He had fuborned a man to reclaim Virginia in his prefence as his flave. Virginia's relatives infifted that by virtue of his own law fhe fhould be configned to them, till the definitive judgment was paffed. Upon which he declared that his law had been enacted only in favour of the father, and that as Virginius was abfent, no application could be made of it in the prefent cafe. CHAP. VIII. Of Accufation in different Governments. At Rome it was lawful for one citizen to accufe another. This was agreeable to the fpirit of a republic, where each citizen ought to have an unlimited zeal for the public good, and is fuppofed to hold all the rights of his country in his own hands. Under the emperors, the republican maxims were ftill purfued, and inftantly appeared a pernicious tribe, a fwarm of informers. crafty, wicked men, who could stoop to any indignity to ferve the purpofes of their ambition, were fure to bufy themfelves in the fearch of criminals, whofe condemnation might be agreeable to the prince. This was the road to honor and preferment, but luckily we are ftrangers to it in our country. We have at prefent an admirable law, namely, that by which the prince, who is eftablifhed for the execution of the laws, appoints an officer in each court of judicature to profecute all forts of crimes in his name. Hence the profeffion of informers is a thing unknown to us ; for if this public avenger was fufpedted to abufe his office, he would foon be obliged to mention his author. By Plato's laws, thofe who negleft to inform or to affift the magiftrates are liable to punifhment. This would not be fo proper in our days. The public profecutor watches for the fafety of the citizens ; he proceeds in his office while they enjoy their quiet and eafe. CHAP. IX. Of the Severity of Punifhments in different Governments. The feverity of punifhments is fitter for defpotic governments, whofe principle is terror, than for a monarchy or a republic, whofe fpring is honor and virtue. In moderate governments, the love of one's country, fhame, and the fear of blame, are reftraining motives, capable of preventing a multitude of crimes. Here the greateft punifhment of a bad action is conviction. The civil laws have therefore a fofter way of corredling, and do not require fo much force and feverity. In thofe ftates a good legiflator is lefs bent upon punifhing than preventing crimes. He is more attentive to infpire good morals than to inflict penalties. It is a conftant remark of the Chinefe authors, that the more the penal laws were increafed in their empire, the nearer they drew towards a revolution. This is becaufe punifhments were augmented in proportion as the public morals were corrupted. It would be an eafy matter to prove that in all, or almoft all, the governments of Europe, penalties have increafed or diminifhed in proportion as thofe governments have favoured or difcouraged liberty. In defpotic governments, people are fo unhappy as to have a greater dread of death than regret for the lofs of life. Confequently their punifhments ought to be more fevere. In moderate ftates, they are more afraid of lofing their lives than apprehenfion of the pain of dying. Thofe punifhments, therefore, which deprive them fimply of life, are fufficient. Men in excefs of happinefs or mifery are equally inclinable to feverity. Witnefs conquerors and monks. It is mediocrity alone, and a mixture of profperous and adverfe fortune, that infpires us with lenity and pity. What we fee praftifed by individuals is equally obfervable in regard to nations. In countries inhabited by favages who lead a very hard life, and in defpotic governments, where there is only one perfon on whom fortune lavifhes her favours, while the miferable fubjedls lie expofed to her infults, people are equally cruel. Lenity reigns in moderate governments. When in reading hiftory we obferve the cruelty of the sultans in adminiftration of juftice, we fhudder at the very thought of the miferies of human nature. In moderate governments, a good legiflator may make ufe of every thing by way of punifhment. Is it not very extraordinary that one of the chief penalties at Sparta was to deprive a perfon of the power of lending out his wife, or of receiving the wife of another man, and to oblige him to have no company at home but virgins? In fhort, whatever the law calls a punifhment is fuch effectively. CHAP. X. Of the ancient French Laws. In the ancient French laws we find the true fpirit of monarchy. In cafes relating to pecuniary mulcts, the common people are lefs feverely punifhed than the nobility. But in criminal cafes it is quite the reverfe. The nobleman lofes his honor and his voice in court, while the peafant, who has no honor to lofe, undergoes a corporal punifhment. CHAP. 11. That when people are virtuous, few punifhments are neceffary. The people of Rome had fome fhare of probity. Such was the force of this probity, that the legiflator had frequently no further occafion than to point out the right road, and they were fure to follow it. One would imagine that inftead of precepts, it was fufficient to give them counsels. The punifhments of the regal laws, and thofe of the 12 tables, were almoft all abolifhed in the time of the republic, in confequence either of the Valerian or of the Porcian law. It was never obferved that this ftep did any manner of prejudice to the civil adminiftration. This Valerian law, which reftrained the magiftrates from ufing violent methods againft a citizen that had appealed to the people, inflided no other punifhment on the perfon who infringed it, than that of being reputed a difhoneft man. CHAP. 12. Of the Power of Punifhments. Experience fhews that in countries remarkable for the lenity of their laws, the fpirit of the inhabitants is as much affeded by flight penalties, as in other countries by feverer punifhments. If an inconvenience or abufe arifes in the ftate, a violent government endeavours fuddenly to redrefs it, and inftead of putting the old laws in execution, it eftablifhes fome cruel punifhment, which inftantly puts a ftop to the evil. But the fpring of government hereby lofes its elasticity. The imagination grows accuftomed to the fevere as well as the milder punifhment ; and as the fear of the latter diminifhes, they are foon obliged in every cafe to have recourfe to the former. Robberies on the highway became common in fome countries. In order to remedy this evil, they invented the punifhment of breaking upon the wheel, the terror of which put a ftop for a while to this mifchievous practice. But foon after, robberies on the highways became as common as ever. Defertion in our days has grown to a very great height, in confequence of which it was judged proper to punifh thofe delinquents with death ; and yet their number did not diminifh. The reafon is very natural. A foldier accuftomed to venture his life, defpifes or affeds to defpife the danger of lofing it. He is habituated to the fear of fhame. It would have been therefore much better to have continued a punifhment which branded him with infamy for life, the penalty which was pretended to be increafed, while it really diminifhed. Mankind muft not be governed with too much feverity. We ought to make a prudent ufe of the means which nature has given us to conduct them. If we inquire into the caufe of all human corruptions, we fhall find that they proceed from the impunity of criminals, and not from the moderation of punifhments. Let us follow nature, who has given fhame to man for his fcourge, and let the heavieft part of the punifhment be the infamy attending it. But if there be fome countries where fhame is not a confequence of punifhment, this muft be owing to tyranny, which has inflided the fame penalties on villains and honeft men. And if there are others where men are deterred only by cruel punifhments, we may be fure that this muft, in a great meafure, arife from the violence of the government, which has ufed fuch penalties for flight transgreffions. It often happens that a legiflator, defirous of remedying an abufe, thinks of nothing elfe. His eyes are open only to this object, and fhut to its inconveniencies. When the abufe is redreffed, you fee only the feverity of the legiflator ; yet there remains an evil in the ftate that has fprung from this feverity. the minds of the people are corrupted, and become habituated to despotism. Lysander having obtained a victory over the Athenians, the prifoners were ordered to be tried, in confequence of an accufation brought againft that nation of having thrown all the captives of 2 galleys down a precipice, and of having refolved in full affembly to cut off the hands of thofe whom they fhould chance to make prifoners. The Athenians were therefore all maffacred, except Adeimantes, who had oppofed this decree. Lyfander reproached Philocles, before he was put to death, with having depraved the people's minds, and giving leffons of cruelty to all Greece. The Argives, fays Plutarch, having put 1500 of their citizens to death, the Athenians ordered facrifices of expiation, that it might pleafe the gods to turn the hearts of the Athenians from fo cruel a thought. There are 2 forts of corruptions : one when the people do not obferve the laws ; the other when they are corrupted by the laws ; an incurable evil, becaufe it is in the very remedy itfelf. CHAP. XIII. Insufficiency of the Laws of Japan. Exceffive punifhments may even corrupt a defpotic government. Of this we have an inftance in Japan. Here almoft all crimes are punifhed with death, becaufe difobedience to fo great an emperor as that of Japan is reckoned an enormous crime. The queftion is not fo much to correct the delinquent, as to vindicate the authority of the prince. Thefe notions are derived from fervitude, and are owing efpecially to this, that as the emperor is univerfal proprietor, almoft all crimes are diredly againft his interefts. They punifh with death lies fpoken before the magiftrate, a proceeding contrary to natural defence. Even things which have not the appearance of a crime are feverely punifhed. For inftance, a man that ventures his money at play is put to death. True it is, that the charafter of this people, fo amazingly obftinate, capricious, and refolute as to defy all dangers and calamities, feems to absolve their legiflators from the imputation of cruelty, notwithftanding the feverity of their laws. But are men who have a natural contempt for death, and who rip open their bellies for the leaft fancy, are fuch men, I fay, mended or deterred, or rather are they not hardened by the continual profpedts of punifhments? The relations of travellers inform us, with refpeft to the education of the Japanefes, that children muft be treated there with mildnefs, becaufe they become hardened to punifhment ; that their flaves muft not be too roughly ufed, becaufe they immediately ftand upon their defence. Would not one imagine that they might eafily have judged of the fpirit which ought to reign in their political and civil government, from that which fhould prevail in their domeftic concerns? A wife legiflator would have endeavoured to reclaim people by a juft temperature of punifhments and rewards, by maxims of philofophy, morality, and religion adapted to thofe characters, by a proper application of the rules of honor, and by the enjoyment of eafe and tranquillity of life. And fhould he have entertained any apprehenfion that their minds, being inured to the cruelty of punifhments, would no longer be reftrained by thofe of a milder nature, he would have conducted himfelf in another manner, and gained his point by degrees. In particular cafes that admitted of any indulgence, he would have mitigated the punifhment, till he fhould have been able to extend this mitigation to all cafes. But thefe are fprings to which defpotic power is a ftranger. It may abufe itfelf, and that is all it can do. In Japan it has made its utmoft effort, and has furpafled even itfelf in cruelty. As the minds of the people grew wild and intractable, they were obliged to have recourfe to the moft horrid feverity. This is the origin, this the fpirit of the laws of Japan. They had more fury, however, than force. They fucceeded the extirpation of Christianity, but fuch unaccountable efforts are a proof of their infufficiency. They wanted to eftablifh a good policy, and they have fhewn greater marks of their weaknefs. We have only to read the relation of the interview between the emperor and the Deiro at Meco. The number of thofe who were fuffocated or murdered in that city by ruffians is incredible. Young maids and boys were carried off by force, and found afterwards expofed in public places, at unfeafonable hours, quite naked, and fewn in linen bags, to prevent their knowing which way they had pafled. Robberies were committed in all parts. The bellies of horfes were ripped open to bring their riders to the ground, and coaches were overturned in order to ftrip the ladies. The Dutch, who were told they could not pafs the night on the fcaffold without expofing themfelves to the danger of being affaffinated, came down, &c. I fhall here give one inftance more from the fame nation. The emperor, having abandoned himfelf to infamous pleafures, lived unmarried, and was confequently in danger of dying without iflue. The Deiro fent him 2 beautiful damzels ; one he married out of refpeft, but would not meddle with her. His nurfe caufed the fineft women of the empire to be fent for, but all to no purpofe. At length an armourer's daughter having pleafed his fancy, he determined to efpoufe her, and had a fon. The ladies belonging to the court, enraged to fee a perfon of fuch mean extraction preferred to themfelves, ftifled the child. The crime was concealed from the emperor, for he would have deluged the land with blood. The exceffive feverity of the laws hinders therefore their execution. When the punifhment furpaffes all meafure, they are frequently obliged to prefer impunity to it. CHAP. XIV. Of the Spirit of the Roman Senate. Under the consulate of Acilius, Glabrio, and Piso, the Acilian law was made to prevent the intriguing for places. Dio fays that the senate engaged the confuls to propofe it, by reafon that C. Cornelius, the tribune, had refolved to caufe more fevere punifhments to be eftablifhed againft this crime, to which the people feemed greatly inclined. The senate rightly judged that immoderate punifhments would ftrike, indeed, a terror into people's minds, but muft have alfo this effect, that there would be nobody afterwards to accufe or condemn ; whereas by propofing moderate penalties, there would always be judges and accufers. CHAP. XV. Of the Roman Laws in refpeft to Punifhments. I am ftrongly confirmed in my fentiments upon finding the Romans on my fide ; and I think that punifhments are connected with the nature of governments, when I behold this great people changing in this refpeft their civil laws, in proportion as they altered their form of government. The regal laws made for fugitives, flaves, and vagabonds, were very fevere. The fpirit of a republic would have required that the decemvirs fhould not have inferted thofe laws in their 12 tables. But men who aimed at tyranny were far from conforming to a republican fpirit. Livy fays, in relation to the punifhment of Metius Sufficius, diftator of Alba, who was condemned by Tullius Hostilius to be faftened to 2 chariots drawn by horfes, and torn afunder, that this was the firft and laft punifhment in which the remembrance of humanity feemed to have been loft. He is miftaken. The 12 tables are full of very cruel laws. The defign of the decemvirs appears more confpicuous in the capital punifhment pronounced againft libellers and poets. This is not agreeable to the genius of a republic, where the public like to fee the great men humbled. But perfons who aimed at the fubverfion of liberty were afraid of writings that might revive its fpirit. After the expulfion of the decemvirs, almoft all the penal laws were abolifhed. It is true they were not exprefsly repealed ; but as the Porcian law had ordained that no citizen of Rome fhould be put to death, they were of no further ufe. This is exactly the time to which we may refer what Livy fays of the Romans, that no people were ever fonder of moderation in punifhments. But if to the lenity of penal laws we add the right which the party accufed had of withdrawing before judgment was pronounced, we fhall find that the Romans followed the fpirit which I had obferved to be natural to a republic. Sulla, who confounded tyranny, anarchy, and liberty, made the Cornelian laws. He feemed to have contrived regulations merely with a view to create new crimes. Thus diftinguifhing an infinite number of actions by the name of murder, he found murderers in all parts ; and by a practice too much followed, he laid fnares, fowed thorns, and opened precipices wherever the citizens fet their feet. Almoft all Sulla's laws contained only the interdidtion of fire and water. To this Caefar added the confifcation of goods, becaufe the rich, by preferving their eftates in exile, became bolder in the perpetration of crimes. The emperors having eftablifhed a military government, foon found that it was as terrible to the prince as to the fubjeft. They endeavoured therefore to temper it, and with this view had recourfe to dignities, and to the refpeft with which thofe dignities were attended. The government thus drew nearer a little to monarchy, and punifhments were divided into three clafles : thofe which related to the principal perfons in the ftate, which were very mild ; thofe which were inflided on perfons of an inferior rank, and were more fevere ; and in fine fuch as concerned only perfons of the loweft condition, which were the moft rigorous. Maximinus, that fierce and ftupid prince, increafed the rigour of the military government, which he ought to have foftened. The fenate were informed, fays Capitolinus, that fome had been crucified, others expofed to wild beafts, or fewn up in the fkins of beafts lately killed, without any manner of regard to their dignity. It feemed as if he wanted to exercife the military difcipline, on the model of which he pretended to regulate the civil adminiftration. In the confideration on the rife and declenfion of the Roman grandeur, we find in what manner Conftantine changed the military defpotifm into a military and civil government, and drew nearer to monarchy. There we may trace the different revolutions of this ftate, and fee how they fell from rigour to indolence, and from indolence to impunity. CHAP. XVI. Of the juft Proportion between Punifhments and Crimes. It is an effential point that there fhould be a certain proportion in punifhments ; becaufe it is effential that a great crime fhould be avoided rather than a fmaller, and that which is more pernicious to fociety rather than that which is lefs. An impoftor, who called himfelf Conftantine Ducas, raifed a great infurrection at Conftantinople. He was taken and condemned to be whipped ; but upon informing againft feveral perfons of diftindion, he was fentenced to be burned as a calumniator. It is very extraordinary that they fhould thus proportion the punifhments between the crime of high treafon and that of calumny. This puts me in mind of a faying of Charles II, King of Great Britain. He faw a man one day ftanding in the pillory, upon which he asked what crime the man had committed. He was anfwered, Pleafe your Majefty, he has written a libel againft your minifters. The fool, faid the king, why did he not write againft me? They would have done nothing to him. 70 perfons having confpired againft the Emperor Basil, he ordered them to be whipped, and the hair of their heads and beards to be burned. A ftag one day having taken hold of him by the girdle with his horn, one of his retinue drew his fword, cut the girdle, and faved him ; upon which he ordered that perfons' head be cut off for having, faid he, drawn his fword againft his fovereign. Who could imagine that the fame prince could have ever pafled two fuch different judgments It is a great abufe amongft us to condemn to the fame punifhment a perfon that only robs on the highway, and another who robs and murders. Surely for the public fecurity fome difference fhould be made in the punifhment. In China, thofe who add murder to robbery are cut in pieces, but not fo the others. To this difference it is owing, that though they rob in that country, they never murder. In Ruflia, where the punifhment of robbery and murder is the fame, they always murder. The dead, fay they, tell no tales. Where there is no difference in the penalty, there fhould be fome in the expectation of pardon. In England they never murder on the highway, becaufe robbers have fome hopes of tranfportation, which is not the cafe in refpeft to thofe that commit murder. Letters of grace are of excellent ufe in moderate governments. This power which the prince has of pardoning, exercifed with prudence, is capable of producing admirable effeds. The principle of defpotic government, which neither grants nor receives any pardon, deprives it of thefe advantages. CHAP. 17. Of the Rack. The wickednefs of mankind makes it neceffary for the law to fuppofe them better than they really are. Hence the depofition of 2 witneffes is fufficient in the punifhment of all crimes. The law believes them, as if they fpoke by the mouth of truth. Thus we judge that every child conceived in wedlock is legitimate, the law having a confidence in the mother, as if fhe were chaftity itfelf. But the ufe of the rack againft criminals cannot be defended on a like plea of neceffity. We have before us the example of a nation bleffed with an excellent civil government, the Englifh, where without any inconvenience the practice of racking criminals is rejected. It is not therefore in its own nature neceffary. So many men of learning and genius have written againft the cuftom of torturing criminals, that after them I dare not prefume to meddle with the fubjeft. I was going to fay that it might fuit defpotic ftates, where whatever infpires fear is the fitteft fpring of governments. I was going to fay that the flaves among the Greeks and Romans, but nature cries out aloud and afferts her rights. CHAP. 18. Of pecuniary and corporal punifhments. Our anceftors, the Germans, admitted of none but pecuniary punifhments. Thofe free and warlike people were of opinion that their blood ought not to be fpilled but with fword in hand. On the contrary, thefe punifhments are rejected by the Japanefe, under pretence that the rich might elude them. But are not the rich afraid of being ftripped of their property? And might not pecuniary penalties be proportioned to people's fortunes? And in fine, might not infamy be added to thofe punifhments? A good legiflator takes a juft medium. He ordains neither always pecuniary nor always corporal punifhments. CHAP. 19. Of the Law of Retaliation. The ufe of the law of retaliation is very frequent in defpotic countries, where they are fond of fimple laws. Moderate governments admit of it fometimes, but with this difference, that the former exercife it in full rigour, whereas among the latter it ever receives fome kind of limitation. The law of the 12 tables admitted 2. Firft, it never condemned to retaliation, but when the plaintiff could not be fatisfied in any other manner. Secondly, after condemnation they might pay damages in intereft, and then the corporal was changed into a pecuniary punifhment. CHAP. 20. Of the punifhment of fathers for the crimes of their children. In China, fathers are punifhed for the crimes of their children. This was likewife the cuftom of Peru, a cuftom derived from the notion of defpotic power. Little does it fignify to fay that in China the father is punifhed for not having exerted that paternal authority with which nature has eftablifhed, and the laws themfelves have improved. This still supposes that there is no honour among the Chinese. Amongst us, parents whose children are condemned by the laws of their country, and children whose parents have undergone the like fate, are as feverely punifhed by fhame as they would be in China by the lofs of their lives. CHAP. 21. Of the Clemency of the Prince. Clemency is the characteristick of monarchs. In republics, whofe principle is virtue, it is not fo neceffary. In defpotic governments, where fear predominates, it is lefs cuftomary, becaufe the great men are to be reftrained by examples of feverity. It is more neceffary in monarchies, where they are governed by honor, which frequently requires what the very law forbids. Difgrace is here equivalent to chaftifement, and even the forms of juftice are punifhments. This is becaufe particular kinds of penalty are formed by fhame, which on every fide invades the delinquent. The great men in monarchies are fo heavily punifhed by difgrace, by the lofs, though often imaginary, of their fortune, credit, acquaintances, and pleafures, that rigour in refpeft to them is needlefs. It can tend only to diveft the fubjeft of the affedion he has for the perfon of his prince, and of the refpeft he ought to have for public pofts and employments. As the inftability of the great is natural to a defpotic government, fo their fecurity is interwoven with the nature of monarchy. So many are the advantages which monarchs gain by clemency, fo greatly does it raife their fame, and endear them to their fubjefts, that it is generally happy for them to have an opportunity of difplaying it, which in this part of the world is feldom wanting. Some branch perhaps of their authority, but never hardly the whole, will be difputed ; and if they fometimes fight for their crown, they do not fight for their life. But fome may ask, when it is proper to punifh, and when to pardon. This is a point more eafily felt than prefcribed. When there is a danger in their exercife of clemency, it is vifible. Nothing fo eafy as to diftinguifh it from that imbecility which expofes princes to contempt, and to the very incapacity of punifhing. The Emperor Maurice made a refolution never to fpill the blood of his fubjefts. Anaftasius punifhed no crimes at all. Isaac Angelus took an oath that no one fhould be put to death during his reign. Thofe Greek emperors forgot that it was not for nothing that they were entrufted with the fword. End of CHAP. 21. End of Book 6 of the Spirit of the Laws. Book 7, chapters 1 to 17 of the Spirit of the Laws. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Benjamin Gittins. The Spirit of the Laws by Charles de Secondat, Baron de Montesquieu. Translated by Thomas Nugent. Book 7. Confequences of the different Principles of the three Governments with refpeft to fumptuary Laws, Luxury, and the Condition of Women. CHAP. 1. Of Luxury. Luxury is ever in proportion to the inequality of fortunes. If the riches of a ftate are equally divided, there will be no luxury ; for it is founded merely on the conveniencies acquired by the labour of others. In order to have this equal diftribution of riches, the law ought to give to each man only what is neceffary for nature. If they exceed thefe bounds, fome will fpend, and others will acquire, by which means an inequality will be eftablifhed. Suppofing what is neceffary for the fupport of nature to be equal to a given fum, The luxury of thofe who have only what is barely neceffary will be equal to a cypher. If a perfon happens to have double that fum, his luxury will be equal to one. He that has double the latter's fubftance will have a luxury equal to 3. If this be ftill doubled, there will be a luxury equal to 7. So that the property of the fubfequent individual being always fuppofed double to that of the preceding, the luxury will increafe double, and a unit be always added in this progreffion. 0, 1, 3, 7, 15, 31, 63, 127. In Plato's Republic, luxury might have been exactly calculated. There were 4 forts of cenfuses or rates of eftates. The firft was exactly the term beyond poverty, the fecond was double, the third triple, the fourth quadruple to the firft. In the firft cenfus, luxury was equal to a cypher, in the fecond to 1, in the third to 2, in the fourth to 3, and thus it followed in an arithmetical proportion. Considering the luxury of different nations with refpeft to one another, it is in each ftate a compound proportion to the inequality of fortunes among the fubjeds, and to the inequality of wealth in different ftates. In Poland, for example, there is an extreme inequality of fortunes, but the poverty of the whole hinders them from having fo much luxury as in a more opulent government. Luxury is alfo in proportion to the populoufnefs of the towns, and efpecially of the capital ; fo that it is in a compound proportion to the riches of the ftate, to the inequality of private fortunes, and to the number of people fettled in particular places. In proportion to the populoufnefs of towns, the inhabitants are filled with notions of vanity, and actuated by an ambition of diftinguifhing themfelves by trifles. If they are very numerous, and moft of them ftrangers to one another, their vanity redoubles, becaufe there are greater hopes of fuccefs. As luxury infpires thefe hopes, each man affumes the marks of a fuperior condition ; but by endeavouring thus at diftinction, every one becomes equal, and diftinction ceafes. As all are defirous of refpeft, nobody is regarded. Hence arifes a general inconvenience. Thofe who excel in a profeffion fet what value they pleafe on their labour. This example is followed by people of inferior abilities, and then there is an end of all proportion between our wants, and the means of fatisfying them. When I am forced to go to law, I muft be able to fee council ; when I am fick, I muft have it in my power to fee a phyfician. It is the opinion of feveral, that the affemblage of fo great a multitude of people in capital cities is an obftrudion to commerce, becaufe the inhabitants are no longer at a proper diftance from each other. But I cannot think fo ; for men have more defires, more wants, more fancies, when they live together. CHAP. II. Of fumptuary Laws in a Democracy. We have obferved that in a republic, where riches are equally divided, there can be no fuch thing as luxury ; and as we have fhewn in the 5th book, that this equal diftribution conftitutes the excellence of republic government. Hence it follows, that the lefs luxury there is in a republic, the more it is perfect. There was none among the old Romans, none among the Lacedaemonians ; and in republics where this equality is not quite loft, the fpirit of commerce, induftry, and virtue renders every man able and willing to live on his own property, and confequently prevents the growth of luxury. The laws concerning the new divifion of lands, infifted upon fo eagerly in fome republics, were of the moft falutary nature. They are dangerous only as they are fudden. By reducing inftantly the wealth of fome, and increafing that of others, they form a revolution in each family, and muft produce a general one in the ftate. In proportion as luxury gains ground in a republic, the minds of the people are turned towards their particular interefts. Thofe who are allowed only what is neceffary, have nothing but their own reputation and the country's glory in view. But a foul depraved by luxury has many other defires, and foon becomes an enemy to the laws that confine it. The luxury in which the garrifon of Rhegium began to live was the caufe of their maffacring the inhabitants. No fooner were the Romans corrupted, than their defires became boundlefs and immenfe. Of this we may judge by the price they fet on things. A pitcher of Falernian wine was fold for 100 Roman denarii. A barrel of fait meat from the kingdom of Pontus coft 400. A good cook 4 talents, and for boys no price was reckoned too great. When the whole world, impelled by the force of corruption, is immerfed in voluptuoufnefs, what muft then become of virtue? CHAP. III. Of fumptuary Laws in an Ariftocracy. There is this inconvenience in an ill conftituted ariftocracy, that the wealth centres in the nobility, and yet they are not allowed to fpend, for as luxury is contrary to the fpirit of moderation, it muft be banifhed thence. This government comprehends therefore only people who are extremely poor and cannot acquire, and people who are vaftly rich and cannot fpend. In Venice they are compelled by the laws to moderation. They are fo habituated to parfimony, that none but courtezans can make them part with their money. Such is the method made ufe of for the fupport of induftry. The moft contemptible of women may be profufe without danger, whilft thofe who contribute to their extravagance confume their days in the greateft obfcurity. Admirable in this refpeft were the inftitutions of the principal republics of Greece. The rich employed their money in feftivals, mufical chorufes, chariots, horfe races, and chargeable offices. Wealth was, therefore, as burthenfome there as poverty. CHAP. IV. Of fumptuary Laws in a Monarchy. Tacitus fays that the Swedes, a German nation, has a particular refpeft for riches, for which reafon they live under the government of one perfon. This fhews that luxury is extremely proper for monarchies, and that under this government there muft be no fumptuary laws. As riches, by the very conftitution of monarchies, are unequally divided, there is an abfolute neceffity for luxury. Were the rich not to be lavifh, the poor would ftarve. It is even neceffary here that the expences of the opulent fhould be in proportion to the inequality of fortunes, and that luxury, as we have already obferved, fhould increafe in this proportion. The augmentation of private wealth is owing to its having deprived one part of the citizens of their neceffary fupport. This muft therefore be reftored to them. Hence it is that for the prefervation of a monarchical ftate, luxury ought continually to increafe, and to grow more extenfive, as it rifes from the labourer to the artificer, to the merchant, to the magiftrate, to the nobility, to the great officers of the ftate, up to the very prince; otherwife the nation will be undone. In the reign of Auguftus, a propofal was made in the Roman Senate, which was compofed of grave magiftrates, learned civilians, and of men whofe heads were filled with the notion of the primitive times, to reform the manners and luxury of women. It is curious to fee in Dio with what art this prince eluded the importunate folicitations of thefe fenators. This was becaufe he was founding a monarchy, and diflolving a republic. Under Tiberius, the aediles proposed in the senate the re-establishment of the ancient fumptuary laws. This prince, who did not want sense, oppofed it. The ftate, he faid, could not poflibly fubfift in the prefent fituation of things. How could Rome, how could the provinces live? We were frugal, while we were only matters of one city. Now we confume the riches of the whole globe, and employ both the matters and their flaves in our fervice. He plainly faw that fumptuary laws would not fuit the prefent form of government. When a propofal was made under the fame emperor to the senate, to prohibit the governors from carrying their wives with them into the provinces, becaufe of the diflolutenefs and irregularity which followed thofe ladies, the propofal was rejected. It was faid that the examples of ancient austerity had been changed into a more agreeable method of living. They found there was a neceffity for different manners. Luxury is therefore abfolutely neceffary in monarchies, as it is alfo in defpotic ftates. In the former it is the ufe of liberty, in the latter it is the abufe of fervitude. A flave appointed by his mafter to tyrannize over other wretches of the fame condition, uncertain of enjoying to morrow the bleffings of to day, has no other felicity than that of glutting the pride, the paflions, and voluptuoufnefs of the prefent moment. Hence arifes a very natural reflection. Republics end with luxury, monarchies with poverty. CHAP. V. In what Cafes fumptuary Laws are ufeful in a Monarchy. Whether it was from a republican fpirit, or from fome other particular circumftance, fumptuary laws were made in Aragon in the middle of the 13th century. James I. ordained that neither the king nor any of his fubjeds fhould have above 2 forts of difhes at a meal, and that each difh fhould be dreffed only one way, except if it were game of their own killing. In our days, fumptuary laws have alfo been enacted in Sweden, but with a different view from thofe of Aragon. A government may make fumptuary laws with a view to abfolute frugality. This is the fpirit of fumptuary laws in republics, and the very nature of the thing fhews that fuch was the defign of thofe in Aragon. Sumptuary laws may likewife be eftablifhed with a defign to promote a relative frugality. When a government, perceiving that foreign merchandize, being at too high a price, will require fuch an exportation of home manufactures as to deprive them of more advantages by the lofs of the latter than they can receive from the poffeffion of the former, they will forbid their being introduced. And this is the spirit of the laws which in our days have been pafled in Sweden. Such are the fumptuary laws proper for monarchies. In general, the poorer a ftate, the more it is ruined by its relative luxury, and confequently the more occafion it has for relative fumptuary laws. The richer a ftate, the more it thrives by its relative luxury, for which reafon it muft take particular care not to make any relative fumptuary laws. This we fhall better explain in the book on Commerce. Here we treat only of abfolute luxury. CHAP. VI. Of the Luxury of China. Sumptuary laws may, in fome governments, be neceffary for particular reafons. The people, by the influence of the climate, may grow fo numerous, and the means of fubfifting may be fo uncertain, as to render a univerfal application to agriculture extremely neceffary. As luxury in thofe countries is dangerous, their fumptuary laws fhould be very fevere. In order, therefore, to be able to judge whether luxury ought to be encouraged or profcribed, we fhould examine firft what relation there is between the number of people and the facility they have of procuring fubftance. In England, the foil produces more grain than is neceffary for the maintenance of fuch as cultivate the land, and of thofe who are employed in the woollen manufactures. This country may be therefore allowed to have fome trifling arts, and confequently luxury. In France likewife there is corn enough for the fupport of the hufbandman and of the manufacturer. Befides, a foreign trade may bring in fo many neceffaries in return for toys, that there is no danger to be apprehended from luxury. On the contrary, in China, the women are fo prolific, and the human fpecies multiplies fo faft, that the lands, though never fo much cultivated, are fcarcely fufficient to fupport the inhabitants. Here, therefore, luxury is pernicious, and the fpirit of induftry and economy is as requifite as in any republic. They are obliged to purfue the neceffary arts, and to fhun thofe of luxury and pleafure. This is the spirit of the excellent decrees of the Chinefe emperors. Our anceftors, fays an emperor of the family of the Tangs, held it as a maxim, that if there was a man who did not work, or a woman that was idle, fomebody muft fuffer cold or hunger in the empire. And on this principle he ordered a vaft number of the monafteries of bonds to be deftroyed. The third emperor of the 21th dynafty, to whom fome precious ftones were brought that had been found in a mine, ordered it to be fhut up, not chufing to fatigue his people with working for a thing that could neither feed nor clothe them. So great is our luxury, fays Chiaventi, that people adorn with embroidery the fhoes of boys and girls, whom they are obliged to fell. Is employing fo many people in making clothes for one perfon, the way to prevent a great many from wanting clothes? There are 10 men who eat the fruits of the earth to one employed in agriculture. And is this the means of preferving numbers from wanting nourifhment? CHAP. 7. Fatal Confequence of Luxury in China. In the hiftory of China we find it has 22 fucceffive dynafties, that is, it has experienced 22 general, without mentioning a prodigious number of particular, revolutions. The firft 3 dynafties lafted a long time, becaufe they were wifely adminiftered, and the empire had not fo great an extent as it afterwards obtained. But we may obferve in general, that all thofe dynafties began very well. Virtue, attention, and vigilance are neceffary in China. Thefe prevailed in the commencement of the dynafties, and failed in the end. It was natural that emperors trained up in military toil, who had compaffed the dethroning of a family immerfed in pleafure, fhould adhere to virtue, which they had found fo advantageous, and be afraid of voluptuoufnefs, which they knew had proved fo fatal to the family dethroned. But after the 3 or 4 firft princes, corruption, luxury, indolence, and pleafure poflefled their fucceffors. They fhut themfelves up in a palace, their underftanding was impaired, their life was fhortened, the family declined, the grandees rofe up, the eunuchs gained credit, none but children were fet on the throne, the palace was at variance with the empire, a lazy fet of people that dwelt there ruined the induftrious part of the nation. The emperor was killed or deftroyed by a ufurper, who founded a family, the 3rd or 4th fucceflor of which went and fhut himfelf up in the very fame palace. CHAP. 8. Of public Continency. So many are the imperfections that attend the lofs of virtue in women, and fo greatly are their minds depraved when this principal guard is removed, that in a popular ftate public incontinency may be confidered as the laft of miferies, and as a. certain forerunner of a change in the conftitution. 1 The 1 Cor. 6. 3 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 The 1 Cor. 6. Hence it is that the fage legiflators of republican ftates have ever required of women a particular gravity of manners. They have profcribed not only vice, but the very appearance of it. They have banifhed even all commerce of gallantry, a commerce that produces idlenefs, that renders the women corrupters even before they are corrupted, that gives a value to trifles, and debafes things of importance ; a commerce, in fine, that makes people aft entirely by maxims of ridicule, in which the women are fo perfedtly skilled. CHAP. IX. Of the Condition or State of Women in different Governments. In monarchies, women are fubjeft to very little reftraint, becaufe as the diftinftion of rank calls them to court, there they affume a fpirit of liberty, which is almoft the only one tolerated in that place. Each courtier avails himfelf of their charms and paflions, in order to advance his fortune ; and as their weaknefs admits not of pride, but of vanity, luxury conftantly attends them. In defpotic governments, women do not introduce, but are themfelves an objeft of luxury. They muft be in a ftate of the moft rigorous fervitude. Every one follows the fpirit of the government, and adopts in his own family the cuftoms he fees elfewhere eftablifhed. As the laws are very fevere, and executed on the fpot, they are afraid left the liberty of women fhould expofe them to danger. Their quarrels, indifcretions, repugnancies, jealoufies, piques, and that art, in fine, which little fouls have of interefting great ones, would be attended there with fatal confequences. Befides, as princes in thofe countries make a fport of human nature, they allow themfelves a multitude of women, and 1,000 confiderations oblige them to keep thofe women in clofe confinement. In republics, women are free by the laws, and reftrained by manners. Luxury is banifhed thence, and with it corruption and vice. In the cities of Greece, where they were not under the reftraint of a religion which declares that even amongft men regularity of manners is a part of virtue, where a blind paflion triumphed with a boundlefs infolence, and love appeared only in a fhape which we dare not mention, while marriage was confidered as nothing more than fimple friendfhip, fuch was the virtue, fimplicity, and chaftity of women in thofe cities, that in this refpeft hardly any people were ever known to have a better and wifer polity. CHAP. X. Of the domeftic Tribunal among the Romans. The Romans had no particular magiftrates, like the Greeks, to infpeft the conduft of women. The cenfors had not an eye over them, as over the reft of the republic. The inftitution of the domeftic tribunal fupplied the magiftracy eftablifhed among the Greeks. The hufband fummoned the wife's relatives, and tried her in their prefence. This tribunal preferved the manners of the republic, and at the fame time thofe very manners maintained this tribunal. For it decided not only in refpeft to the violation of the laws, but alfo of manners. Now, in order to judge of the violation of the latter, manners are requifite. The penalties inflided by this tribunal ought to be, and actually were, arbitrary. For all that relates to manners, and to the rules of modefty, can hardly be comprized under one code of laws. It is eafy indeed to regulate by laws what we owe to others, but it is very difficult to comprize all we owe to ourfelves. The domeftic tribunal infpeded the general conduft of women ; but there was one crime which, befide the animadverfion of this tribunal, was likewife fubjeft to a public accufation. This was adultery. Whether that in a republic fo great a depravation of manners interefted the government, or whether the wife's immorality might render the hufband fufpeded, or whether In fine, they were afraid left even honeft people might chufe that this crime fhould rather be concealed than punifhed. CHAP. XI. In what manner the Inftitutions changed at Rome together with the Government. As manners were fupported by the domeftic tribunal, they were alfo fupported by the public accufation ; and hence it is that thefe two things fell together with the public manners, and ended with the republic. The eftablifhing of perpetual queftions, that is, the divifion of jurifdidtion among the praetors, and the cuftom gradually introduced of the praetors determining all caufes themfelves, weakened the ufe of the domeftic tribunal. This appears by the furprife of hiftorians, who look upon the decifions which Tiberius caufed to be given by this tribunal as fingular fadts, and as a renewal of the ancient courfe of pleading. The eftablifhment of monarchy and the change of manners put likewife an end to public accufations. It might be apprehended left a difhoneft man, affronted at the flight fhewn him by a woman, vexed at her refufal, and irritated even by her virtue, fhould form a defign to deftroy her. The Julian law ordained, that a woman fhould not be accufed of adultery till after her hufband had been charged with favouring her irregularities, which limited greatly, and annihilated, as it were, this fort of accufation. Sextus Quintus feems to have been defirous of reviving the public accufation ; but there needs very little reflection to fee that this law would be more improper in fuch a monarchy as his than in any other. CHAP. XII. Of the Guardianship of Women among the Romans. The Roman laws fubjefted women to a perpetual guardianship, except they were under cover and fubjeft to the authority of a hufband. This guardianship was given to the neareft of the male relatives, and by a vulgar expreffion, it appears they were very much confined. This was proper for a republic, but not at all neceffary in a monarchy. That the women among the ancient Germans were likewife under a perpetual tutelage, appears from the different codes of the laws of the barbarians. This cuftom was communicated to the monarchies founded by thefe people, but was not of long duration. CHAP. XIII. Of the punifhments decreed by the emperors againft the incontinence of women. The Julian law ordained a punifhment againft adultery. But fo far was this law, any more than thofe afterwards made on the fame account, from being a mark of regularity of manners, that on the contrary it was a proof of their depravity. The whole political fyftem in refpeft to women received a change in the monarchical ftate. The queftion was no longer to oblige them to a regularity of manners, but to punifh their crimes. That new laws were made to punifh their crimes was owing to their leaving thofe transgreffions unpunifhed, which were not of fo criminal a nature. The frightful diflblution of manners obliged indeed the emperors to enaft laws in order to put fome ftop to lewdnefs ; but it was not their intention to eftablifh a general reformation. Of this the pofitive fadts related by hiftorians are a much ftronger proof than all thefe laws can be of the contrary. We may fee in Dio the conduft of Auguftus on this occafion, and in what manner he eluded, both in his praetorian and censorian office, the repeated inftances that were made him for that purpofe. It is true that we find in hiftorians very rigid fentences, pafled in the reigns of Auguftus and Tiberius, againft the lewdnefs of fome Roman ladies. But by fhewing us the fpirit of thofe reigns, at the fame time they demonftrate the fpirit of thofe decifions. The principal defign of Auguftus and Tiberius was to punifh the diflblutenefs of their relatives. it was not their immorality they punifhed, but a particular crime of impiety or high treafon of their own invention, which ferved to promote a refpeft for majefty, and anfwered their private revenge. Hence it is that the Roman hiftorians inveigh fo bitterly againft this tyranny. The penalty of the Julian law was fmall. The emperors infifted that in paffing fentence, the judges fhould increafe the penalty of the law. This was the fubjeft of the invectives of hiftorians. They did not examine whether the women were deferving of punifhment, but whether they had violated the law in order to punifh them. One of the moft tyrannical proceedings of Tiberius was the abufe he made of the ancient laws. When he wanted to extend the punifhment of a Roman lady beyond that inflided by the Julian law, he revived the domeftic tribunal. Thefe regulations in refpeft to women concerned only fenatorial families, not the common people. Pretences were wanted to accufe the great, which were conftantly furnifhed by the diflolute behaviour of the ladies. In fine, what I have obferved, namely, that regularity of manners is not the principle of monarchy, was never better verified than under thofe firft emperors ; and whoever doubts it, need only read Tacitus, Suetonius, Juvenal, or Martial. CHAP. 14. Sumptuary Laws among the Romans. We have fpoken of public incontinence, becaufe it is the infeparable companion of luxury. If we leave the motions of the heart at liberty, how fhall we be able to reftrain the weaknefles of the mind? At Rome, befides the general inftitutions, the cenfors prevailed on the magiftrates to enaft feveral particular laws for maintaining the frugality of women. This was the defign of the Fanian, Licinian, and Oppian laws. We may fee in Livy the great ferment the fenate was in, when the women infifted upon the revocation of the Oppian law. The abrogation of this law is fixed upon by Valerius Maximus as the period whence we may date the luxury of the Romans. CHAP. 15. Of Dowries and nuptial Advantages in different Conftitutions. Dowries ought to be confiderable in monarchies, in order to enable hufbands to fupport their rank, and the eftablifhed luxury. In republics, where luxury fhould never reign, they ought to be moderate ; but they fhould be hardly at all in defpotic governments, where women are in fome meafure flaves. The community of goods introduced by the French laws between man and wife is extremely well adapted to a monarchical government, becaufe the women are thereby interefted in domeftic affairs, and compelled, as it were, to take care of their family. It is lefs fo in a republic, where women are poffeffed of more virtue. But it would be quite abfurd in defpotic governments, where the women themfelves generally conftitute a part of the mafter's property. As women are in a ftate that furnifhes fufficient inducements to marriage, the advantages which the law gives them over the hufband's property are of no fervice to fociety. But in a republic they would be extremely prejudicial, becaufe riches are produftive of luxury. In defpotic governments, the profits accruing from marriage ought to be mere fubfiftence, and no more. CHAP. 16. An excellent Cuftom of the Samnites. The Samnites had a cuftom, which in fo fmall a republic, and efpecially in their fituation, muft have been productive of admirable effeds. The young people were all convened in one place, and their conduft was examined. He that was declared the beft of the whole affembly, had leave given him to take which girl he pleafed for his wife ; the fecond beft chofe after him, and fo on. Admirable inftitution The only recommendation that young men could have on this occasion was their virtue and the fervices done their country. He who had the greateft fhare of thefe endowments chofe which girl he liked out of the whole nation. Love, beauty, chaftity, virtue, birth, and even wealth itfelf, were all, in fome meafure, the dowry of virtue. A nobler and grander recompence, lefs chargeable to a petty ftate, and more capable of influencing both fexes, could fcarcely be imagined. The Samnites were defcended from the Lacedaemonians, and Plato, whofe inftitutions are only an improvement of thofe of Lycurgus, enacted nearly the fame law. CHAP. 17. Of female Adminiftration. It is contrary to reafon and nature, that women fhould reign in families, as was cuftomary among the Egyptians, but not that they fhould govern an empire. In the former cafe, the ftate of their natural weaknefs does not permit them to have the pre eminence. In the latter, their very weaknefs generally gives them more lenity and moderation, qualifications fitter for a good adminiftration than roughnefs and feverity. In the Indies they are very eafy under a female government ; and it is fettled, that if the male iflue be not of a mother of the fame blood, the females born of a mother of the blood royal muft fucceed. And then they have a certain number of perfons who affift them to bear the weight of the government. According to Mr. Smith, they are very eafy in Africa under female adminiftration. If to this we add the example of England and Ruflia, we fhall find that they fucceed alike both in moderate and defpotic governments. End of Chapter 17. End of Book 7 of Spirit of the Laws.
Book 8, Chapters 1 to 21 of the Spirit of the Laws. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Benjamin Gittins. The Spirit of the Laws by Charles de Secondat, Baron de Montesquieu, translated by Thomas Nugent. Book 8. Of the corruption of the principles of the three governments. CHAPTER I. General idea of this book. The corruption of every government generally begins with that of its principles. CHAPTER II. Of the corruption of the principles of democracy. The principle of democracy is corrupted not only when the spirit of equality is extinct, but likewife when they fall into a spirit of extreme equality, and when each citizen would fain be upon a level with thofe whom he has chofen to command him. Then the people, incapable of bearing the very power they have delegated, want to manage every thing themfelves, to debate for the senate, to execute for the magiftrate, and to decide for the judges. When this is the cafe, virtue can no longer fubfift in the republic. The people are defirous of exercifing the functions of the magiftrates, who ceafe to be revered. The deliberations of the senate are flighted. All refpect is then laid afide for the fenators, and confequently for old age. If there is no more refpect for old age, there will be none prefently for parents. Deference to husbands will be likewife thrown off, and fubmiffion to mafters. This licence will foon become general, and the trouble of command be as fatiguing as that of obedience. Wives, children, flaves will fhake off all fubjedion. No longer will there be any fuch thing as manners, order, or virtue. We find in Xenophon's Banquet a very lively defcription of a republic in which the people abufed their equality. Each gueft gives in his turn the reafon why he is fatisfied. Content I am, fays Charmides, Because of my poverty. When I was rich, I was obliged to pay my court to informers, knowing I was more liable to be hurt by them than capable of doing them harm. The republic constantly demanded some new tax of me, and I could not decline paying. Since I have grown poor, I have acquired authority. Nobody threatens me. I rather threaten others. I can go or stay where I please. The rich already rise from their seats and give me the way. I am a king. I was before a slave. I paid taxes to the republic. Now it maintains me. I am no longer afraid of losing, but I hope to acquire. The people fall into this misfortune, when those in whom they confide, desirous of concealing their own corruption, endeavour to corrupt them. To disguise their own ambition, they speak to them only of the grandeur of the state. To conceal their own avarice, they incessantly flatter theirs. The corruption will increase among the corrupters, and likewise among those who are already corrupted. The people will divide the public money among themselves, and having added the administration of affairs to their indolence, will be for blending their poverty with the amusements of luxury. But with their indolence and luxury, nothing but the public treasure will be able to satisfy their demands. We must not be surprised to see their suffrages given for money. It is impossible to make great largesses to the people without great extortion, and to compass this, the state must be subverted. The greater the advantages they seem to derive from their liberty, the nearer they approach towards the critical moment of losing it. Petty tyrants arise who have all the vices of a single tyrant. The small remains of liberty soon become insupportable. A single tyrant starts up, and the people are stripped of everything, even of the profits of their corruption. Democracy has, therefore, two excesses to avoid: the spirit of inequality, which leads to aristocracy or monarchy, and the spirit of extreme equality, which leads to despotic power, as the latter is completed by conquest. True it is, that those who corrupted the Greek republics did not always become tyrants. This was because they had a greater passion for eloquence than for the military art. Besides, there reigned an implacable hatred in the breasts of the Greeks against those who subverted a republican government, and for this reason anarchy degenerated into annihilation, instead of being changed into tyranny. But Syracuse, being situated in the midft of a great number of petty ftates, whofe government had been changed from oligarchy to tyranny, and being governed by a fenate fcarcely ever mentioned in hiftory, underwent fuch miferies as are the confequence of a more than ordinary corruption. This city, ever a prey to licentioufnefs or oppreffion, equally labouring under the fudden and alternate fucceffion of liberty and fervitude, and notwithftanding her external ftrength, conftantly determined to a revolution by the leaft foreign power, this city, I say, had in her bofom an immenfe multitude of people, whofe fate it was to have always this cruel alternative, either of chufing a tyrant to govern them, or of acting the tyrant themfelves. CHAPTER III. Of the Spirit of extreme Equality. As diftant as heaven is from earth, fo is the true spirit of equality from that of extreme equality. The former does not imply that everybody fhould command, or that no one fhould be commanded, but that we obey or command our equals. It endeavours not to fhake off the authority of a mafter, but that its mafters fhould be none but its equals. In the ftate of nature, indeed, all men are born equal, but they cannot continue in this equality. Society makes them lofe it, and they recover it only by the protection of the laws. Such is the difference between a well regulated democracy and one that is not fo, that in the former men are equal only as citizens, but in the latter they are equal alfo as magiftrates, as fenators, as judges, as fathers, as hufbands, or as matters. The natural place of virtue is near to liberty, but it is not nearer to exceffive liberty than to fervitude. CHAP. 4. Particular caufe of the corruption of the people. Great fuccefs, efpecially when chiefly owing to the people, intoxicates them to fuch a degree, that it is impoffible to contain them within bounds. Jealous of their magiftrates, they foon become jealous likewife of the magiftracy. Enemies to thofe who govern, they foon prove enemies alfo to the conftitution. Thus it was that the victory over the Perfians in the Straits of Salamis corrupted the republic of Athens, and thus the defeat of the Athenians ruined the republic of Syracufc. Marfeiles never experienced thofe great tranfitions from lownefs to grandeur. This was owing to the prudent conduct of that republic, which always preferved her principles. CHAP. 5. Of the corruption of the principle of Ariftocracy. Ariftocracy is corrupted if the power of the nobles becomes arbitrary. When this is the cafe, there can no longer be any virtue either in the governors or the governed. If the reigning families obferve the laws, it is a monarchy with feveral monarchs, and in its own nature one of the moft excellent ; for almoft all thefe monarchs are tied down by the laws. But when they do not obferve them, it is a defpotic ftate, fwayed by a great many defpotic princes. In the latter cafe, the republic confifts only in the nobles. The body governing is the republic, and the body governed is the defpotic ftate, which forms two of the moft heterogeneous bodies in the world. The extremity of corruption is when the power of the nobles becomes hereditary, for then they can hardly have any moderation. If there are only a few, their power is greater, but their fecurity lefs. If they are a larger number, their power is lefs, and their fecurity greater, infomuch that power goes on in increafing, and fecurity diminifhing, up to the very defpotic prince, who is encircled with excefs of power and danger. The great number, therefore, of nobles in an hereditary ariftocracy renders the government lefs violent ; but as there is lefs virtue, they fall into a spirit of fupinenefs and negligence, by which the ftate lofes all its ftrength and activity. An ariftocracy may maintain the full vigour of its conftitution, if the laws be fuch as are apt to render the nobles more fenfible of the perils and fatigues than of the pleafure of command ; and if the government be in fuch a fituation as to have fomething to dread, while fecurity fhelters under its protection, and uncertainty threatens from abroad. As a certain kind of confidence forms the glory and ftability of monarchies, republics, on the contrary, muft have fomething to apprehend. A fear of the Perfians fupported the laws of Greece. Carthage and Rome were alarmed and ftrengthened by each other. Strange, that the greater fecurity thofe ftates enjoyed, the more, like ftagnated waters, they were fubjeft to corruption. CHAP. 6. Of the corruption of the principle of monarchy. As democracies are fubverted when the people defpoil the senate, the magiftrates, the judges of their functions, fo monarchies are corrupted when the prince infenfibly deprives societies or cities of their privileges. In the former cafe, the multitude ufurp the power ; in the latter, it is ufurped by a fingle perfon. The deftrudion of the dynafties of Sin and Sui, fays a Chinefe author, was owing to this: the princes, inftead of confining themfelves, like their anceftors, to a general infpedion, the only one worthy of a fovereign, wanted to govern every thing immediately by themfelves. The Chinefe author gives us in this inftance the caufe of the corruption of almoft all monarchies. Monarchy is deftroyed when a prince thinks he shews a greater exertion of power in changing than in conforming to the order of things; when he deprives fome of his fubjeds of their hereditary employments, to beftow them arbitrarily upon others; and when he is fonder of being guided by fancy than judgment. Again, it is deftroyed when the prince, diredling every thing entirely to himfelf, calls to the ftate his capital, the capital to his court, and the court to his own perfon. It is deftroyed, in fine, when the prince miftakes his authority, his fituation, and the love of his people, and when he is not fully perfuaded that a monarch ought to think himfelf fecure, as a defpotic prince ought to think himfelf in danger. CHAP. VII. The fame Subject continued. The principle of monarchy is corrupted, when the firft dignities are marks of the firft fervitude, when the great men are deprived of public refpeft, and rendered the low tools of arbitrary power. It is ftill more corrupted, when honor is fet up in contradiftion to honors, and when men are capable of being loaded at the very fame time with infamy and with dignities. It is corrupted, when the prince changes his juftice into feverity, when he puts, like the Roman emperors, a Medufa's head on his breaft, and when he affumes that menacing and terrible air which Commodus ordered to be given to his ftatues. Again, it is corrupted, when mean and abjeft fouls grow vain of the pomp attending their fervitude, and imagine that the motive which induces them to be entirely devoted to their prince, exempts them from all duty to their country. But if it be true, and indeed the experience of all ages has fhewn it, that in proportion as the power of the monarch becomes boundlefs and immenfe, that his fecurity diminifhes, is the corrupting of this power, and the altering of its very nature, a lefs crime than that of high treafon againft the prince? CHAP. VIII. Danger of the corruption of the principle of monarchical government. The danger is not when the ftate pafles from one moderate to another moderate government, as from a republic to a monarchy, or from a monarchy to a republic, but when it is precipitated from a moderate to a defpotic government. Most of the European nations are ftill governed by the principles of morality. But if from a long abufe of power, or the fury of conqueft, defpotic fway fhould prevail to a certain degree, neither morals nor climate would be able to withftand its baleful influence ; and then human nature would be expofed, for fome time at leaft, even in this beautiful part of the world, to the infults with which fhe has been abufed in the other three. CHAP. IX. How ready the nobility are to defend the throne. The English nobility buried themfelves with Charles I. under the ruins of the throne ; and before that time, when Philip II. endeavoured to tempt the French with the allurement of liberty, the crown was conftantly fupported by a nobility who think it an honor to obey a king, but confider it as the loweft difgrace to fhare the power with the people. The houfe of Auftria has ever ufed her endeavours to opprefs the Hungarian nobility, little thinking how ferviceable that very nobility would be one day to her. She would fain have drained their country of money, of which they had no plenty, but took no notice of the men with whom it abounded. When princes combined to difmember her dominions, the feveral parts of that monarchy fell motionlefs, as it were one upon another. No life was then to be feen but in thofe very nobles who, refenting the affronts offered to the fovereign, and forgetting the injuries done to themfelves, took up arms to avenge her caufe, and confidered it the higheft glory bravely to die and to forgive. CHAP. X. Of the corruption of the principle of defpotic government. The principle of defpotic government is fubjeft to continual corruption, becaufe it is even in its nature corrupt. Other governments are destroyed by particular accidents, which do violence to the principles of each constitution. This is ruined by its own intrinsic imperfections, when some accidental causes do not prevent the corrupting of its principles. It maintains itself, therefore, only when circumstances, drawn from the climate, religion, situation, or genius of the people, oblige it to conform to order, and to admit of some rule. By these things its nature is forced without being changed, its ferocity remains, and it is made tame and tractable only for a time. Chapter 11. Natural effects of the goodness and corruption of the principles of government. When once the principles of government are corrupted, the very best laws become bad, and turn against the state. But when the principles are sound, even bad laws have the same effect as good. The force of the principle draws everything to it. The inhabitants of Crete used a very singular method to keep the principal magistrates dependent on the laws, which was that of insurrection. Part of the citizens rose up in arms, put the magistrates to flight, and obliged them to return to a private life. This was supposed to be done in consequence of the law. One would have imagined that an institution of this nature, which established sedition to hinder the abuse of power, would have subverted any republic whatsoever, and yet it did not subvert that of Crete. The reason is this: when the ancients would cite a people that had the strongest affection for their country, they were sure to mention the inhabitants of Crete. Our country, said Plato, a name so dear to the Cretans. They called it by a name which signifies the love of a mother for her children. Now the love of our country sets everything right. The laws of Poland have likewise their insurrection, but the inconveniences thence arising plainly shew that the people of Crete alone were capable of using such a remedy with success. The gymnic exercises established among the Greeks had the fame dependence on the goodness of the principles of government. It was the Lacedaemonians and Cretans, said Plato, that opened thofe celebrated academies which gave them so eminent a rank in the world. Modesty at firft was alarmed, but it yielded to the public utility. In Plato's time, thefe institutions were admirable, as they bore a relation to the very important object, which was the military art. But when virtue fled from Greece, the military art was destroyed by thefe institutions. People appeared then on the arena, not for improvement, but for debauch. Plutarch informs us that the Romans in his time were of opinion that thofe games had been the principal caufe of flavery into which the Greeks had fallen. On the contrary, it was the flavery of the Greeks that corrupted thofe exercifes. In Plutarch's time, their fighting naked in the parks, and their wrestling, infected the young people with a spirit of cowardice, inclined them to infamous passions, and made them mere dancers. But under Epaminondas, the exercife of wrestling made the Thebans win the famous battle of Leuctra. There are very few laws which are not good, while the ftate retains its principles. Here I may apply what Epicurus said of riches: it is not the liquor, but the vessel that is corrupted. CHAPTER XII. The fame subject continued. In Rome, the judges were chofen at firft from the order of senators. This privilege the Gracchi transferred to the knights. Drusus gave it to the senators and knights. Sylla to the senators only. Cotta to the senators, knights, and public treasurers. Caesar excluded the latter. Antony made decuries of senators, knights, and centurions. When once a republic is corrupted, there is no possibility of remedying any of the growing evils, but by removing the corruption and reftoring its lost principles. Every other correction is either useless or a new evil. While Rome preserved her principles entire, the judicial power might without any abuse be lodged in the hands of senators. But as soon as this city became corrupt, to whatsoever body that power was transferred, whether to the senate, to the knights, to the treasurers, to two of those bodies, to all three together, or to any other, matters still went wrong. The knights had no more virtue than the senate, the treasurers no more than the knights, and these as little as the centurions. After the people of Rome had obtained the privilege of sharing the magistracy with the patricians, it was natural to think that their flatterers would immediately become arbiters of the government. But no such thing ever happened. It was observable that the very people who had rendered the plebeians capable of public offices ever fixed their choice upon the patricians. Because they were virtuous, they were magnanimous, and because they were free, they had a contempt of power. But when their morals were corrupted, the more power they were possessed of, the less prudent was their conduct, till at length, upon becoming their own tyrants and slaves, they lost the strength of liberty to fall into the weakness and impotency of licentiousness. Chapter 13. The effect of an oath among virtuous people. There is no nation, says Livy, that has been longer uncorrupted than the Romans, no nation where moderation and poverty have been longer respected. Such was the influence of an oath among those people, that nothing bound them more strongly to the laws. They often did more for the observance of an oath than they would ever have performed for the thirst of glory or for the love of their country. When Quintus Cincinnatus, the consul, wanted to raise an army in the city against the Aequi and the Volsci, the tribunes opposed him. Well, said he, let all those who have taken an oath to the consul of the preceding year march under my banner. In vain did the tribunes cry out that this oath was no longer binding, and that when they took it, Quintus was but a private person. The people were more religious than those who pretended to direct them. They would not listen to the distinctions or equivocations of the tribunes. When the same people thought of retiring to the Sacred Mount, they felt some remorse from the oath that they had taken to the consuls, that they would follow them into the field. They entered then into a design of killing the consuls, but dropped it when they were given to understand that their oath would still be binding. Now it is easy to judge of the notion they entertained of the violation of an oath from the crime they intended to commit. After the battle of Cannae, the people were seized with such a panic that they would fain have retired to Sicily. But Scipio having prevailed upon them to swear they would not stir from Rome, the fear of violating this oath surpassed all other apprehensions. Rome was a ship held by two anchors, religion and morality, in the midst of a furious tempest. Chapter 14. How the smallest change of the constitution is attended with the ruin of its principles. Aristotle mentions the city of Carthage as a well-regulated republic. Polybius tells us that there was this inconvenience at Carthage in the second Punic war, that the Senate had lost almost all its authority. We are informed by Livy that when Hannibal returned to Carthage, he found that the magistrates and the principal citizens had abused their power and converted the public revenues to their private emolument. The virtue, therefore, of the magistrates and the authority of the Senate both fell at the same time, and all was owing to the same cause. Every one knows the wonderful effects of the censorship among the Romans. There was a time when it grew burdensome, but still it was supported because there was more luxury than corruption. Claudius weakened its authority, by which means the corruption became greater than the luxury, and the censorship dwindled away of itself. After various interruptions and resumptions, it was entirely laid aside till it became altogether useless, that is, till the reigns of Augustus and Claudius. CHAPTER XV. Sure Methods of preferving the three Principles. I fhall not be able to make myfelf rightly underftood till the reader has purfued the 4 following chapters. CHAPTER XVI. Distinctive Properties of a Republic. It is natural for a republic to have only a fmall territory, otherwife it cannot long fubfift. In an extenfive republic there are men of large fortunes, and confequently of lefs moderation. There are trufts too confiderable to be placed in any fingle fubjeft. He has interefts of his own. He foon begins to think that he may be happy and glorious by oppreffing his fellow citizens, and that he may raife himfelf to grandeur on the ruins of his country. In an extenfive republic, the public good is facrificed to 1,000 private views. It is fubordinate to exceptions, and depends on accidents. In a fmall one, the interefts of the public is more obvious, better underftood, and more within the reach of every citizen. Abufes have lefs extent, and of courfe are lefs protected. The long duration of the republic of Sparta was owing to her having continued in the fame extent of territory after all her wars. The fole aim of Sparta was liberty, and the fole advantage of her liberty, glory. It was the spirit of the Greek republics to be as contented with their territories as with their laws. Athens was firft fired with ambition, and gave it to Lacedaemon. But it was an ambition rather of commanding a free people than of governing flaves, rather of diredting than of breaking the union. All was loft upon the ftarting up of monarchy, a government whofe spirit is more turned to increafe of dominion. Excepting particular circumftances, it is difficult for any other than a republican government to fubfift longer in a fingle town. A prince of fo petty a ftate would naturally endeavour to opprefs his fubjects, becaufe his power would be great, while the means of enjoying it, or of caufing it to be refpeded, would be inconfiderable. The confequence is, he would trample upon his people. On the other hand, fuch a prince might be eafily crufhed by a foreign or even a domeftic force. The people might any inftant unite and rife up against him. Now as foon as the fovereign of a fingle town is expelled, the quarrel is over, but if he has many towns, it only begins. CHAPTER XVII. Distinctive Properties of a Monarchy. A monarchical ftate ought to be of moderate extent. Were it fmall, it would form itself into a republic. Were it very large, the nobility, poffeffed of great eftates, far from the eye of the prince, with a private court of their own, and fecure moreover from fudden executions by the laws and manners of the country, fuch a nobility, I say, might throw off their allegiance, having nothing to fear from too flow and too diftant a punifhment. Thus Charlemagne had fcarcely founded his empire, when he was obliged to divide it. Whether the governors of the provinces refufed to obey, or whether, in order to keep them more under fubjedion, there was a neceffity of parcelling the empire into feveral kingdoms. After the deceafe of Alexander, his empire was divided. How was it poffible for thofe Greek and Macedonian chiefs, who were each of them free and independent, or commanders at leaft of the victorious bands difperfed throughout that vaft extent of conquered land, how was it poffible, I fay, for them to obey? Attila's empire was diflolved foon after his death. Such a number of kings, who were no longer under reftraint, could not refume their fetters. The fudden eftablifhment of unlimited power is a remedy which in thofe cafes may prevent a diflolution. But how dreadful the remedy, which after the enlargement of dominion opens a new fcene of mifery. The rivers haften to mingle their waters with the fea, and monarchies lofe themfelves in defpotic power. CHAPTER XVIII. Particular Cafe of the Spanifh Monarchy. Let not the example of Spain be produced against me. It rather proves what I affirm. To preferve America, she did what even despotic power itself does not attempt. She destroyed the inhabitants. To preferve her colony, she was obliged to keep it dependent even for its subfiftence. In the Netherlands she effayed to render herfelf arbitrary, and as foon as fhe abandoned the attempt, her perplexity increafed. On the one hand, the Walloons would not be governed by Spaniards, and on the other, the Spanifh foldiers refufed to fubmit to Walloon officers. In Italy fhe maintained her ground merely by exhaufting herfelf and by enriching that country. For thofe who would have been pleafed to have got rid of the king of Spain were not in a humour to refufe his gold. CHAP. 19. Diftinctive Properties of a defpotic Government. A large empire fuppofes a defpotic authority in the perfon who governs. It is neceffary that the quicknefs of the prince's refolutions fhould fupply the diftance of the places they are fent to. That fear fhould prevent the remiflnefs of the diftant governor or magiftrate. That the law fhould be derived from a fingle perfon, and fhould fhift continually according to the accidents which inceffantly multiply in a ftate in proportion to its extent. CHAP. 20. Confequence of the preceding Chapters. If it be therefore the natural property of fmall ftates to be governed as a republic, of middling ones to be fubjeft to a monarch, and of large empires to be fwayed by a defpotic prince, the confequence is, that in order to preferve the principles of the eftablifhed government, the ftate muft be fupported in the extent it has acquired, and that the spirit of this ftate will alter in proportion as it contracts or extends its limits. CHAP. 21. Of the Empire of China. Before I conclude this book, I fhall anfwer an objedlion that may be made to the foregoing doctrine. Our miflionaries inform us, that the government of the vaft empire of China is admirable, and that it has a proper mixture of fear, honor, and virtue. Confequently, I muft have given an idle diftinction in eftablifhing the principles of the three governments. But I cannot conceive what this honor can be among a people who aft only through fear of being baftinaded. Again, our merchants are far from giving us any fuch accounts of the virtues fo much talked of by the miflionaries. We need only confult them in relation to the robberies and extortions of the Mandarins. I likewife appeal to another unexceptionable witnefs, the great Lord Anfon. Befides, Father Perenin's letters concerning the emperor's proceedings against fome of the princes of the blood, who had incurred his difpleafure by their converfation, plainly shew us a fettled plan of tyranny and barbarities committed by rule, that is, in cold blood. We have likewife Monfieur de Mairan's and the fame Father Perenin's letters on the government of China. I find therefore, that after a few proper queftions and anfwers, the whole myftery is unfolded. Might not our miflionaries have been deceived by an appearance of order? Might not they have been ftruck with that conftant exercife of a fingle person's will, an exercife by which they themfelves are governed, and which they are fo pleafed to find in the courts of the Indian princes, becaufe as they go thither only in order to introduce great changes, it is much eafier to perfuade thofe princes that there are no bounds to their power, than to convince the people that there are none to their fubmiffion. In fine, there is frequently fome kind of truth even in errors themfelves. It may be owing to particular and perhaps very extraordinary circumftances, that the Chinefe government is not fo corrupt as one might naturally expect. The climate and fome other phyfical caufes may in that country have had fo ftrong an influence on their morals, as in fome meafure to produce wonders. The climate of China is furprizingly favourable to the propagation of the human fpecies. The women are the most prolific in the whole world. The most barbarous tyranny can put no stop to the progress of propagation. The prince cannot say there, like Pharaoh, let us deal wisely with them, lest they multiply. He would be rather reduced to Nero's wish, that mankind had all but one head. In spite of tyranny, China, by the force of its climate, will be ever populous and triumph over the tyrannical oppressor. China, like all other countries that live chiefly upon rice, is subject to frequent famines. When the people are ready to starve, they disperse in order to seek for nourishment, in consequence of which gangs of robbers are formed on every side. Most of them are extirpated in their very infancy, others swell and are likewise suppressed. And yet, in so great a number of such distant provinces, some band or other may happen to meet with success. In that cafe they maintain their ground, strengthen their party, form themselves into a military body, march up to the capital, and place their leader on the throne. From the very nature of things, a bad administration is here immediately punished. The want of subsistence in so populous a country produces sudden disorders. The reason why the redress of abufes in other countries is attended with such difficulty is, because their efforts are not immediately felt. The prince is not informed in so sudden and sensible a manner as in China. The emperor of China is not taught like our princes, that if he governs ill, he will be less happy in the other life, less powerful and less opulent in this. He knows that if his government be not just, he will be stripped both of empire and life. As China grows every day more populous, notwithstanding the expofing of children, the inhabitants are incessantly employed in tilling the lands for their subsistence. This requires a very extraordinary attention in the government. It is their perpetual concern that every man should have it in his power to work without the apprehension of being deprived of the fruits of his labour. Consequently, this is not so much a civil as a domestic government. Such has been the origin of thofe regulations which have been so greatly extolled. They wanted to make the laws reign in conjunction with defpotic power, but whatever is joined to the latter lofes all its force. In vain did this arbitrary sway, labouring under its own inconveniences, desired to be fettered. It armed itself with its chains, and has become ftill more terrible. China is, therefore, a defpotic ftate, whofe principle is fear. Perhaps in the earlieft dynafties, when the empire had not fo large an extent, the government might have deviated a little from this spirit, but the cafe is otherwife at present. End of Chapter 21. End of Book 8 of Spirit of the Laws. Book 9, Chapters 1 to 10 of the Spirit of the Laws. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Benjamin Gittins. The Spirit of the Laws by Charles de Secondat, Baron de Montesquieu. Translated by Thomas Nugent. Book 9. Of Laws in the relation they bear to a defensive force. Chapters 1 to 10. Chapter 1. In what manner republics provide for their safety. If a republic be small, it is destroyed by a foreign force. If it be large, it is ruined by an internal imperfection. To this twofold inconvenience, democracies and aristocracies are equally liable, whether they be good or bad. The evil is in the very thing itself, and no form can redress it. It is therefore very probable that mankind would have been, at length, obliged to live constantly under the government of a single person, had they not contrived a kind of constitution that has all the internal advantages of a republican, together with the external force of a monarchical government. I mean a confederate republic. This form of government is a convention by which several petty states agree to become members of a larger one which they intend to establifh. It is a kind of assemblage of societies that constitute a new one, capable of increafing by means of further associations, till they arrive at fuch a degree of power as to be able to provide for the fecurity of the whole body. It was thefe associations that fo long contributed to the prosperity of Greece. By thefe the Romans attacked the whole globe, and by thefe alone the whole globe withftood them. For when Rome had arrived at her higheft pitch of grandeur, it was the associations beyond the Danube and the Rhine, associations formed by the terror of her arms, that enabled the barbarians to refift her. Hence it proceeds that Holland, Germany, and the Swiss cantons are considered in Europe as perpetual republics. The affociation of cities were formerly more neceffary than in our times. A weak defencelefs town was expofed to greater danger. By conqueft it was deprived not only of the executive and legislative power, as at present, but moreover of all human property. A republic of this kind, able to withftand an external force, may fupport itself without any internal corruption. The form of this society prevents all manner of inconveniences. If a fingle member fhould attempt to ufurp the fupreme power, he could not be fuppofed to have an equal authority and credit in all the confederate ftates. Were he to have too great an influence over one, this would alarm the reft. Were he to fubdue a part, that which would ftill remain free might oppofe him with forces independent of thofe which he had ufurped, and overpower him before he could be fettled in his ufurpation. Should a popular infurrection happen in one of the confederate ftates, the others are able to quell it. Should abufes creep into one part, they are reformed by thofe that remain found. The ftate may be deftroyed on one fide, and not on the other. The confederacy may be diflolved, and the confederates preferve their fovereignty. As this government is compofed of petty republics, it enjoys the internal happinefs of each, and with regard to its external fituation, by means of the affociation, it poffefles all the advantages of large monarchies. CHAP. II. That a confederate government ought to be compofed of ftates of the fame nature, efpecially of the republican kind. The Canaanites were deftroyed by reafon that they were petty monarchies that had no union or confederacy for their common defence ; and indeed a confederacy is not agreeable to the nature of petty monarchies. As the confederate republic of Germany confifts of free cities and of petty ftates fubjeft to different princes, experience fhews us that it is much more imperfect than that of Holland and Switzerland. The spirit of monarchy is war and enlargement of dominion. Peace and moderation are the spirit of a republic. Thefe two kinds of governments cannot naturally fubfift in a confederate republic. Thus we obferve in the Roman history, that when the Veients had chofen a king, they were immediately abandoned by all the other petty republics of Tuscany. Greece was undone as foon as the kings of Macedon obtained a feat among the Amphictyons. The confederate republic of Germany, compofed of princes and free towns, fubfifts by means of a chief, who is, in fome refpedts, the magiftrate of the union, in others the monarch. CHAP. III. Other requifites in a confederate republic. In the republic of Holland, one province cannot conclude an alliance without the confent of the others. This law, which is an excellent one, and even neceffary in a confederate republic, is wanting in the Germanic conftitution, where it would prevent the misfortunes that may happen to the whole confederacy through the imprudence, ambition, or avarice of a fingle member. A republic united by a political confederacy has given itself up, and has nothing more to refign. It is difficult for the United States to be all of equal power and extent. The Lycian republic has an affociation of 23 towns. The large ones had 3 votes in the common council, the middling ones 2, and the fmall towns 1. The Dutch republic consists of 7 provinces of different extent of territory, which have each one voice. The cities of Lycia contributed to the expenses of the state according to the proportion of suffrages. The provinces of the United Netherlands cannot follow this proportion. They must be directed by that of their power. In Lycia, the judges and town magistrates were elected by the common council, and according to the proportion already mentioned. In the Republic of Holland, they are not chosen by the common council, but each town names its magistrates. Were I to give a model of the excellent confederate republic, I should pitch upon that of Lycia. CHAPTER IV. In what manner despotic governments provide for their security. As republics provide for their security by uniting, despotic governments do it by separating, and by keeping themselves, as it were, single. They sacrifice a part of the country, and by ravaging and desolating the frontiers, they render the heart of the empire inaccessible. It is a received axiom in geometry, that the greater the extent of bodies, the more their circumference is relatively small. This practice, therefore, of laying the frontiers waste is more tolerable in large than in middling states. A despotic government does all the mischief to itself that could be committed by a cruel enemy, whose arms it were unable to resist. It preserves itself likewise by another kind of separation, which is by putting the most distant provinces into the hands of a great vassal. The Mogul, the king of Persia, and the emperors of China have their feudatories, and the Turks have found their account in putting the Tartars, the Moldavans, the Walchians, and formerly the Transylvanians between themselves and their enemies. CHAPTER V. In what manner a monarchical government provides for its security. A monarchy never destroys itself like a despotic government, but a kingdom of a moderate extent is liable to sudden invasions. It must, therefore, have great fortresses to defend its frontiers, and troops to garrison thofe fortresses. The least spot of ground is difputed with military skill and resolution. Despotic ftates make incurfions againft one another. It is monarchies only that wage war. Fortresses are proper for monarchies. Despotic governments are afraid of them. They dare not entruft their officers with fuch a command, as none of them have any affection for the prince or his government. CHAPTER VI. Of the defensive force of States in general. To preferve a ftate in its due force, it muft have fuch an extent as to admit of a proportion between the celerity with which it may be invaded, and that with which it may defeat the invasion. As an invader may appear on every fide, it is a requifite that the ftate should be able to make on every fide its defence. Confequently, it should be of a moderate extent, proportioned to the degree of velocity that nature has given to man to enable him to move from one place to another. France and Spain are exactly of a proper extent. They have fo eafy a communication for their forces, as to be able to convey them immediately to what part they have a mind. The armies unite and pafs with rapidity from one frontier to another, without any apprehension of fuch difficulties as require time to remove. It is extremely happy for France, that the capital ftands near to the different frontiers in proportion to their weaknefs, and that the prince has a better view of each part of his country, according as it is more expofed. But when a vaft empire, like Persia, is attacked, it is feveral months before the troops are affembled in a body, and then they are not able to make fuch forced marches for that fpace of time as they could for 15 days. Should the army on the frontiers be defeated, it is foon difpersed, becaufe there is no neighbouring place of retreat. The victor, meeting with no refiftance, advances with all expedition, fits down before the capital, and lays fiege to it, when there is fcarcely time fufficient to fummon the governors of the provinces to its relief. Thofe who forefee an approaching revolution haften it by their difobedience. For men whofe fidelity is entirely owing to the danger of punishment are easily corrupted as foon as it becomes diftant. Their aim is their own private intereft. The empire is fubverted, the capital taken, and the conqueror difputes the feveral provinces with the governors. The real power of a prince does not confift fo much in the facility he meets with in making conquefts, as in the difficulty an enemy finds in attacking him, and, if I may fo fpeak, in the immutability of his condition. But the increafe of territory obliges a government to lay itself more open to an enemy. As monarchs therefore ought to be endued with wifdom in order to increafe their power, they ought likewife to have an equal fhare of prudence to confine it within bounds. Upon removing the inconveniences of too fmall a territory, they fhould have their eye conftantly on the inconveniences which attend its extent. CHAPTER VII. A Reflection. The enemies of a great prince, whofe reign was protracted to an unufual length, have very often accufed him, rather, I believe, from their own fears than upon any folid foundation, of having formed and carried on a project of univerfal monarchy. Had he attained his aim, nothing would have been more fatal to his fubjeds, to himfelf, to his family, and to all Europe. Heaven, that knows our true interefts, favoured him more by preventing the fuccefs of his arms, than it could have done by crowning him with victories. Inftead of raifing him to be the only fovereign in Europe, it made him happier by rendering him the moft powerful. The fubjeds of this prince, who in travelling abroad are never affedted but with what they have left at home, who on quitting their own habitations look upon glory as their chief object, and in diftant countries as an obstacle to their return, who difgufl you even by their good qualities, becaufe they are tainted with fo much vanity, who are capable of fupporting wounds, perils, and fatigues, but not of foregoing their pleafures, who are fupremely fond of gaiety, and comfort themfelves for the lofs of a battle by a fong upon the general, thofe fubjeds, I fay, would never have the folidity requifite for an enterprize of this kind, which if defeated in one country would be unfuccefsful every where elfe, and if once unfuccefsful would be fo for ever. CHAPTER VIII. A particular Cafe in which the defenfive force of a State is inferior to the offenfive. It was a faying of the Lord of Coucy to King Charles V, that the Englifh are never weaker nor more eafily overcome than in their own country. The fame was obferved of the Romans, the fame of the Carthaginians, and the fame will happen to every power that fends armies to diftant countries, in order to reunite by difcipline and military force thofe who are divided among themfelves by political or civil interefts. The ftate finds itfelf weakened by the diforder that ftill continues, and more fo by the remedy. The Lord of Coucy's maxim is an exception to the general rule, which disapproves of wars against diftant countries. And this exception confirms likewife the rule, becaufe it takes place only with regard to thofe by whom fuch wars are undertaken. CHAPTER IX. Of the relative Force of States. All grandeur, force, and power are relative. Care, therefore, muft be taken that endeavouring to increafe the real grandeur, the relative be not diminifhed. During the reign of Louis XIV, France was at its higheft pitch of relative grandeur. Germany had not yet produced fuch powerful princes as has fince appeared in that country. Italy was in the fame cafe. England and Scotland were not yet formed into one united kingdom. Aragon was not joined to Castile. The diftant branches of the Spanifh monarchy were weakened by it, and weakened it in their turn, and Muscovy was as little known in Europe as Crim Tartary. CHAPTER X. Of the Weaknefs of neighbouring States. Whensoever a ftate lies contiguous to another that happens to be in its decline, the former ought to take particular care not to precipitate the ruin of the latter, because this is the happiest situation imaginable. Nothing being so convenient as for one prince to be near another, who receives for him all the rebuffs and insults of fortune. And it seldom happens that by subduing such a state, the real power of the conqueror is as much increased as the relative is diminished. End of chapter 10. End of book 9 of Spirit of the Laws. Book 10, chapters 1 to 17 of the Spirit of the Laws. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Benjamin Gittins. The Spirit of the Laws by Charles de Secondat, Baron de Montesquieu. Translated by Thomas Nugent. Book 10. Of Laws in the relation they bear to an offensive force. Chapter 1. Of offensive force. Offensive force is regulated by the law of nations, which is the political law of each country considered in relation to every other. Chapter 2. Of war. The life of governments is like that of man. The latter has a right to kill in the case of natural defence, the former have a right to wage war for their own preservation. In the case of natural defence, I have a right to kill, because my life is in respect to me what the life of my antagonist is to him. In the same manner, a state wages war, because its preservation is like that of any other being. With individuals, the right of natural defence does not imply a necessity of attacking. Instead of attacking, they need only have recourse to proper tribunals. They cannot, therefore, exercise this right of defence but in sudden cases, when immediate death would be the consequence of waiting for the assistance of the law. But with states, the right of natural defence carries along with it sometimes the necessity of attacking, as for instance, when one nation sees that a continuance of peace will enable another to destroy her, and that to attack that nation instantly is the only way to prevent her own destruction. Thence it follows that petty states have oftener a right to declare war than great ones, because they are oftener in the case of being afraid of destruction. The right, therefore, of war is derived from necessity and strict justice. If those who direct the conscience or counsels of princes do not abide by this maxim, the consequence is dreadful. When they proceed on arbitrary principles of glory, convenience, and utility, torrents of blood must overspread the earth. But above all, let them not plead such an idle pretext as the glory of the prince. His glorying is nothing but pride. It is a passion, and not a legitimate right. It is true that the fame of his power might increase the strength of his government, but it might be equally increased by the reputation of his justice. Chapter 3. Of the right of conquest. From the right of war comes that of conquest, which is the consequence of that right, and ought therefore to follow its spirit. The right the conqueror has over a conquered people is directed by 4 sorts of laws. The law of nature, which makes everything tend to the preservation of the species. The law of natural reason, which teaches us to do to others what we would have done to ourselves. The law that forms political societies, whose duration nature has not limited. And in fine, the law derived from the nature of the thing itself. Conquest is an acquisition, and carries with it the spirit of preservation and use, not of destruction. The inhabitants of a conquered country are treated by the conqueror in one of the 4 following ways. Either he continues to rule them according to their own laws, and assumes to himself only the exercise of the political and civil government, or he gives them new political and civil government, or he destroys and disperses the society, or in fine, he exterminates the people. The first way is conformable to the law of nations now followed. The fourth is more agreeable to the law of nations followed by the Romans, in respect to which I leave the reader to judge how far we have improved upon the ancients. We must give due commendations to our modern refinements in reason, religion, philosophy, and manners. The authors of our public law, guided by ancient histories, without confining themselves to cases of strict necessity, have fallen into very great errors. They have adopted tyrannical and arbitrary principles by supposing the conquerors to be invested with I know not what right to kill. Thence they have drawn consequences as terrible as the very principle, and established maxims which the conquerors themselves, when possessed of the least grain of sense, never presumed to follow. It is a plain case that when the conquest is completed, the conqueror has no longer a right to kill, because he has no longer the plea of natural defence and self-preservation. What has led them into this mistake is, that they imagined a conqueror had a right to destroy the state, whence they inferred that he had a right to destroy the men that compose it, a wrong consequence from a false principle. For from the destruction of the state, it does not at all follow that the people who comprise it ought to be also destroyed. The state is the association of men, and not the men themselves. The citizen may perish, and the man remain. From the right of killing in the case of conquest, politicians have drawn that of reducing to slavery, a consequence as ill-grounded as the principle. There is no such thing as a right of reducing people to slavery, save when it becomes necessary for the preservation of the conquest. Preservation, and not servitude, is the end of conquest, though servitude may happen sometimes to be a necessary means of preservation. Even in that case, it is contrary to the nature of things that the slavery should be perpetual. The people enslaved ought to be rendered capable of becoming subjects. Slavery in conquests is an accidental thing. When after the expiration of a certain space of time, all the parts of the conquering state are connected with the conquered nation by custom, marriages, laws, associations, and by a certain conformity of disposition, there ought to be an end of the slavery. For the rights of the conqueror are founded entirely on the opposition between the two nations in those very articles, whence prejudices arise and the want of mutual confidence. A conqueror, therefore, who reduces the conquered people to slavery, ought always to reserve to himself the means, for means there are without number, of restoring them to their liberty. These are far from being vague and uncertain notions. Thus our ancestors acted, those ancestors who conquered the Roman Empire. The laws they made in the heat and transport of passion, and in the insolence of victory, were gradually softened. Those laws were at first severe, but were afterwards rendered impartial. The Burgundians, Goths, and Lombards would have the Romans continue a conquered people, but the laws of Euric, Gundobald, and Rotherus made the Romans and barbarians fellow citizens. Charlemagne, to tame the Saxons, deprived them of their liberty and property. Louis the Debonair made them a free people, and this was one of the most prudent regulations during his whole reign. Time and servitude had softened their manners, and they ever after adhered to him with the greatest fidelity. Chapter 4. Some advantages of a conquered people. Instead of inferring such destructive consequences from the right of conquest, much better would it have been for politicians to mention the advantages which this very right may sometimes give to a conquered people. Advantages which would be more sensibly and more universally experienced were our law of nations exactly followed and established in every part of the globe. Conquered countries are, generally speaking, degenerated from their original institution. Corruption has crept in, the execution of the laws has been neglected, and the government has grown oppressive. Who can question but such a ftate would be a gainer, and derive fome advantages from the very conqueft itfelf, if it did not prove deftructive? When a government has arrived at the degree of corruption as to be incapable of reforming itself, it would not lofe much by being newly moulded. A conqueror who enters triumphant into a country where the moneyed men have, by a variety of artifices, infenfibly arrived at innumerable ways of encroaching on the public, where the miferable people, who fee abufes grown into laws, are ready to fink under the weight of oppreffion, yet think they have no right to apply for redrefs, a conqueror, I fay, may make a total change, and then the tyranny of thofe wretches will be the firft thing expofed to his refentment. We have beheld, for inftance, countries oppreffed by the farmers of the revenues, and eafed afterwards by the conqueror, who had neither the engagements nor wants of the legitimate prince. Even the abufes have been often redreffed without any interpofition of the conqueror. Sometimes the frugality of a conquering nation has enabled them to allow the conquered thofe neceffaries of which they have been deprived under a lawful prince. A conqueft may deftroy pernicious prejudices, and lay, if I may prefume to ufe the expreffion, the nation under a better genius. What good might not the Spaniards have done to the Mexicans? They had a milder religion to impart to them, but they filled their heads with a frantic superftition. They might have set the flaves at liberty, they made freemen flaves. They might have undeceived them with regard to the abufe of human facrifices, inftead of that they deftroyed them. Never fhould I have finifhed, were I to recount all the good they might have done, and all the mifchief they committed. It is a conqueror's bufinefs to repair a part of the mifchief he has occafioned. The right therefore of conqueft I define thus: a neceffary, lawful, but unhappy power, which leaves the conqueror under a heavy obligation of repairing the injuries done to humanity. CHAPTER V. Gelon, King of Syracuse. The nobleft treaty of peace ever mentioned in hiftory is, in my opinion, that which Gelon made with the Carthaginians. He infifted upon their abolifhing the cuftom of facrificing their children. Glorious indeed! After having defeated 300,000 Carthaginians, he required a condition that was advantageous only to themfelves, or rather he ftipulated it in favour of human nature. The Bactrians expofed their aged fathers to be devoured by large maftiffs, a cuftom fuppreffed by Alexander, whereby he obtained a fignal triumph over fuperftition. CHAPTER VI. Of Conquefts made by a Republic. It is contrary to the nature of things, that in a confederate government one ftate fhould make any conqueft over another, as in our days we have feen in Switzerland. In mixed confederate republics, where the affociation is between petty republics and monarchies of a fmall extent, this is not fo abfurd. Contrary is it alfo to the nature of things, that a democratic republic fhould conquer towns which cannot enter into the fphere of its democracy. It is neceffary that the conquered people fhould be capable of enjoying the privileges of fovereignty, as was fettled in the very beginning among the Romans. The conqueft ought to be limited to the number of citizens fixed for the democracy. If a democratic republic fubdues a nation in order to govern them as fubjects, it expofes its own liberty, becaufe it entrufts too great a power to thofe who are appointed to the command of the conquered provinces. How dangerous would have been the fituation of the republic of Carthage, had Hannibal made himfelf mafter of Rome? What would he have not done in his own country, had he been victorious, he who caufed fo many revolutions in it after his defeat? Hanno could never have diffuaded the Senate from fending fuccour to Hannibal, had he used no other argument than his own jealousy. The Carthaginian senate, whofe wifdom is fo highly extolled by Aristotle, and which has been evidently proved by the profperity of that republic, could never have been determined by other than solid reafons. They muft have been ftupid not to fee that an army at the diftance of 300 leagues would neceffarily be expofed to lofles which required reparation. Hanno's party infifted that Hannibal should be delivered up to the Romans. They could not at that time be afraid of the Romans. They were, therefore, apprehenfive of Hannibal. It was impoffible, fome will fay, for them to imagine that Hannibal had been fo fuccefsful. But how was it poffible for them to doubt it? Could the Carthaginians, a people fpread over all the earth, be ignorant of what was tranfacting in Italy? No, they were fufficiently acquainted with it, and for that reafon they did not care to fend fupplies to Hannibal. Hanno became more refolute after the battle of Trebia, after the battle of Thrasymene, after that of Cannae. It was not his incredulity that increafed, but his fear. CHAPTER VII. The fame Subject continued. There is ftill another inconvenience in conquefts made by democracies. Their government is ever odious to the conquered ftates. It is apparently monarchical, but in reality it is much more oppreffive than monarchy, as the experience of all ages and countries evince. The conquered people are in a melancholy fituation. They neither enjoy the advantages of a republic, nor thofe of a monarchy. What has been here faid of a popular ftate is applicable to ariftocracy. CHAPTER VIII. The fame Subject continued. When a republic, therefore, keeps another nation in fubjedion, it fhould endeavour to repair the inconveniences arifing from the nature of its fituation, by giving it good laws, both for the political and civil government of the people. We have an inftance of an ifland in the Mediterranean, fubject to an Italian republic, whofe political and civil laws with regard to the inhabitants of that ifland were extremely defective. The aft of indemnity, by which it ordained that no one should be condemned to bodily punifhment in confequence of the private knowledge of the governor, ex informata conscientia, is ftill recent in every body's memory. There have been frequent inftances of the people's petitioning for privileges. Here the fovereign grants only the common right of all nations. CHAPTER IX. Of Conquefts made by a Monarchy. If a monarchy can long fubfift before it is weakened by its increafe, it will become formidable, and its ftrength will remain entire while pent up by the neighbouring monarchies. It ought not, therefore, to aim at conquefts beyond the natural limits of its government. So foon as it has pafled thefe limits, it is prudence to ftop. In this kind of conqueft things muft be left as they were found. The fame courts of judicature, the fame laws, the fame cuftoms, the fame privileges. There ought to be no other alteration than that of the army and of the name of the sovereign. When a monarchy has extended its limits by the conqueft of neighbouring provinces, it should treat thofe provinces with great lenity. If a monarchy has been long endeavouring at conqueft, the provinces of its ancient demesne are generally ill ufed. They are obliged to fubmit both to the new and to the ancient abufes, and to be depopulated by a vaft metropolis that fwallows up the whole. Now if, after having made conquefts round this demesne, the conquered people were treated like the ancient subjects, the ftate would be undone. The taxes fent by the conquered provinces to the capital would never return. The inhabitants of the frontiers would be ruined, and confequently the frontiers would be weaker. The people would be disaffeded, and the fubfiftence of the armies defigned to aft and remain there would become more precarious. Such is the neceffary ftate of a conquering monarchy. A fhocking luxury in the capital, mifery in the provinces fomewhat diftant, and plenty in the moft remote. It is the fame with fuch a monarchy as with our planet. Fire at the center, verdure on the furface, and between both a dry, cold, and barren earth. Chapter 10. Of one monarchy that subdues another. Sometimes one monarchy subdues another. The smaller the latter, the better it is overawed by fortresses, and the larger it is, the better will it be preserved by colonies. Chapter 11. Of the manners of a conquered people. It is not sufficient in thofe conquefts to let the conquered nation enjoy their own laws. It is perhaps more neceffary to leave them alfo their manners, becaufe people in general have a ftronger attachment to thefe than to their laws. The French have been driven 9 times out of Italy, becaufe, as hiftorians fay, of their infolent familiarities with the fair fex. It is too much for a nation to be obliged to bear not only with the pride of conquerors, but with their incontinence and indifcretion. Thefe are, without doubt, moft grievous and intolerable, as they are the fource of infinite outrages. Chapter 12. Of a law of Cyrus. Far am I from thinking that a good law which Cyrus made to oblige the Lydians to practife none but mean or infamous profeffions. It is true he directed his attention to an object of the greateft importance. He thought of guarding against revolts, and not invafions. But invafions will foon come, when the Perfians and Lydians unite and corrupt each other. I would, therefore, much rather fupport by laws the fimplicity and rudenefs of the conquering nation, than the effeminacy of the conquered. Aristodemus, tyrant of Cumae, ufed all his endeavours to banifh courage, and to enervate the minds of youth. He ordered that boys should let their hair grow in the fame manner as girls, that they should deck it with flowers, and wear long robes of different colours down to their heels, that when they went to their matters of mufic and dancing, they should have women with them to carry their umbrellas, perfumes, and fans, and to prefent them with combs and looking glafles whenever they bathed. This education lafted to the age of 20, an education that could be agreeable to none but a petty tyrant, who expofes his fovereignty to defend his life. Chapter 13. Charles XII. This prince, who depended entirely on his own ftrength, haftened his ruin by forming defigns that could never be executed but by a long war, a thing which his kingdom was unable to fupport. It was not a declining ftate he undertook to fubvert, but a rifing empire. The Ruffians made ufe of the war he waged against them as of a military fchool. Every defeat brought them nearer to victory, and lofing abroad, they learned to defend themfelves at home. Charles, in the deferts of Poland, imagined himfelf fovereign of the whole world. Here he wandered, and with him in fome meafure wandered Sweden, while his capital enemy acquired new ftrength against him, locked him up, made fettlements along the Baltic, deftroyed or fubdued Livonia. Sweden was like a river whofe waters are cut off at the fountain head in order to change its courfe. It was not the affair of Pultowa that ruined Charles. Had he not been deftroyed at that place, he would have been in another. The casualties of fortune are eafily repaired, but who can be guarded against events that inceffantly arife from the nature of things? But neither nature nor fortune were ever fo much against him as he himfelf. He was not directed by the prefent fituation of things, but by a kind of plan of his forming, and even this he followed very ill. He was not an Alexander, but he would have made an excellent foldier under that monarch. Alexander's project fucceeded becaufe it was prudently concerted. The bad fuccefs of the Perfians in their feveral invafions of Greece, the conquefts of Agesilaus, and the retreat of the 10,000, had shewn to demonftration the fuperiority of the Greeks in their manner of fighting and in their arms. And it was well known that the Perfians were too proud to be corrected. It was no longer poffible for them to weaken Greece by divifions. Greece was then united under one head, which could not pitch upon a better method of rendering her insensible to her servitude, than by flattering her vanity with the deftrudion of her hereditary enemy, and with the hopes of the conqueft of Afia. An empire cultivated by the moft induftrious nation in the world, that followed agriculture from a principle of religion, an empire abounding with every convenience of life, furnifhed the enemy with all neceffary means of fubfifting. It was eafy to judge by the pride of thofe kings, who in vain were mortified by their numerous defeats, that they would precipitate their ruin by their forwardnefs in venturing battles, and that the flattery of their courtiers would never permit them to doubt of their grandeur. The project was not only wife, but wifely executed. Alexander, in the rapidity of his conquefts, even in the impetuosity of his paffion, had, if I may fo exprefs myfelf, a flafh of reafon by which he was directed, and which thofe who would fain have made a romance of his hiftory, and whofe minds were more corrupt than his, could not conceal from our view. Let us defcend more minutely into his hiftory. CHAP. 14. Alexander. He did not fet upon his expedition till he had fecured Macedonia againft the neighbouring barbarians, and completed the redudion of Greece. He availed himfelf of this conqueft for no other end than for the execution of his grand enterprize. He rendered the jealoufy of the Lacedaemonians of no effect. He attacked the maritime provinces. He caufed his land forces to keep clofe to the fea coaft, that they might not be feparated from his fleet. He made an admirable ufe of difcipline againft numbers. He never wanted provifions ; and if it be true that victory gave him every thing, he in his turn did every thing to obtain it. In the beginning of his enterprize, a time when the leaft check might have proved his deftrudion, he trufted very little to fortune. But when his reputation was eftablifhed by a feries of profperous events, he fometimes had recourfe to temerity. When before his departure for Afia, he marched againft the Trebellians and the Illyrians, you find he waged war againft thofe people in the very fame manner as Caefar afterwards conducted that againft the Gauls. Upon his return to Greece, it was in fome meafure againft his will that he took and deftroyed Thebes. When he invefted that city, he wanted the inhabitants to come into terms of peace, but they haftened their own ruin. When it was debated whether he fhould attack the Perfian fleet, it is Parmenio who fhews his prefumption, Alexander his wifdom. His aim was to draw the Perfians from the fea coaft, and to lay them under a neceffity of abandoning their marine, in which they had a manifeft fuperiority. Tyre being from principle attached to the Perfians, who could not fubfift without the commerce and navigation of that city, Alexander deftroyed it. He fubdued Egypt, which Darius had left bare of troops, while he was affembling immenfe armies in another world. To the paflage of the Granicus, Alexander owed the conqueft of the Greek colonies; to the battle of Issus, the reduction of Tyre and Egypt; to the battle of Arbela, the empire of the world. After the battle of Issus, he fuffered Darius to efcape, and employed his time in fecuring and regulating his conquefts. After the battle of Arbela, he purfued him fo clofe as to leave him no place of refuge in his empire. Darius enters his towns, his provinces, to quit them the next moment; and Alexander marches with fuch rapidity, that the empire of the world feems to be rather the prize of an Olympian race, than the fruit of a great victory. In this manner he carried on his conquefts. Let us now fee how he preferved them. He oppofed thofe who would have him treat the Greeks as matters, and the Perfians as flaves. He thought only of uniting the two nations, and of abolishing the diftinftions of a conquering and a conquered people. After he had completed his victories, he relinquished all thofe prejudices that had helped him to obtain them. He affumed the manners of the Perfians, that he might not chagrin them too much by obliging them to conform to thofe of the Greeks. It was this humanity which made him shew fo great a refpeft for the wife and mother of Darius, and this that made him fo continent. What a conqueror! He is lamented by all nations he has fubdued. What a ufurper! At his death the very family he has cast from the throne is all in tears. Thefe were the moft glorious paffages in his life, and fuch as hiftory cannot produce an inftance of in any other conqueror. Nothing confolidates a conqueft more than the union formed between the two nations by marriages. Alexander chofe his wives from the nations he had fubdued. He infifted on his courtiers doing the fame, and the reft of the Macedonians followed the example. The Franks and Burgundians permitted thofe marriages. The Visigoths forbade them in Spain, and afterwards allowed them. By the Lombards they were not only allowed, but encouraged. When the Romans wanted to weaken Macedonia, they ordered that there should be no intermarriages between the people of different provinces. Alexander, whofe aim was to unite the two nations, thought fit to eftablifh in Persia a great number of Greek colonies. He built, therefore, a multitude of towns, and fo ftrongly were all parts of this new empire cemented, that after his deceafe, amidft the difturbances and confufion of the moft frightful civil wars, when the Greeks had reduced themfelves, as it were, to a ftate of annihilation, not a fingle province of Persia revolted. To prevent Greece and Macedon from being too much exhaufted, he fent a colony of Jews to Alexandria. The manners of thofe people fignified nothing to him, provided he could be fure of their fidelity. He not only fuffered the conquered nations to retain their own cuftoms and manners, but likewife their civil laws, and frequently the very kings and governors to whom they had been fubjeft. The Macedonians he placed at the head of the troops, and the natives of the country at the head of government, rather choofing to run the hazard of a particular disloyalty, which fometimes happened, than of a general revolt. He paid great refpeft to the ancient traditions, and to all the public monuments of the glory or vanity of nations. The Perfian monarchs having deftroyed the temples of the Greeks, Babylonians, and Egyptians, Alexander rebuilt them. Few nations fubmitted to his yoke to whofe religion he did not conform, and his conquefts feem to have been intended only to make him that particular monarch of each nation, and the firft inhabitant of each city. The aim of the Romans in conqueft was to destroy, his to preferve. And wherever he directed his victorious arms, his chief view was to atchieve fomething, whence that country might derive an increafe of profperity and power. To attain this end, he was enabled firft of all by the greatnefs of his genius, fecondly by his frugality and private economy, thirdly by his profufion in matters of importance. He was clofe and referved in his private expences, but generous to the higheft degree in thofe of a public nature. In regulating his houfhold, he was the private Macedonian ; but in paying the troops, in fharing his conqueft with the Greeks, and in his largefles to every foldier in his army, he was Alexander. He committed two very bad actions in fetting Persepolis on fire, and flaying Clytus ; but he rendered them famous by his repentance. Hence it is that his crimes are forgotten, while his regard for virtue was recorded. They were confidered rather as unlucky accidents, than as his own deliberate acts. Posterity, ftruck with the beauty of his mind, even in the midft of his irregular paffion, can view him only with pity, but never with an eye of hatred. Let us draw a comparifon between him and Caesar. The Roman general, by attempting to imitate the Asiatic monarch, flung his fellow citizens into a ftate of defpair for a matter of mere oftentation. The Macedonian prince, by the fame imitation, did a thing which was quite agreeable to his original fcheme of conqueft. CHAP. 15. New methods of preferving a conquest. When a monarch has fubdued a large country, he may make ufe of an admirable method, equally proper for moderating defpotic power, and for preferving the conquest. It is a method practifed by the conquerors of China. In order to prevent the vanquished nation from falling into defpair, the victors from growing infolent and proud, the government from becoming military, and to contain the two nations within their duty, the Tartar family, now on the throne of China, has ordained that every military corps in the provinces should be composed half of Chinese and half Tartars, to the end that jealousy between the two nations may keep them within bounds. The courts of judicature are likewise half Chinese and half Tartars. This is productive of several good effects. 1. The two nations are a check to one another. 2. They both preserve the civil and military power, and one is not destroyed by the other. 3. The conquering nation may spread itself without being weakened and lost. It is likewise enabled to withstand civil and foreign wars. The want of so wise an institution as this has been the ruin of almost all the conquerors that ever existed. Chapter 16. Of conquests made by a despotic prince. When a conquest happens to be vastly large, it supposes a despotic power, and then the army dispersed in the provinces is not sufficient. There should be always a body of faithful troops near the prince, ready to fall instantly upon any part of the empire that may chance to waver. This military corps ought to awe the rest, and to strike terror into those who through necessity have been instructed with any authority in the empire. The Emperor of China has always a large body of Tartars near his person, ready upon all occasions. In India, in Turkey, in Japan, the prince has always a bodyguard independent of the other regular forces. This particular corps keeps the dispersed troops in awe. Chapter 17. The same subject continued. We have observed that the country subdued by a despotic monarch ought to be held by a vassal. Historians are very lavish of their praises of the generosity of those conquerors who restored the princes to the throne whom they had vanquished. Extremely generous, then, were the Romans, who made such a number of kings in order to have instruments of slavery. A proceeding of that kind is absolutely necessary. To preserve the country which he has subdued, neither the governors he sends will be able to contain the subjects within duty, nor he himself the governors. He will be obliged to strip his ancient patrimony of troops in order to secure his new dominions. The miseries of each nation will be common to both. Civil broils will spread themselves from one to the other. On the contrary, if the conqueror restores the legitimate prince to the throne, he will of course have an ally, by the junction of whose forces his own power will be augmented. We have a recent instance of this in Shah Nadir, who conquered the Mogul, seized his treasures, and left him in possession of Hindustan. End of chapter 7. End of book 10 of the Spirit of the Laws. Book 11, chapters 1 to 9 out of 20 of Spirit of the Laws. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Benjamin Gittins. The Spirit of the Laws by Charles de Secondat, Baron de Montesquieu. Translated by Thomas Nugent. Book 11. Of the laws which establish political liberty with regard to the Constitution. Chapter 1. A general idea. I make a distinction between the laws that establish political liberty as it relates to the Constitution, and those by which it is established as it relates to the citizen. The former shall be the subject of this book, the latter I shall examine in the next. Chapter 2. Different significations of the word liberty. There is no word that admits of more various significations, and has made more varied impressions on the human mind, than that of liberty. Some have taken it as a means of deposing a person on whom they have conferred a tyrannical authority; others for the power of choosing a superior whom they are obliged to obey; others for the right of bearing arms, and of being thereby enabled to use violence; others, in fine, for the privilege of being governed by a native of their own country, or by their own laws. A certain nation for a long time thought liberty consisted in the privilege of wearing a long beard. The Russians could not bear that Caesar Peter should make them cut it off. Some have annexed this name to one form of government exclusive of others. Those who had a republican taste applied it to this species of polity. Those who liked a monarchical state gave it to monarchy. Thus they have all applied the name of liberty to the government most suitable to their own cuftoms and inclinations. And as in republics, the people have not so conftant and so present a view of the caufes of their misery, and as the magiftrates feem to aft only in conformity to the laws, hence liberty is generally faid to refide in republics, and to be banifhed from monarchies. In fine, as in democracies the people feem to aft almoft as they pleafe, this fort of government has been deemed the most free, and the power of the people has been confounded with their liberty. CHAPTER III. In what liberty confifts. It is true that in democracies the people feem to aft as they pleafe, but political liberty does not confift in an unlimited freedom. In governments, that is, in societies directed by laws, liberty can confift only in the power of doing what we ought to will, and in not being constrained to do what we ought not to will. We muft have continually prefent to our minds the difference between independence and liberty. Liberty is a right of doing whatever the laws permit, and if a citizen could do what they forbid, he would be no longer poffeffed of liberty, becaufe all his fellow citizens would have the fame power. CHAPTER IV. The fame Subject continued. Democratic and ariftocratic ftates are not in their own nature free. Political liberty is to be found only in moderate governments, and even in thefe it is not always found. It is there only when there is no abufe of power. But conftant experience shews us, that every man invefted with power is apt to abufe it, and to carry his authority as far as it will go. Is it not ftrange, though true, to fay that virtue itself has need of limits? To prevent this abufe, it is neceffary from the very nature of things, that power should be a check to power. A government may be fo conftituted, as no man fhall be compelled to do things to which the law does not oblige him, nor forced to abftain from things which the law permits. CHAPTER V. Of the End or View of different Governments. Though all governments have the fame general end, which is that of prefervation, yet each has another particular object. Increafe of dominion was the object of Rome, war that of Sparta, religion that of the Jewifh laws, commerce that of Marsales, public tranquillity that of the laws of China, navigation that of the laws of Rhodes, natural liberty that of the policy of the favages, in general the pleafures of the prince that of despotic ftates, that of monarchies, the princes and the kingdom's glory. The independence of individuals is the end aimed at by the laws of Poland, thence refults the oppreffion of the whole. Inconvenience of the liberum veto. One nation there is alfo in the world that has for the direct end of its conftitution political liberty. We fhall prefently examine the principles on which this liberty is founded. If they are found, liberty will appear in its higheft perfection. To difcover political liberty in a conftitution, no great labour is a requifite. If we are capable of feeing it where it exifts, it is foon found, and we need not go far in fearch of it. CHAPTER VI. Of the Conftitution of England. In every government there are three forts of power: the legislative, the executive in refpeft to things dependent on the law of nations, and the executive in regard to matters that depend on the civil law. By virtue of the firft, the prince or magiftrate enacts temporary or perpetual laws, and amends or abrogates thofe that had already been enacted. By the fecond, he makes peace or war, sends or receives embassies, establishes the public security, and provides against invasions. By the third, he punishes criminals or determines the disputes that arise between individuals. The latter we shall call the judiciary power, and the other simply the executive power of the state. The political liberty of the subject is a tranquillity of mind arising from the opinion each person has of his safety. In order to have this liberty, it is a requisite the government be so constituted as one man need not be afraid of another. When the legislative and executive powers are united in the same person, or in the same body of magistrates, there can be no liberty, because apprehensions may arise, lest the same monarch or senate should enact tyrannical laws to execute them in a tyrannical manner. Again, there is no liberty, if the judiciary power be not separated from the legislative and executive. Were it joined with the legislative, the life and liberty of the subject would be exposed to arbitrary control, for the judge would be then the legislator. Were it joined to the executive power, the judge might behave with violence and oppression. There would be an end of everything, were the same man or the same body, whether of the nobles or of the people, to exercise those three powers, that of enacting laws, that of executing the public resolutions, and of trying the causes of individuals. Most kingdoms in Europe enjoy a moderate government, because the prince, who is invested with the two first powers, leaves the third to his subjects. In Turkey, where these three powers are united in the Sultan's person, the subjects groan under the most dreadful oppression. In the republics of Italy, where these three powers are united, there is less liberty than in our monarchies. Hence their government is obliged to have recourse to as violent methods for its support as even that of the Turks. Witness the state inquisitors, and the lion's mouth into which every informer may at all hours throw his written accusations. In what a situation must the poor subject be in those republics? The same body of magistrates are possessed, as executors of the laws, of the whole power they have given themselves in quality of legislators. They may plunder the state by their general determinations, and as they have likewise the judiciary power in their hands, every private citizen may be ruined by their particular decisions. The whole power is here united in one body, and though there is no external pomp that indicates a despotic sway, yet the people feel the effects of it every moment. Hence it is that many of the princes of Europe, whose aim has been levelled at arbitrary power, have constantly set out with uniting in their own persons all the branches of magistracy and all the great offices of state. I allow indeed that the mere hereditary aristocracy of the Italian republics does not exactly answer to the despotic power of the Eastern princes. The number of magistrates sometimes moderate the power of the magistracy. The whole body of the nobles do not always concur in the same design, and different tribunals are erected that temper each other. Thus, at Venice, the legislative power is in the council, the executive in the Brigadi, and the judiciary in the Quarantia. But the mischief is, that these different tribunals are composed of magistrates all belonging to the same body, which constitutes almost one and the same power. The judiciary power ought not to be given to a standing senate. It should be exercised by persons taken from the body of the people at certain times of the year, and consistently with a form and manner prescribed by law, in order to erect a tribunal that should last only so long as necessity requires. By this method the judicial power, so terrible to mankind, not being annexed to any particular state or profession, becomes, as it were, invisible. People have not then the judges continually present to their view. They fear the office, but not the magistrate. In accusations of a deep and criminal nature, it is proper that the person accused should have the privilege of choosing, in some measure, his judges in concurrence with the law, or at least he should have a right to except against so great a number, that the remaining part may be deemed his own choice. The other two powers may be given rather to magiftrates or permanent bodies, because they are not exercised on any private subject, one being no more than the general will of the state, and the other the execution of that general will. But though the tribunals ought not to be fixed, the judgments ought, and to such a degree as to be ever conformable to the letter of the law. Were they to be the private opinion of the judge, people would then live in society without exactly knowing the nature of their obligations. The judges ought likewise to be of the same rank as the accused, or, in other words, his peers, to the end that he may not imagine he has fallen into the hands of persons inclined to treat him with rigour. If the legislature leaves the executive power in possession of a right to imprison those subjects who can give security for their good behaviour, there is an end of liberty, unless they are taken up in order to answer without delay to a capital crime, in which case they are really free, being subject only to the power of the law. But should the legislature think itself in danger by some secret conspiracy against the state, or by a correspondence with a foreign enemy, it might authorize the executive power for a short and limited time to imprison suspected persons, who in that case would lose their liberty only for a while, to preserve it for ever. And this is the only reasonable method that can be substituted to the tyrannical magistracy of the Ephori, and to the state inquisitors of Venice, who are also despotic. As in a country of liberty, every man who is supposed a free agent ought to be his own governor. The legislative power should reside in the whole body of the people. But since this is impossible in large states, and in small ones is subject to many inconveniences, it is fit that the people should transact by their representatives what they cannot transact by themselves. The inhabitants of a particular town are much better acquainted with its wants and interests than with those of other places, and are better judges of the capacity of their neighbours than of that of the rest of their countrymen. The members, therefore, of the legislature should not be chosen from the general body of the nation, but it is proper that in every considerable place a representative should be elected by the inhabitants. The great advantage of representatives is their capacity of discussing public affairs. For this the people collectively are extremely unfit, which is one of the chief inconveniences of a democracy. It is not at all necessary that the representatives who have received a general instruction from their constituents should wait to be directed on each particular affair, as is practised in the diets of Germany. True, it is that by this way of proceeding the speeches of the deputies might with greater propriety be called the voice of the nation. But on the other hand, this would occasion infinite delays, would give each deputy a power of controlling the assembly, and on the most urgent and pressing occasions, the wheels of government might be stopped by the caprice of a single person. When the deputies, as Mr. Sidney well observes, reprefent a body of people, as in Holland, they ought to be accountable to their conftituents, but it is a different thing in England, where they are deputed by boroughs. All the inhabitants of several diftricts ought to have a right of voting at the election of a reprefentative, except fuch as are in fo mean a fituation as to be deemed to have no will of their own. One great fault there was in moft of the ancient republics, that the people had a right to active refolutions, fuch as require fome execution, a thing of which they are abfolutely incapable. They ought to have no fhare in the government but for the chufing of reprefentatives, which is within their reach. For though few can tell the exact degree of men's capacities, yet there are none but are capable of knowing in general whether the person they choose is better qualified than most of his neighbours. Neither ought the reprefentative body be chofen for the executive part of government, for which it is not fo fit, but for enacting of laws, or to fee whether the laws in being are duly executed, are things fuited to their abilities, and which none indeed but themfelves can properly perform. In fuch a ftate there are always perfons diftinguifhed by their birth, riches, or honours. But were they to be confounded with the common people, and to have only the weight of a fingle vote like the reft, the common liberty would be their flavery, and they would have no intereft in fupporting it, as moft of the popular refolutions would be againft them. The fhare they have, therefore, in the legiflature ought to be proportioned to their other advantages in the ftate, which happens only when they form a body that has a right to check the licentiousness of the people, as the people have a right to oppofe any encroachment of theirs. The legislative power is therefore committed to the body of the nobles, and to that which reprefents the people, each having their affemblies and deliberations apart, each their feparate views and interefts. Of the three powers above mentioned, the judiciary is in fome meafure next to nothing. There remain therefore only two, and as thefe have need of a regulating power to moderate them, the part of the legislative body compofed of the nobility is extremely proper for this purpofe. The body of the nobility ought to be hereditary. In the firft place, it is fo in its own nature, and in the next, there muft be a considerable intereft to preferve its privileges, privileges that in themfelves are obnoxious to popular envy, and of courfe in a free ftate are always in danger. But as a hereditary power might be tempted to purfue its own particular interefts, and forget thofe of the people, it is proper that where a fingular advantage may be gained by corrupting the nobility, as in laws relating to the fupplies, they should have no other fhare in the legiflation than the power of rejecting, and not that of refolving. By the power of refolving, I mean the right of ordaining by their own authority, or of amending what has been ordained by others. By the power of rejecting, I would be underftood to mean the right of annulling a refolution taken by another, which was the power of the tribunes at Rome. And though the perfon poffeffed of the privilege of rejecting may likewife have the right of approving, yet this approbation paffes for no more than a declaration, that he intends to make no ufe of his privilege of rejecting, and is derived from that very privilege. The executive power ought to be in the hands of a monarch, becaufe this branch of government, having need of difpatch, is better adminiftered by one than by many. On the other hand, whatever depends on the legislative power is oftentimes better regulated by many than by a fingle perfon. But if there were no monarch, and the executive power should be committed to a certain number of perfons felected from the legislative body, there would be an end then of liberty, by reafon that the two powers would be united, as the fame perfons would fometimes poffefs, and would be always able to poffefs, a fhare in both. Were the legislative body to be a considerable time without meeting, this would likewife put an end to liberty. For of two things one would naturally follow: either that there would be no longer any legislative refolutions, and then the ftate would fall into anarchy; or that thefe refolutions would be taken by the executive power, which would render it abfolute. It would be needlefs for the legislative body to continue always affembled. This would be troublesome to the reprefentatives, and moreover would cut out too much work for the executive power, fo as to take off its attention to its office, and oblige it to think only of defending its own prerogatives, and the right it has to execute. Again, were the legislative body to be always affembled, it might happen to be kept up only by filling the places of the deceafed members with new reprefentatives ; and in that cafe, if the legislative body were once corrupted, the evil would be pafl all remedy. When different legislative bodies fucceed one another, the people who have a bad opinion of that which is actually fitting may reafonably entertain fome hopes of the next, But were it to be always the same body, the people upon seeing it once corrupted would no longer expect any good from its laws, and of course they would either become desperate or fall into a state of indolence. The legislative body should not meet of itself, for a body is supposed to have no will but when it is met, and besides, were it not to meet unanimously, it would be impossible to determine which was really the legislative body, the part assembled or the other. And if it had a right to prorogue itself, it might happen never to be prorogued, which would be extremely dangerous, in case it should ever attempt to encroach on the executive power. Besides, there are seasons, some more proper than others, for assembling the legislative body. It is fit, therefore, that the executive power should regulate the timing of meeting, as well as the duration of those assemblies, according to the circumstances and exigencies of a state known to itself. Were the executive power not to have a right of restraining the encroachments of the legislative body, the latter would become despotic. For as it might arrogate to itself what authority it pleased, it would soon destroy all the other powers. But it is not proper, on the other hand, that the legislative power should have a right to stay the executive. For as the execution has its natural limits, it is useless to confine it. Besides, the executive power is generally employed in momentary operations. The power, therefore, of the Roman tribunes was faulty, as it put a stop not only to the legislation, but likewise to the executive part of government, which was attended with infinite mischief. But if the legislative power in a free state has no right to stay the executive, it has a right, and ought to have the means, of examining in what manner its laws have been executed, an advantage which this government has over that of Crete and Sparta, where the Cosmi and the Ephori gave no account of their administration. But whatever may be the issue of that examination, the legislative body ought not to have a power of arraigning the person, nor of course the conduct, of him who is entrusted with the executive power. His person should be sacred, because as it is necessary for the good of the state to prevent the legislative body from rendering themselves arbitrary, the moment he is accused or tried, there is an end of liberty. In this cafe the state would be no longer a monarchy, but a kind of republic, though not a free government. But as the person entrusted with the executive power cannot abuse it without bad counsellors, and such as have the laws as ministers, though the laws protect them as subjects, these men may be examined and punished, an advantage which this government has over that of Nidus, where the law allowed of no such thing as calling the Emimones to an account, even after their administration, and therefore the people could never obtain any satisfaction for the injuries done them. Though in general the judiciary power ought not to be united with any part of the legislative, yet this is liable to 3 exceptions, founded on the particular interest of the party accused. The great are always obnoxious to popular envy, and were they to be judged by the people, they might be in danger from their judges, and would, moreover, be deprived of the privilege which the meanest subject is possessed of in a free state, of being tried by his peers. The nobility, for this reason, ought not to be cited before the ordinary courts of judicature, but before that part of the legislature which is composed of their own body. It is possible that the law, which is clear-sighted in one sense and blind in another, might, in some cases, be too severe. But as we have already observed, the national judges are no more than the mouth that pronounces the words of the law, mere passive beings, incapable of moderating either its force or rigour. That part, therefore, of the legislative body, which we have just now observed to be a necessary tribunal on another occasion, also is a necessary tribunal in this. It belongs to its supreme authority to moderate the law in favour of the law itself, by mitigating the sentence. It might also happen that a subject entrusted with the administration of public affairs may infringe the rights of the people, and be guilty of crimes which the ordinary magistrates either could not or would not punish. But in general, the legislative power cannot try causes, and much less can it try this particular case, where it represents the party aggrieved, which is the people. It can only, therefore, impeach. But before what court shall it bring its impeachment? Must it go and demean itself before the ordinary tribunals, which are its inferiors, and, being composed, moreover, of men who are chosen from the people as well as itself, will naturally be swayed by the authority of so powerful an accuser? No. In order to preserve the dignity of the people and the security of the subject, the legislative part which represents the people must bring in its charge before the legislative part which represents the nobility, who have neither the same interests nor the same passions. Here is an advantage which this government has over most of the ancient republics, where this abuse prevailed, that the people were at the same time both judge and accuser. The executive power, pursuant of what has been already said, ought to have a share in the legislature by the power of rejecting. Otherwise it would soon be stripped of its prerogative. But should the legislative power usurp a share of the executive, the latter would be equally undone. If the prince were to have a part in the legislature by the power of resolving, liberty would be lost. But as it is necessary he should have a share in the legislature for the support of his own prerogative, this share must consist in the power of rejecting. The change of government at Rome was owing to this, that neither the Senate, who had one part of the executive power, nor the magistrates, who were entrusted with the other, had the right of rejecting, which was entirely lodged in the people. Here, then, is the fundamental constitution of the government we are treating of. The legislative body being composed of two parts, they check one another by the mutual privilege of rejecting. They are both restrained by the executive power, as the executive is by the legislative. These three powers should naturally form a state of repose or inaction. But as there is a necessity for movement in the course of human affairs, they are forced to move, but still in concert. As the executive power has no other part in the legislative than the privilege of rejecting, it can have no share in the public debates. It is not even necessary that it should propose, because as it may always disapprove of the resolutions that shall be taken, it may likewise reject the decisions on those proposals which were made against its will. In some ancient commonwealths, where public debates were carried on by the people in a body, it was natural for the executive power to propose and debate in conjunction with the people. Otherwise their resolutions must have been attended with a strange confusion. Were the executive power to determine the raising of public money, otherwise than by giving its consent, liberty would be at an end, because it would become legislative in the most important point of legislation. If the legislative power was to settle the subsidies, not from year to year, but for ever, it would run the risk of losing its liberty, because the executive power would be no longer dependent, and when once it was possessed of such a perpetual right, it would be a matter of indifference whether it held it of itself or of another. The same may be said if it should come to a resolution of entrusting not an annual, but a perpetual command of the fleets and armies to the executive power. To prevent the executive power from being able to oppress, it is a requisite that the armies with which it is entrusted should consist of the people, and have the same spirit as the people, as was the case at Rome till the time of Marius. To obtain this end, there are only two ways: either that the person employed in the army should have sufficient property to answer for their conduct to their fellow subjects, and be enlisted only for a year, as was customary at Rome; or if there should be a standing army, composed chiefly of the most despicable part of the nation, the legislative power should have a right to disband them as soon as it pleased. The soldiers should live in common with the rest of the people, and no separate camp, barracks, or fortress should be suffered. When once an army is established, it ought not to depend immediately on the legislative, but on the executive power, and this from the very nature of the thing, its business consisting more in action than in deliberation. It is natural for mankind to set a higher value upon courage than timidity, on activity than prudence, on strength than counsel. Hence the army will ever despise a senate, and respect their own officers. They will naturally slight the orders sent them by a body of men whom they look upon as cowards, and therefore unworthy to command them. So that as soon as the troops depend entirely on the legislative body, it becomes a military government. And if the contrary has ever happened, it has been owing to some extraordinary circumstances. It is because the army was always kept divided. It is because it was composed of several bodies that depended each on a particular province. It is because the capital towns were strong places, defended by their natural situation, and not garrisoned with regular troops. Holland, for instance, is still safer than Venice. She might drown or starve the revolted troops, for as they are not quartered in towns capable of furnishing them with necessary subsistence, this subsistence is of course precarious. In perusing the admirable treatise of Tacitus on the manners of the Germans, we find it is from that nation the English have borrowed the idea of their political government. This beautiful system was invented first in the woods. As all human things have an end, the state we are speaking of will lose its liberty, will perish. Have not Rome, Sparta, and Carthage perished? It will perish when the legislative power shall be more corrupt than the executive. It is not my business to examine whether the English actually enjoy this liberty or not. Sufficient it is for my purpose to observe that it is established by their laws, and I enquire no further. Neither do I pretend by this to undervalue other governments, nor to say that this extreme political liberty ought to give uneasiness to those who have only a moderate share of it. How should I have any such design? I, who think that even the highest refinement of reason is not always desirable, and that mankind generally find their account better in mediums than in extremes. Harrington, in his Oceana, has also inquired into the utmost degree of liberty to which the constitution of a state may be carried. But of him, indeed, it may be said that for want of knowing the nature of real liberty, he busied himself in pursuit of an imaginary one, and that he built a Chalcedon, though he had a Byzantium before his eyes. Chapter 7. Of the monarchies we are acquainted with. The monarchies we are acquainted with have not, like that we have been speaking of, liberty for their direct view. The only aim is the glory of the subject, of the state, and of the sovereign. But hence there results a spirit of liberty, which in those states is capable of achieving as great things, and of contributing as much, perhaps to happiness, as liberty itself. Here the three powers are not distributed and founded on the model of the constitution above mentioned. They have each a particular distribution, according to which they border more or less on political liberty, and if they did not border upon it, monarchy would degenerate into despotic government. Chapter 8. Why the ancients had not a clear idea of monarchy. The ancients had no notion of a government founded on a body of nobles, and much less on a legislative body composed of the representatives of the people. The republics of Greece and Italy were cities that had each their own form of government, and convened their subjects within their walls. Before Rome had swallowed up all the other republics, there was scarcely anywhere a king to be found. No, not in Italy, Gaul, Spain, or Germany. They were all petty states or republics. Even Africa itself was subject to a great commonwealth, and Asia Minor was occupied by Greek colonies. There was, therefore, no instance of deputies of towns, or assemblies of the states. One must have gone as far as Persia to find a monarchy. I am not ignorant that there were confederate republics, in which several towns sent deputies to an assembly, but I affirm there was no monarchy on that model. The first plan, therefore, of the monarchies we are acquainted with was thus formed. The German nations that conquered the Roman Empire were certainly a free people. Of this we may be convinced only by reading Tacitus on the manners of the Germans. The conquerors spread themselves over all the country, living mostly in the fields and very little in towns. When they were in Germany, the whole nation was able to assemble. This they could no longer do when dispersed through the conquered provinces. And yet, as it was necessary that the nation should deliberate on public affairs, pursuant to their usual method before the conquest, they had recourse to representatives. Such is the origin of the Gothic government amongst us. At first it was mixed with aristocracy and monarchy, a mixture attended with this inconvenience, that the common people were bondmen. The custom afterwards succeeded of granting letters of enfranchisement, and was soon followed by so perfect a harmony between the civil liberty of the people, the privileges of the nobility and clergy, and the prince's prerogative, that I really think there never was in the world a government so well tempered as that of each part of Europe, so long as it lasted. Surprising that the corruption of the government of a conquering nation should have given birth to the best species of constitution that could possibly be imagined by man. Chapter 9. Aristotle's manner of thinking. Aristotle is greatly puzzled in treating of monarchy. He makes 5 species, and he does not distinguish them by the form of constitution, but by things merely accidental, as the virtues and vices of the prince, or by things extrinsic, such as tyranny usurped or inherited. Among the number of monarchies he ranks the Persian empire and the kingdom of Sparta. But is it not evident that one was a despotic state and the other a republic? The ancients, who were strangers to the distribution of the 3 powers in government of a single person, could never form a just idea of monarchy. End of chapter 9 out of 20 chapters in book 11. Book 11 continues on the next track.